Hi, my name is Esfir. Ever since I was born, my parents have been so busy pampering my brothers, they didn't care about me at all. In fact, once I was 5, they forgot to pick me up from school, and when my teacher called, Mama asked her if she could courier me home. But all that changed on my 9th birthday when, in 5 minutes, I became their favorite kid. For my 9th birthday, Mama and Baba had been planning a huge birthday party for months. It was such a big surprise that we weren't even allowed near the hall during the preps. But on the day of the party, as soon as I entered the room, I nearly passed out. From the balloons to the tables and even the walls, everything was blue and red and Spider-Man themed. Just then, Mama and Baba rushed excitedly towards me singing, "Happy birthday to you!" "Mama, I hate Spider-Man!" But to my shock, they just rushed past me and hugged my older twin brothers Farhad and Zach, who were 10.
How do our boys feel about our little surprise?
Wait, what? It's not their birthday! It's mine! We know! That's why it's a surprise for them! It's their pre-birthday. Now out of the way. It's time to cut their cake! But, what about my cake?
What do you need a cake for? Our boys will grow up and make money. You're basically useless.
I'm not useless! I'm smart and pretty! Farhad, my brother, patted my back. Yeah, Baba, that's really mean. You want to cut the cake, Yasfir? Just then, the door flew open and an old woman with white hair and the darkest red lipstick hobbled in. The minute Mama and Baba saw her, they literally turned to little yapping puppies. It was my Nana! I couldn't help rolling my eyes at my parents. They always acted weird around her because she was so rich and scary, and she loved me. She was always getting me presents and candies.
Where's my granddaughter? I've got a present for her.
Mama glared at me, but I ran to Nana. Nana!
Happy birthday, darling. You're a real Spider-Man fan, aren't you?
Zach jumped in and said, No, Nana. Farhad and I love Spider-Man. This is our pre-birthday. Nana looked shocked. Why?
It's Yasvir's birthday.
Yeah, but we're more important because we are boys and she's just a girl.
Just a girl? Who's been feeding you this nonsense?
Without another thought, Nana turned to Mama and Baba and said the craziest thing imaginable.
I've decided that I'm going to give all my money to Yasvir when she turns 18. You know it's worth so much. Millions, maybe billions. I've lost count.
Then she marched straight out of the house with Mama and Baba at her heels, crying and begging for forgiveness. But Nana was gone. As soon as the door closed behind her, Mama and Baba turned to us. I gulped. I just knew I was in so much trouble. But to my utter shock, she came and hugged me. My eyes have been opened. If your lovely Nana thinks you're special, you must be. I love you. Behind her, Baba was on the phone with the decorators.
I want you here with the Harry Potter decor in 5 minutes. Do you get it? 5 minutes! My princess shouldn't have to wait for anyone.
Were they for real? Apparently they were. And suddenly, my life turned upside down. My parents who were always ignoring me started to worship me. I was moved to my brother's room, and all their beds were shifted to the attic. My old room became my walk-in closet. My oldest brother, Omar, who was 13, tried to protest.
It's not fair, Mama. We're 3. She's just 1 and tiny. I don't see why she needs the biggest room.
Mama looked like she'd found out he was pregnant.
How dare you say that? From now on, you have to give her presents every day till she forgives you. And you all need to spend 15 minutes every day praising your smart and beautiful sister. Get it?
But Mama, they already love me and play with me. It's you and Baba who don't.
Nonsense! We obviously love you. What will boys give us anyways? It's always the girls who come through. Now give your mama a hug.
After that, whatever she said just got wackier and wackier. When I was in the 3rd grade, some robbers broke into the house and threatened to harm me. Mama started to cry loudly.
Leave her! Take one of the twins instead! We don't need 2 of them!
During all the commotion, I snuck away and called 911. As the police were leading the thief away, I proudly turned to the twins. I saved your life! Farhad looked at me like I was a hero, but Zach pushed me away.
No, you didn't! We were in danger because of you! I hate you and will never play with you again!
Finally, when I was in the 6th grade, I made my first ever friend in school, Brittany, and immediately invited her over. Little did I know what a dumb mistake that was going to be. As soon as Mama saw Brittany, she let out a screech and pulled me away from her.
Get your filthy paws off my daughter! Look at her clothes, Yasfir! She clearly lives with the squatters!
Mama, Brittany is my only friend and I like her. Stop being mean.
Stop being stupid! She's just your friend because she thinks she can steal your money. But I won't let this beggar child be near my girl!
She turned to Brittany and yelled in her face,
"Get out of my house, right now!"
As Brittany ran off crying, Mama just slammed the door behind her and said,
"It's better not to have friends than to be friends with poor people."
Baba added,
"I think you're right. Maybe we should homeschool Yasfir. There's too many beggars trying to steal out her money in the world."
"No! I want to go to school!" But the look on Baba's face told me that wouldn't happen. Omar came to me and offered me an ice cream from the fridge.
"Don't be sad, Yasfir. Mama and Baba just want to keep you safe."
Just then, a shoe came flying and knocked it right out of Omar's hand.
"Are you out of your mind? You want to make my girl fat and ugly?"
Omar rolled his eyes and walked away. But I angrily grabbed the cone from the floor and started to lick it. "I want the ice cream, Baba, and I don't care what you say!" Over the next few years, I wasn't allowed out of the house or to have friends because I was too rich for anyone, even my brothers. By the time I was 15, I decided I couldn't put up with homeschooling anymore. So for my 16th birthday, when my parents asked what gift I wanted, I told them, "I want to start high school."
"Absolutely not!"
"I'm not a dumb kid anymore. I want to go to school. I have rights."
"Honey, we're just trying to protect you!"
Yeah. But if you stop me, I'll run away and marry the first poor man I see." By the look on their faces, I knew I'd won.
"Fine, but your brothers will be with you 24/7. We can't have you getting pregnant or something."
Farhad and Zach both screamed together.
"What? No! Baba, we're seniors. We can't look after her. It's either that or you're all homeschooled."
That got Farhad and Zach to agree. But Omar just went to his room and came back with his bags.
"I'm already in college. I don't need to stay here and see my crazy parents drive everyone insane for money. Sorry, Yasfir, but I'm done with this family."
Upset as I was about Omar leaving, I couldn't help thinking that at least being at school would make things easier, right? Wrong. As I walked into my class, I heard someone whistle softly.
"Who's this cutie?"
I turned around to see the cutest boy ever smiling at me.
"You want to sit with me?"
"You bet you're cute, but I did." First day of high school, and I already had the attention of a heartthrob. But just as I sat down, a loud announcement erupted.
"Yasfir, step away from that boy! I will not let you get pregnant by a poor boy who dresses like a beggar! Remember, you're a princess!"
The boy turned red and I gasped in horror. It was Mama. I got up and ran out of the classroom. I barged into the broadcast room only to see Mama sitting in front of the CCTV cameras. "What are you doing here?"
"I can't trust your dumb brothers. I had to see what you were up to myself."
"Why won't you just leave me alone? I hate you. I'll never let you stop me." I turned and ran back to the class and asked the boy his name.
William?
I pulled William closer. "Will you be my boyfriend?" Over the next year, it seemed like my parents were on a mission to embarrass me, and I was on a mission to fight back. I snuck out with William whenever I could, only to have Mama and Baba eventually find out and drag me back. They even threatened to destroy his family. But luckily for me, William wasn't scared.
"You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Yasfir. I hate my family anyways."
Eventually, when I promised not to get pregnant or run away, Mama and Baba backed off a bit. But the year I turned 17, everything changed. Both Farhad and Zach graduated high school and practically ran out of the house, leaving me alone with Mama and Baba. To distract myself, I started to participate in school projects with William. After one project we presented together, a beautiful woman approached William and I, and she asked if we'd like to do some modeling with her agency.
"You're the most beautiful couple I've ever seen. Come to New York with me."
I rushed home to break the great news to Mama and Baba, but they looked furious.
"You're not going anywhere with that boy. I always knew he was trouble."
"No, Baba, that's not true. In fact, we'll make huge piles of money if we both become models." At the mention of more money, Baba looked thoughtful, but Mama jumped in and snatched the agent's card from my hand.
"No, we love you too much to see you going away. You're our baby and not big enough to face the world. If you push me, I'm going to have that boy expelled and you'll be getting homeschooled again."
Then she ripped up the card. At that, I freaking lost it. All the years of anger bubbled up inside me. How dare you? I'm sick and tired of you two pretending to love me when you really just love Nana's money. Omar was right. You both are crazy and have done nothing but drive us all apart. Then I rushed to my room and packed up my bag. It was time for me to move out too. I drove straight to Nana's place, who looked surprised to see me, and I told her everything.
"You should have come sooner. From now on, you stay here with me."
Just then, Mama and Baba barged in.
"If you're going to be such an ungrateful brat,
then you should at least give back all the money we've spent on you.
We even drove our sons away for you."
"You didn't do it for me. You did it for money."
"Whatever. Just pay up. Ask your darling Nana to pay us."
To my utter surprise, Nana burst out into laughter.
"What money? I've never had any money." Mama and Baba looked like they'd seen a ghost. What? But you said...
I lied! I gave it all away years ago. I just wanted you to treat her better. But you idiots still didn't! Now get out of my house before I call the cops!
She pushed them out and slammed the door as Mama yelled,
You'll be speaking to my lawyer now!
Then Nana turned to me and said,
Those morons. I can't believe they are this stupid. I have the money, but I'll only spend it on your studies. And you said you're interested in modeling? I'll help you out with that, too.
Oh my God, Nana, you're the best! A few months later, I was permanently living with Nana, and when my 18th birthday rolled around, William and Nana said they had a surprise for me. I rushed to the door and screamed with joy. At the door stood my 3 brothers smiling at me. I pulled them all into a hug as Zach whispered,
Sorry for hating on you for so long, sis.
Hi, my name is Marvel, and my parents named me that because from the day I was born, they thought I was special and they worshipped me. But this is the story of how everything changed in the blink of an eye. Before I continue, please click like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Mom never got tired of telling everyone how Santa Claus brought her the world's best present one Christmas, me. The doctors had told her that after my sister Clara, she couldn't have more children. So when I turned up 5 years later, everyone thought it was a miracle.
My favorite granddaughter. Don't raise her like that other devil child of yours. Where is that brat?
Just then, Grandma screamed loudly as Clara bit her on the leg and ran away. Clara hated that she wasn't the center of my parents' universe anymore. But it wasn't my fault she was a brat, and everyone thought I was an angel. Mom and Dad adored me, and I had more toys and books than I could count. And every night, they'd act out my favorite bedtime stories together. But Clara was always ruining it. Red Riding Hood is as stupid as Marvel. She thought a wolf was her grandma.
Why are you here again? You're too old for these stories.
The next day, I woke up to find my storybooks torn to pieces. When I tucked my first tooth under the pillow for the tooth fairy, I was so happy to see a pink box the next morning. I opened it and stared in horror. Clara had cut my face out of all the family pictures and gifted my heads to me. On my 8th birthday, I woke up super excited for the grand party my parents had arranged. But seconds later, I was screaming at my reflection. My parents came running and stared at my terrible haircut in horror, while Clara was laughing her head off.
Clara, are you completely crazy?
What did I ever do to you, witch? You were born. That's what you did. Clara was grounded and I was rushed off to a salon to fix the damage. She wasn't allowed to attend my party, and it was perfect. And my new haircut was even more perfect, which drove Clara crazy. Eventually, I stopped caring that Clara hated me. In fact, I started taking revenge. Once when I was in 7th grade, I knew she'd flunk every subject and was hiding her report card from my parents. So I went through her bag and stole it. The next morning, I smiled in bed while I heard Mom's screams.
Why can't you be more like Marvel? You've turned out to be such a disappointment, Clara.
I knew I was going to pay for it, but it was totally worth it. Things only got worse, of course. One day, when my parents weren't home, I walked into my room to find it completely trashed. The minute Mom saw it, she announced that she would be sending Clara to boarding school.
It's not safe for Marvel to be around you, Clara. You're getting completely out of hand.
What? You're going to send me away because of her? I hate you, Mom. I hate you, Marvel. I hate everyone. Next day, when we got back from school, Mom wasn't home. To our shock, it turned out that Mom had fallen and hit her head, and now she was in a coma. A week later, I was sleeping on a chair in her room when I heard her say,
Clara? Where's Clara?
Clara instantly flew to her side and hugged her. Mom, I'm right here. I'm so sorry.
Is that really you? How long have I been sleeping? How many years?
I took her other hand and smiled. Thank God you're awake, Mom. She turned to look at me blankly. Then suddenly, she drew her hand away.
Who is this child, Frank? It's Marvel, honey. Is she lost? And why is she calling me Mom?
A slow grin spread over Clara's face as Dad quickly called the doctor. After a series of questions and tests, the doctor concluded that Mom didn't remember anything from the past 13 years. So she basically didn't remember having me. Even when Dad reminded her, she just looked confused.
But it's not possible. The doctors told me I couldn't have children after Clara.
My precious baby, who made me a mama. I was devastated. How had I just gone from being Mommy's little miracle to someone she didn't even remember? Back at home, I ran to her room one day with photo albums to jog her memory. But as soon as I opened them, I remembered Clara had cut me out of all the pictures years ago. You don't remember this, Mom, but Marvel cut out her face from all the photos because she said she hated being a part of this family.
Marvel, what a strange child you are.
This witch was constantly manipulating Mom. I'd catch her by Mom's side all the time, and it made me very uneasy. A few days later, Mom had made spaghetti and meatballs, which were my favorite. But before I could say anything, Clara jumped in. Oh, Mom, you remembered my favorite food.
Didn't you become a vegetarian 2 years ago?
What are you talking about, Dad? Would I do this if I was a vegetarian? And with that, she started gulping down meatballs. Marvel's always hated your cooking, Mom. She always said even the dog didn't deserve to eat such bad food.
Clara, that's enough. Stop making up lies. Marvel's such a sweet child. She'd never say that.
Then, to my shock, Mom turned to Dad angrily.
Don't talk to our baby like that. And why are you defending her so much? Do you want to tell me the truth about this girl? What are you talking about? I know your little secret.
And with that, Mom flung her napkin on the table and walked off. What was she talking about? Did she think I wasn't her own kid? A few weeks later, while Dad was away on business, Clara and Mom made plans for a girls' day out. Oh, can I come too, please? Mom looked at me like I was some gross insect.
And who's going to clean the mess you made last night in the kitchen?
What? I never went to the kitchen last night.
Stop lying, Marvel. It wasn't me or Clara. And I don't think ghosts bake chocolate chip cookies. Did you eat them all?
I never made any, Mom.
Greedy and a liar. You're just like your mother.
You're my mother, Mom.
There's no way I would give birth to someone like you. But since you're living here, I want to make you useful. I want the kitchen spotless by the time we get back.
It broke my heart to see them drive away. When they finally came back in the evening, they spent hours trying on the outfits they'd bought. Not a single one for me. I cried myself to sleep that night. A few hours later, I woke up startled because I'd heard a squeaky sound. But when I didn't hear it again, I turned around to go back to sleep. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. Ah! Sitting on a stool in a corner was Mom, holding Mr. Teddy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you?
Mom, why are you sitting there in the dark?
I was just watching you sleep.
But why?
I was trying to see if you look like Amelia.
Who's Amelia? Her strange, twisted smile sent chills down my spine.
Here, I fixed your teddy bear. Clara said I made it for you when you were little, but you ripped out an arm one day in a fit of rage.
What? Mom, that's not true! But before I could finish, she was gone. Did she think I was the daughter of someone called Amelia? And who was Amelia? A few nights later, I heard some clattering noise downstairs. I quietly crept out of bed and walked towards the light in the kitchen. To my surprise, it was Mom baking enough chocolate chip cookies to feed an army. Mom, what are you doing? She turned to me sharply and stared at me with blank eyes for a moment. She looked possessed, and then without a word, she turned back to mixing chocolate dough again. She's sleepwalking. I turned around to see Clara standing behind me, eating a cookie. It's so much fun when she sleepwalks. I can get her to do whatever I want.
You're a monster, Clara.
You better go get your beauty sleep, Marvel. There will be plenty of dishes for you in the morning. I couldn't wait for Dad to come back and tell him how horribly Mom and Clara had been treating me. As soon as he entered the door and hugged me, I turned to see Mom standing behind with her arms crossed.
We need to talk.
Minutes later, I could hear shouting from their bedroom. I crept closer to their door to hear what they were arguing about.
It's not what you think. Just let me explain. How could you do this to me, Frank? Even after everything you know about my history with Amelia, I want you to get out. Right now. You've got it all wrong. Get out now!
Dad burst out of the bedroom, and when he spotted me, he kissed me on the head.
I'll come back in a day or two when she's calmer.
And with that, he was gone again. What was going on? The next morning when I went downstairs, Mom was making pancakes, and she smiled at me.
I'm making your favorite breakfast.
You remember that I love pancakes? I think some things are coming back to me. I felt so happy. Mom sat down next to me.
I don't really remember you, Marvel, but I'm sure I loved you very much. I'd like to get to know you again. How about you and I take a little trip?
I jumped up and hugged her, then quickly skipped off to get ready. Just as I was walking out of the house, Clara called out, "Marvel, wait, take him with you." And with that, she ran to me to give me my raggedy teddy bear. Why? I'm not going away forever. Oh, you never know. Can't hurt to keep him. Goodbye, Marvel. This girl was so weird. I took it and ran off to the car. We sang along to songs on the radio, and it felt just like old times. We'd been driving for 3 hours and had entered a town when I asked Mom where we were going. Oh, you'll see. A few minutes later, she drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere and took out a crumpled letter from her pocket. Yep, this is the address. As I hopped out of the car, Mom took out a bag from the back and Mr. Teddy. Are we staying here overnight? Not we, just you. To my horror, she dumped the stuff on the ground and jumped back in the car. What are you doing, Mom? She threw the crumpled letter at me. For the last time, I'm not your mom. I've brought you to your real mom's place. So go live with her and stay away from me and my family. And with that, Mom drove away. I stood frozen in shock. Finally, I managed to open up the letter. Dear Frank, we have to keep this a secret for now. We'll tell her everything when I'm there. Can't wait to see you. Love, Amelia. Nothing was making sense to me. And whoever this Amelia was didn't live here anymore because the house looked abandoned. I didn't even have a cell phone. I decided to walk to the town center to call Dad. But just then, dark clouds rolled in and it started raining like crazy. I sat huddled on the porch, feeling really scared. But just then, I saw a car drive up to the house, and it was Dad. He ran to me and hugged me tight. How did you know I was here? I went back home to try talking to your mom again, and I saw the two of you leaving, so I followed. Dad, who is Amelia? Dad explained on the drive back home that Mom and her sister, Amelia, had never gotten along growing up, and the last straw was when she stole Mom's college boyfriend. Mom had cut off all ties with her, but around the time I was born, Amelia had got in touch with Dad because she wanted to make amends. So that's what the letter was about? Yeah, and the two did patch things up, but your mother just doesn't remember. Why have I never met my aunt? She lives in another country now, and sadly, those two are like you and Clara. They still don't like each other very much. Dad decided that he and I would stay in a motel for a while. We stayed there for about 3 months. I loved my dad, but I really missed my mom. Dad told me that Mom had started going to therapy. Sometimes I used to go to her sessions and pretend to be a visitor. Once she saw me there and looked really confused. You look like someone I know. And she approached. I was afraid she would hurt me, and Dad stood between us to protect me. Just then, Clara dragged her away. Come on, Mom. We have a party to attend. Another 5 months had passed, and nothing changed. Until one morning, Dad barged into the room and shook me awake. Marvel, wake up. She's asking about you. I couldn't believe my ears. She remembered me? When we reached home, Mom came running outside and she burst into tears as she hugged me. Mom, do you remember me? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I just remember that I had a second lovely child, and I can just feel in my heart that you're mine. I remember having emotions for you and touching you, but my eyes and my brain, they don't remember you. I don't remember much about what you're like, Marvel. It's like my memories with you have faded. So, Mom really didn't remember me. I felt like I was about to cry, but then I said, Mom, that really breaks my heart, but I guess it's okay for now. At least you remember being my mom. You can get to know me all over again. As Mom and I hugged and cried, and Dad joined us too, we heard a voice behind us. So, what now? You'll be sending me to boarding school? It was nice to have a mom who cared about me for a while. We all turned around to see Clara, and she looked so disappointed that I felt almost sorry for her. Mom pulled her into a hug. I love you both very much. I'm so sorry I made you feel like I didn't. Long story short, Mom is back to normal, mostly, and she loves me just as much as she ever did. Also, things are finally better between me and Clara. We still fight a lot, but she's going to therapy too, and is finally learning to accept me as her little sister.
Hi, my name is Mira, and I'm from Delhi, India. I lived with my parents and my twin sister Nani, and even though they loved me to bits, I was pretty sure I was adopted. I was born with a condition that turned my skin white and my hair blonde. I looked totally different from my twin and basically everyone in my city. I was so sure that I was adopted that Mom and Dad had to do a test to prove me wrong. My sister didn't make it any easier. Nani nicknamed me Ghost Girl, and that spread like wildfire. She would act like she got scared whenever she saw me. Oh no, it's the ghost! Someone save me! One night, I sneaked into Nani's room and waited for her under her bed. When she lied down, I pulled her by her ankles and she screamed. There! Now I scared you for real! I could terrify Nani into behaving, but other people? Not so much. As we grew up, people looked at Nani like she was a goddess. And when they saw me, they asked, "You look tired. Did you not sleep? Are you sick?" When I was in the 8th grade, I fell madly in love with a boy in my class. When I worked up the courage to ask him out, he looked deep into my eyes and said, "Your eyelashes are see-through. It's like they're not even there." So creepy. That stung. I slapped him and ran away in tears. I was heartbroken, and when people called me stupid nicknames now, it hit worse than ever. Nani tried to cheer me up, but a walking vision of beauty would never understand how I felt. I wanted to be anyone but me, and I got my chance to do that in just a few weeks. Our teacher in school introduced us to a pen pal program. Each of us had to write to a kid our age from a whole other country. When I got my first email from a boy named Archer, I was excited. He knew nothing about me, and I could be anyone I wanted. I told him I played the piano and the violin, and that I was tall, tan, with long, shiny black hair. When we exchanged photos, I just sent him a picture of Nani. When he sent me his picture back, I literally screamed. He was gorgeous. Nani spotted the picture from behind me and jumped on it. "He's cute. Who is he? Tell me right now or I'm showing Mom." I told her what I did, and I thought she would get mad at me for using her picture like that. But she just said, "So we can tell him anything?" I guess. Let's tell him our parents are spies. We spent hours making up crazy stories to tell Archer. Most of them were too ridiculous to use, but it was so fun coming up with them. Even though I wasn't totally honest with him, I genuinely enjoyed Archer. We tried to beat each other in online games all day long, and we talked for hours into the night. I thought I'd never have to pay for the lies I told him, until one day when my dad gave me some horrifying news. "I got a job in Portland, Oregon. We're moving to America." That was the city where Archer lived. There was no way I was telling him about this, and I kept acting like I was in Delhi long after I'd already moved to the States. I really thought I could hide until the first day of my new high school. I walked into class and my eyes landed on Archer. No, no, no! This was my nightmare. The teachers asked us to introduce ourselves, and without thinking, I decided to switch names with my sister. "I'm Nani, and this is my sister Mira." What? I rushed Nani out of class later and told her what happened. "This is crazy. We can't switch names for the whole school just for one guy. Please, he's the only friend I've ever had. I don't want him to find out like this." That was when Archer stepped out of class, looking really mad. He looked at Nani, thinking it was me. "Mira, is that you? Oh my God, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Delhi." I didn't tell you I was moving here?" "No, you sent me a picture of you in Delhi yesterday." Nani was out of words. "If you didn't want to meet me, you should have just said so." He walked away and I cringed. I'd messed up big time. Archer stopped responding to my emails, and he didn't accept any of my gaming requests. I deserved the cold shoulder, but it made me so sad. I tried to make some new friends in school, and to my shock, it was actually easy. Things were different here from back home. I no longer got bullied for being blonde because there were blondes everywhere. People were actually nice to me, but the problem was they were cold to Nani. She was the one who looked different now, and people here didn't treat her like a goddess. Nani acted like it didn't bother her, but I knew she was lying. One day we were in school when a boy asked Nani out. When she said no, he started messing with her. He threw her books on the ground and said, "Who do you think you are?" "Whatever, you're ugly anyways." Tears of shock filled Nani's eyes. I flew to hit him, but a hand showed up out of nowhere and punched his lights out. It was Archer. He picked up Nani's books and handed them to her. "Are you okay, Mira?" Yes. Then he just walked off without another word. Wow, he's amazing. I know. Too bad he'll never talk to me again. Wait, I have an idea. Nani ran up to Archer and apologized to him as me. "I was nervous about whether you'd like me, so I just lied. Can you please forgive me? I'll buy you dinner to make up for it." She was going out with him now? I asked Nani what her plan was, and she said, I'll gently break the truth to him. Then you guys can be friends and we can stop lying. I agreed to her plan, but after their first date, Nani came back without telling him. I asked her what happened, and she looked really weird. He didn't give me a chance to say it. He talks nonstop. I'll tell him next time. Next time? They went out on a date again. I trusted Nani, so I waited for her. But 2 more dates happened, and she didn't do it. One day, I followed Nani to spy on their date. I saw them outside a restaurant. Nani leaned in to kiss him. Oh my God! I was about to scream, but Archer held her back at the last moment. Mira! Whoa, why are you here? I gave Archer a flimsy excuse and pulled Nani away with me. You like Archer, don't you? That's why you're not telling him. No, he's just sweet and he made me feel special. I couldn't say it. Do you really like him? Tell me the truth. When she said yes, I felt like someone shocked me. So that was your plan? Keep dating him till he falls in love with you? Can't you go get another boyfriend? You're the pretty one now, and I'm the ugly outcast, right? Nani, don't say that. You sent him my picture. He chose to meet me on every date, not you, ghost girl. I couldn't help it. I slapped her. I didn't care about Archer. I just couldn't believe she said that to me. That was the biggest fight Nani and I had ever had. We stopped talking for days. I was so upset that I even stopped emailing Archer. They could be together for all I cared. One day, Nani and I came home from school, and we saw Archer walking out of our house. What? Nani ran up to him. Hi, are you here to see me? No, I'm here to see Mira. Nani froze, and Archer looked right at me. For the first time, I knew he was seeing me. I had a feeling something was wrong from the first day, but I had to be sure. Your parents told me your real names. Want to tell me the truth now? There was no backing out of this. Fine, it's me. I'm Mira. I got bullied for how I looked back home, so I sent you Nani's photo. Why didn't you say it when you got here? You lied to the whole school. I didn't want you to find out that way. You let me go out with your sister. When were you gonna tell me? That's when Nani jumped in between us. I stopped Mira. She wanted to tell you, but I made her wait. Why? Because I like you. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop liking you. I just wanted some time. For what? To play with my feelings like I'm your toy? You're both liars, and I never want to see you again. With that, he stormed off and Nani burst into tears. She locked herself in her room and refused to come out. The next day, she told everyone in school our real names, just like that. Stop it, we'll get in trouble. I don't care, I'm done lying for you. I want my name back. The word spread like wildfire, and when our teachers heard about the mess, they took us straight to the principal's office. She was furious. She made our parents drive over from work. Your daughters switched identities. They've been taking each other's exams. Their scores are all mixed up. We don't tolerate scams in our school. You're both expelled immediately. My heart dropped. Expelled? This couldn't be happening. We got the screaming of a lifetime on our way back home. I was in so much shock that I couldn't even cry. Had I just ruined our lives over a stupid lie? The first few days out of school were just frantic. Our whole family sat together and filled out school applications one after the other. If Nani and I even looked at each other, our parents would explode. A week later, they dropped a bomb on us. They were sending us to separate schools. They didn't want any more accidents. The truth was, I didn't want to go to school without Nani. What would I even do by myself? But I had too much pride to protest, and she didn't say anything either. When our parents showed us how far our school buildings were, it suddenly hit me. No, nuh-uh, we can't go to separate schools. What? Nani and I can't be this far away. It's just wrong. Really? But after everything I did, don't you hate me? No, we're twins, aren't we? We're a package deal. We begged our parents to give us one last chance to be together. When they finally agreed, Nani and I were so relieved. I'm so sorry about everything, Mira. I was the worst sister ever. I called you names, I went after a guy I knew you liked. How could I be so horrible? When I was getting bullied every day, Archer was so kind to me. He did the same for you, and you loved that. But I love you more. I can't believe I forgot that. Can you ever forgive me? Of course I can. You'll always be my other half. We hugged each other in tears, and a heavy weight finally left my chest. We promised to always be on each other's side. Nani even asked me to make up with Archer. I was working up the courage to text him, but before I could do that, he showed up at our house. Nani pushed me to talk to him alone. He was so worried about our expulsion. He wasn't even mad at me. He just wanted to know if we were okay. We're gonna get into a new school. It'll be fine. I'm so sorry for everything, Archer.
You should be. You made me wait forever.
I thought you wouldn't like the real me.
I didn't like you because of your pictures. I liked you because you were sweet and funny, and you got really mean when you beat me at games.
My face was totally red now. Is there any way I can make it up to you?
There is one way. Go out with me. For real this time.
My jaw hit the floor. Are you serious?
I think the girl I fell in love with is still here. I want to get to know her. What do you say?
I was so happy that I jumped into his arms to hug him. He took me by surprise and gave me a kiss.
I'll take that as a yes.
I could not believe it was finally happening. I was going to meet my mom. The hospital called at 3:30 in the morning to tell my dad that my mom had finally woken up and was asking for him. I know this sounds crazy, but my mom's been in a coma since I was born. I literally put her in a coma, and she hadn't woken up once in 14 years. Until this morning. My dad burst into my room, almost knocking my lamp over on my bedside table. I startled awake, and before I could even open my eyes all the way, he said, "She's awake!" Before I continue my story, I just want to remind you to like and subscribe to My Story Animated to hear more craziness like what you are about to witness. At first, I thought he was talking about me, and I was about to yell at him for waking me up. But then I realized what he meant. My mom was awake. My mom! I never heard her voice in real life. I never seen her eyes look into mine. I've held her hand, but she's never held mine. She's been here the whole time, but she has been so far away, too. She had had a complicated pregnancy with me. I was a stubborn fetus, I guess you could say. I decided that I wanted to come early, which caused a lot of issues for her, and she was rushed into surgery to get me out. She never regained consciousness after she was put under anesthesia, and because of her family's beliefs, my father never took her off the meds that kept her alive. I'd always had a feeling that at some point, I would have to be the one to end my mom's life. But thankfully, it didn't sound like that was going to happen after all. I bolted out of bed and ran to get my brother up. He was 2 years older than me, so he only remembers small fragments of mom in real life. He remembers her singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star every night, and she made the best chocolate chip pancakes in the world. The sad thing is, he doesn't remember her smile or the way she smelled. So this day was the best news for all of us. My brother never said it out loud, but I knew that he blamed me for what happened to our mom. And to be honest, I didn't expect any less. He was nice to me growing up, but I always felt like there was something between us that wouldn't allow us to get closer. He hadn't forgiven me. Did you know the longest time someone has been in a coma was 19 years? Terry Wallace was in a coma for many years before he woke up on June 11, 2003. The ride to the hospital seemed to last forever, and we all rushed in as soon as my dad got the car in park. Our happy reunion was cut short when the doctor stopped us outside of my mom's room. He had a grave look on his face. Something was wrong. "She wants to see Emma," the doctor said, and my dad pulled me forward. He said no problem and tried to get the doctor to open the door. "No, see," the doctor started. "She doesn't understand that Emma is a teenager now. She thinks that she just gave birth to her several hours ago." I think all of our faces turned white. Of course, we had thought this could happen, but we didn't know what to do when it finally came to be. The doctor told my dad that he didn't want to shock my mother until we were all here at the hospital with her, and we could introduce me. This wasn't going to be easy, and we all knew that. I held my breath as my dad and the doctor went into my mother's room. All I could hear was some muffled talking from the doctor and my dad. Then my mom started to scream uncontrollably. "Bring me my baby!" I got goosebumps up and down my arms. This was probably the most afraid that I've ever been in my life. I was so afraid that my mother was going to hate me and that she was going to think I ruined her life too. I
I almost ran out of the hospital, but my brother nudged me forward. The door to the hospital room stood open in front of me, and I walked through. I had never seen my mom with her eyes open. She already looked so much more full of life than she had just days ago. "Hi, Mom," I said, twirling my fingers through my hair. I did that when I was nervous. My mom was doing the same with hers, as she said, "Hi." My dad said that it was okay to step closer. I couldn't help but start to cry as I walked up to my mom. She had the same hair color as me, and her eyes were just as blue. My dad had always told me I looked like her, but I never could see it until now. In that moment, I felt like my mom had come back from the dead. I know she'd been here this whole time, but she was as good as gone. I touched her face and her eyes lit up. It's like she knew it was me. It's like she remembered my soul when she carried me in her stomach. "It is you," she said, and she wrapped me in a humongous hug. We bawled together on the bed for quite some time. Then my mom pulled away from me and wiped her tears. "It's so nice to finally meet you. The last time I saw you, you were on a black and white screen," she chuckled, talking about the sonogram. "I've grown since then," I giggled, and wrapped my hand around hers. Since Mom had been in bed for so long, most of her muscles were weakened. She'd need lots of physical therapy to get them back into shape. She wouldn't be able to leave the hospital for a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. And when she did leave, she would still be required to do lots of physical therapy and other therapies, I guess. Those other therapies would help her deal with all the time that had passed and missing out on our lives and things like that. The one thing we didn't know how to tell her was that our dad was remarried. We'd had a stepmom for the last 3 years. My brother and I had given our dad our blessing to start dating again after the 10-year anniversary of when my mom went into a coma. He'd been so lonely. He'd basically only lived for us, and having someone there to help with the kids would be amazing too. We decided we weren't going to tell my mom that first day. We thought it would be too much to add to everything else that was going on. On the ride home, my brother blurted out that he didn't think we should tell Mom at all. He thought we should make our stepmom move out, which I didn't think was such a bad idea either. Our dad wasn't going for that. He hadn't fallen out of love with my mom. He'd just become stagnant. And the fact that she was awake now seemed to be weighing heavy on his mind. He was silent almost the entire ride home. When we pulled into the driveway, I asked if he was okay. He looked at me with tears in his eyes and said he just didn't know what to do. We walked into the house and gave each other the biggest hugs. Our stepmom walked up and asked if we were okay. She knew what had happened and all of the craziness that was now going to continue. Except she thought that my dad didn't love my mom anymore and that they were actually divorced, when in fact, he'd never divorced our mom in the first place. This was going to be hell for sure. Later on that night, while my brother and I were supposed to be sleeping, we snuck down the stairway to listen to my dad and stepmom talking in the kitchen. "So what are we going to do?" my stepmom was asking. My dad was silent when she continued, saying that obviously we would need to contact my mom's family and have them help out. My dad said we were her family, and she would stay with us. My stepmom hated that idea and suggested that we get a hotel room for her until we could figure something out. That's when he dropped the bomb. "We're still married," he blurted. My stepmom nodded. "Yes, we are, and I have every right to say what happens in this house." He gave my stepmom the side eye and said, "No, I mean that I'm still married to her." "So we aren't even legally married?" My dad shook his head. I could tell he was crying again. My stepmom let out the biggest scream I'd ever heard. I think it blew out my eardrums. With ears ringing, my brother and I rushed down the stairs when my stepmom was slinging horrible words at my father, her face in a red rage. Her things were packed within a few hours, and she was off to her sister's house. I could tell my dad was hurt, but he looked almost relieved as well. By the end of the week, my mom was ready to come home. We set up the guest room for her, but we were surprised when she came in the house and went directly to the master bedroom. My dad didn't say anything, but my brother spoke up. He told her to put her things in the guest room, and she looked hurt. "It's okay, Mom. You can sleep in the master bedroom tonight," I tried to assure her. "Tonight? It's my bed, my house." She looked confused and worried. Then she asked where our stepmom was. We told her she left, and I don't know if I saw relief on her face or terror. We all helped her get settled in the bed, and she took a nap while we discussed how we were going to introduce my stepmom to my mom. However, not long after, our stepmom came to the door and knocked loudly, waking my mom up. My brother answered the door, and in a hushed tone, he told her to be quiet. Just as the door shut again, my mom was on the landing of the stairs. "Everything okay?" she asked, and came down the stairs, coming face to face with my stepmom. "Mom, this is Lisa. I said, stepping forward. Lisa crossed her arms as my mom put her hand out. Realizing that Lisa wasn't going to shake her hand, my mom put hers back at her side. She offered Lisa to come on in, and Lisa snidely replied, "I don't need to be invited into my own home." I guess it just shows the type of person my mom is, but she didn't reply with something nasty and rude. She graciously smiled and offered Lisa some tea. Then she said, "We can all call this place home." Lisa scoffed. That's when my mom almost lost her cool. Instead of flipping out and yelling at Lisa, she stirred the sugar in her tea and quietly said, "You're not the one who had their entire life ripped away from them, so I don't know what you're so upset about." "You're taking my husband away," was all Lisa could muster. My mom reminded Lisa that she had actually taken her husband away first. She also said that it was extremely upsetting that Lisa got to watch her children grow up a little while she lay unconscious in a hospital bed. That's when Lisa jumped up and spilled hot tea all over my mom. I quickly sprang into action, as did my brother. I grabbed a towel to help my mom dry off. Luckily, the tea had some milk and sugar in it, so it wasn't scalding, and my brother pulled Lisa away, shoving her out the door while simultaneously screaming for our dad. He ran down the stairs like lightning. "What is it? What's going on?" he asked. We explained what happened, and my dad took off out the door after Lisa. I helped my mom up the stairs, and we got her in the shower to get the tea off of her. Then we heard shouting outside. My stepmom and dad were back. All we could hear was Lisa screaming that my dad lied to her, and there was nothing he could do to get her to forgive him. I was hoping she would leave, but she came into the house and shoved herself into the master bedroom right past my mom. I asked Lisa if she could have some respect for my mom who was changing, but she snarled at me and started stuffing a bag full of clothes. "I'm out of here. Don't bother calling me," she said to my dad as she quickly left again. Over the next few days, my dad tried calling her, but she wouldn't answer. He tried to get a hold of her sister, parents, and everyone else that would know where she was, but no one would give him any clues. During that time, he was also taking care of my mom, driving her to some appointments and making her food when she was hungry. My brother and I were busy with school, so thankfully, he was able to keep her company. A couple weeks after the crazy incident with Lisa, my brother and I came home to see our parents sitting on the couch together, my mom's feet across my dad's thighs. I couldn't believe the sight. When we came in the door, the two looked as if we caught them doing something wrong. They blushed and tried to scramble away from each other. My brother and I burst out laughing. They were married after all. We didn't mind that they wanted to get closer. It had been almost 15 years since they'd been able to do that. That was the moment we thought that we had our mom back. She was still pretty weak and often didn't understand how to use technology, but she was smiling more and cracking jokes. Her and I talked a lot more too, and I told her about almost everything that I've done in my life to catch her up. We cried a lot, and I held her while she apologized for not being around. Then things started to get strange. She'd wake up very early in the morning and turn on all the burners on the stove. The refrigerator door would be wide open, and the house would smell like gas fumes when we woke up in the morning. The last time that this happened, she was sitting out on the porch while everything in the kitchen was running, including the sink and the microwave. The back door was left open, and I saw her curled in a ball. I walked out of the door and asked her if she was okay. She didn't answer. I sat down next to my mom and put my arm around her. When she looked at me, all I could see was pure terror in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked and pulled away from me. I looked at her utterly confused. "I'm your daughter, Emma." "No, my daughter is a baby. I just had her a couple of months ago. Who are you and why are you in my house?" "Dad?" I called, and it took a few minutes, but he showed up on the doorstep. "Something's wrong with Mom," is all I could say before she grabbed my hair and pulled my head back. She started screaming,
Where is my daughter?
and my dad grabbed her, pulling her arms behind her back. It was then that she snapped out of whatever trance she was in. She started crying and saying, "I'm sorry, Emma." I ran upstairs and locked my door. To say I was terrified would be an understatement. Something was going on with my mom, and we needed to figure it out. My dad called the hospital, and they told him she may have had some memory lapses, but this was way more severe than a slip of the mind. She physically hurt me, and she's a very small woman. There was something else going on here. I spent the next several days trying to keep my distance from her. She apologized to me several times after the incident on the porch, but I was still afraid to get close to her. My father and brother had no problem accepting her back into the family. They would play board games and watch movies together, but every time that I would join in, I could tell that a dark mask fell over my mom's face. She would constantly stare at me out of the corner of her eye, and I swear I could see a red glint flash over her normally bright eyes whenever she didn't think I was looking. Then, one night, I woke up to her staring at me from across my bedroom. I popped up in my bed and asked her if she was okay. She didn't reply, but I could see her eyes in the darkness. They weren't right. I screamed for my dad again, and when he came in the room, he flipped on the light. She wasn't in the chair anymore. We searched for her everywhere in the house, but she wasn't anywhere we could see. That's when we heard the blood-curdling scream. Tune in next time to hear what happened with my mom in the woods.
Hi, my name is Allison, but everyone calls me Allie. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, my parents were real-life superheroes. They didn't fly or shoot laser beams out of their eyes, but they saved lives daily. They both worked for Doctors Without Borders, and they traveled to remote villages worldwide to provide the best medical care. Sometimes they'd even fall sick themselves, but that never stopped them from helping people. And I wanted to be just like them. Once when I was 6, my nanny took me to the park and I saw a little girl crying. She told me her puppy got off its leash and ran away. I felt so bad for her that we stayed there for 4 hours looking for it until we finally found it. Thank you so much. You're my hero. I felt so proud to be like my parents, even if it was just a little. And growing up, I took every opportunity to do so. Other than the fact that my parents were gone for months, my life was kind of perfect. And I had everything I could ever want. But in the 10th grade, everything changed forever. One afternoon, I was in my room watching some MSA videos on YouTube when my parents returned from a trip to Venezuela. As I hugged them, I noticed a girl my age standing behind them. She was small and thin, and she held a cane as a walking stick. She also wore very large headphones and looked bored. My parents welcomed her in and then turned to me. Honey, this is Gabriela from Venezuela. We adopted her. She's your new sister. We know this will be an adjustment, but just think of this as the new chapter for us as a family. What the heck? An adjustment? This was a bombshell. You didn't think to mention it before now? ¿Qué estás diciendo? Está hablando demasiado rápido. Does she speak any English? How am I supposed to, talk to her? Puedo hacerle un dibujo si eso ayudaría.
She wants to draw you a picture.
Gabriela pulled out a small notepad and drew a picture of a girl riding a cow. Ah, ya. La niña soy yo y la vaca eres tú. She pointed to the cow and then to me. Then she pointed to the girl and back at herself. Did she just call me a cow? No, she's just excited for you guys to play with each other. We didn't even have an extra room, so it turned out she'd be sharing mine. My parents had lost their minds. Here, you should take my bed, and the mattress might not be that comfy. Gracias, hermana. Si te sientes incómoda, ni siquiera me importa. You're welcome, I guess. On Monday, my parents enrolled Gabriela in my school. I had to babysit her the entire day. I was late to every class because she couldn't walk very fast, and explaining the situation repeatedly to the teachers was exhausting. It was also hard to communicate with her. And at home, sharing a room with her was awful. I had no privacy, and she snored. I hugged my pillows around my head, but nothing helped. I wanted to scream. When I couldn't take it anymore, I went downstairs to sleep on the couch. I was just about to doze off when I got a text from my boyfriend Trevor. Hey, wanna go out for a walk? I'm outside. We'd met a couple of months ago when we signed up for a karate class, and we'd been inseparable ever since. I quickly got dressed, making sure to be as quiet as a mouse and not wake up anyone. Then I slipped out the window and ran down the driveway. As soon as I saw him, I jumped into his arms. You will not believe the day I've had. Try me. We began walking down the street hand in hand, and I told him everything. By the time I finished my rant, he hugged me and offered to translate for me at school to make things easier with Gabriela. At least someone was on my side. When I got home, I was relieved that everyone was still sound asleep. I peeked over at Gabriela, and I noticed some papers lying underneath the bed. When I checked them, I saw she'd worked on some pretty advanced math equations. She even scribbled out the parts where the teachers had made mistakes. Wow, this girl was a genius. Suddenly, I had an idea. The school hosted a huge math whiz competition, and the grand prize was a full scholarship to university. If she won this, she'd be set for life. And if I helped her, maybe we'd be on better terms with each other. The next day, I signed her name up and looked for her everywhere to tell her the news. I finally found her on the playground with Trevor. When I came over, Trevor put his arm around me, and suddenly her face dropped. Okay, good, you've met. Babe, I need you to tell her some amazing news for me. I excitedly told him everything, and before he even finished translating, Gabriella exploded. Hiciste qué? Wait, was she mad? Why are you butting into my business? Shut the front door. So wait, you suddenly speak perfect English? Why have you been trying to lie to us this whole time? Gabriella suddenly looked so mean. Just to bother you, because I can? And how dare you sign me up for something without even asking me? I was just trying to do something nice for you. Well, stop. I don't need anything from you. With that, she stormed off. And I was shocked. I tried to tell my parents that she'd lied about not knowing English, but they were so in love with her, they didn't believe me.
Come on, honey. Why would she do that?
I know it's hard for everyone to adjust, but try and be more cooperative, please. Are you freaking kidding me? Whenever she was around them, she acted all sweet and innocent, but every time they left the room, she was a totally different person. Your parents didn't believe you, did they? Gosh, they're so stupid. Hey, don't talk about them like that after everything they've done for you. So what? Now they're some kind of heroes and I should worship them for saving a poor little girl like me? Well, I didn't ask for it. They just did it to feel good about themselves. As she walked off, I was stunned. This girl was really something, and she seemed to hate us all. I had to find a way to show my parents the truth. At school, I noticed that Gabby would often sneak off during lunch, so I decided to follow her one day and see what she was up to. I found her sitting in the music room by the piano. She was playing a soft tune, and I had to admit, she was really good. That's beautiful. What do you want? Answers, mostly. An apology would be nice too. You're not getting one. Can you please leave me alone? Why are you hiding out here? It's quiet, and people don't stare at me or pity me. Just then, she winced in pain, and I saw her rubbing her leg. Does it hurt a lot? All the time, but I don't want to talk about it. Okay, fine. And listen, I'm sorry for butting in about this competition, but I've seen your work, and you could actually win this thing. Think about your future. Don't do it for anyone else. Why do you even care? Believe it or not, but I think we're a lot alike. We're both stubborn, headstrong, and not easily scared of a challenge. In a perfect world, we might actually be friends. I doubt it, but I guess getting some independence won't be so bad for me. You've got nothing to lose, right? When the competition came around, Gabriella aced it. She solved all the questions and left everyone else in the dust. My parents, Trevor, and I cheered her on happily as she received her award. And later at dinner, Gabriella even confessed about lying to everyone. I'm really sorry for not being honest. I don't know what came over me. Although Mom and Dad were shocked to hear her perfect English, they accepted her apology happily. They also apologized to me, and I felt so relieved. The next week at school, she was on cloud 9. Everywhere we went, people complimented her. I even noticed her flirting with the school's heartthrob at lunch. I was glad her confidence was so much better, even though I'd noticed she'd been limping more lately. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until one day when I was heading to class and I overheard the guy laughing with his friends.
Being with Gabs is so cool. She's super nice and everything. But what's really cool is that she's doing all of my assignments for me. I'm getting A's for the first time ever. Dude, that's awesome. Maybe I should flirt with her too.
That no-good dirtbag! I needed to tell Gabby before she got hurt. I found her in the library, and to my shock, she was sitting there doing his homework. You need to throw that in the trash. That guy is no good. ¿Qué? I overheard the jerk bragging to his friends about how he's got you doing all his homework. So I want to help him. He's nice, and I like him. He's just using you, Gabby. You can't let him treat you this way. Are you telling me he's too good for someone like me? And he couldn't possibly like me for me? No, that's not what because I'm the freak with the disability, right? Why would you even think that? I've been trying every day to bond with you, but you're so difficult. What is your problem? Everything. I hate it here. I'm just this charity case you parade around to tell people how good you all are. You don't really understand me, and I wish I'd never come here. I couldn't believe her. After all this time, I thought we'd gotten past that, but I guess not. Well, if you're so miserable, then go. Who's stopping you? Nobody. Suddenly, Gabriella began to cry, and before I could say anything else, she stormed off. I tried looking for her once I'd cooled down, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I called Trevor, and when I told him what had happened, he came over immediately. I went too far, and I didn't mean it, really. She's just so frustrating.
I think she's just hurting a lot more than she's letting on. Let's go find her.
We searched for hours all over the neighborhood. Soon it started to rain like crazy, and I was so worried about her. But we finally found her sitting in the park. She was drenched and shivering like crazy, so I quickly wrapped my jacket around her. I'm not sure what's going on with you, but I think it has less to do with me and more to do with this. I picked up her cane. Gabby looked at me with tears in her eyes. It's so unfair. I'll never be a normal girl like you. That's not true. Whatever's going on, Gabby, we will handle it together as a family. Why would you even want me? I'm just a big mess. That's why no one's ever wanted me. We want you, stupid, but you have to stop pushing us away. I'm not getting any better. I'm just a huge burden. No, you're not. You'd know that if you took a second to get to know us. Please, just come home. I held out my hand to her, and when she took it, I hugged her tight. We're a family now. Get used to it. The next day, we took her to the hospital, and after many tests, Gabby was diagnosed with a rare muscle condition. The doctors started her treatment, and she had to be at the hospital for a few weeks. I stayed by her bedside every day, refusing to go home until she did.
Don't worry, baby. We'll make sure Gabby gets the best possible treatment. She's going to be fine.
She still needed months of physiotherapy, but we could finally take her home. Mom and Dad had decorated the living room with a huge sign that said, "Welcome home." Trevor was also there, and a few friends she'd made at school. Gabby looked so shocked when she saw everyone, and I could tell that she hadn't expected such a big welcome. Thank you all for this. I guess I will just have to learn to live with you all being so annoyingly affectionate. Yeah, that's how we roll. And you're stuck with us for good now. I think I like the sound of that very much. Hi, I'm Joy from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My parents always loved to call me a unique child. When I was little, I was always making toy buildings out of random stuff. Seashells, bottles, cereal boxes, anything I could get my hands on. I was also kinda shy and found it more fun to help out with chores at home than play with other kids. One day, Mom was teaching me how to make pancakes when she suddenly stopped and stared at me.
Sweetie, what's the matter? Am I going too fast for you?
No, Mommy, everything's fine.
But you keep blinking a lot, like there's something wrong.
I hadn't even realized it, so Mom took me to a doctor, and I got diagnosed with an excessive blinking condition. It was nothing serious, but in school, kids started making fun of me for it, and I'd mostly just stay away from them and sit alone. One day in 3rd grade, I was making a presentation and this stupid boy kept interrupting. Miss Brown, why does Joy blink so much?
Just keep quiet and listen to Joy's presentation, please.
But how can I listen when Joy's eyes are doing all the talking? The whole class burst out laughing. Just then, this kid Martin walked over to the annoying boy's table. Hey, don't talk about Joy like that. Oh yeah? Who are you, her boyfriend? Martin jumped on him and the two started wrestling like crazy. They both ended up in detention for a week. So after school, I snuck into the detention room and sat next to Martin. Hey, thanks for sticking up for me. I hate when people tease you. You're like the awesomest, smartest girl in our class. I joined Martin for detention every day, and after that, we hung out all the time. It turned out he even lived in my neighborhood. I'd always been a loner, but for the first time, I had a best friend, and it was amazing. Having Martin in my life made me less shy, and I changed a lot. We stayed super close through the years, but when we reached high school, Martin gave me some news one day. My dad's business really took off, and we're moving to another neighborhood. I'm also going to a private school. Wow, that's super cool, but I'll really miss you.
Hey, why don't you apply for a scholarship? Then we can still be at the same school.
My parents were happy for me to try to get into a better school, so I applied for the scholarship, and I got in. Little did I know that it was the worst decision ever. On the first day of 9th grade, I almost fell over when I saw Martin there. He was dressed head to toe in designer clothes and was wearing a gold watch? Who are you, and what did you do to my friend? And how much gel is in your hair, dude?
This is just how the cool kids dress nowadays. You didn't know that?
No. Should I?
Yeah, you should. You need a makeover, girl.
I just laughed and punched his arm. Later at lunch, a bunch of rich kids walked by our table. Hey, Martin. I've seen you around my neighborhood. Want to come to my party this Friday?
Sure. Can I bring Joy with me?
She'll have to buy new shoes first. I bet the one she's wearing right now came from a garbage dump. Hello, I'm right here, and I love these shoes.
Joy, she's joking. Calm down.
The girl walked away with her minions, and I felt so annoyed at Martin. How could he think that comment was a joke? Apparently, there were lots of kids at school who lived in Martin's neighborhood, and it seemed like he was becoming friends with them overnight. That next Monday, I didn't see Martin until lunchtime, with his arm around a really pretty girl. Hey, saved a seat for you at our usual table.
Actually, I have a girlfriend now, so I'm gonna go sit with her.
Oh, okay. Well, have fun. I went to sit by myself and watched Martin from afar. He looked happy, but he just wasn't acting like himself. As weeks went by, Martin got super handsome and muscular and really popular. I missed my friend, but I gave him his space. But one day, I caught Martin and his friends surrounding a younger kid, and Martin was reading his diary out loud.
Stephanie Twain, the love of my life since 5th grade.
I ran forward and snatched the diary from him. What are you doing?
What? I'm just here to entertain people. Reading idiots' diaries is my opening act.
Martin, why are you acting like this? Just because you're rich now doesn't mean you have to be a jerk.
You know what? I think you're just jealous because I have other friends now and I'm not a nerdy loser like you.
Look at me. I'm Joy and all I do is study in the library because I have no life. Then Martin started blinking really fast and shaking his head. Are you making fun of me? Before I could stop myself, I slapped Martin hard across the face and ran away from there. The whole rest of the day, I had to fight from crying. What a jerk! But when I got home, I forgot my troubles when I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, looking really worried. What's wrong, Mom?
Joy, your dad and I are in serious debt. If we don't find a way to get some money soon, we could lose the house.
Lose the house? Are we gonna end up homeless?
No, I shouldn't have said anything. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it, honey.
But I did worry about it. I watched MSA videos on YouTube to take my mind off of things, but I didn't get much sleep that night. Weeks went by and things kept changing. I just focused on my studies and saw Martin from a distance, turning into a completely different person. Then one day, a new guy named Cameron arrived at school. He looked like Harry Styles, and based on his Lamborghini, he was clearly rich. All the girls were drooling over him, but I just rolled my eyes and walked away. He was probably just another snooty brat. But I was surprised when Cameron came and sat next to me in my robotics class. He seemed super impressed with the robot hand I was building. I've been working on it for almost a year.
Are you like a genius? You can tell me the truth. You don't have to be modest.
I laughed and ended up sitting with Cameron for lunch, and he never once made fun of my blinking or even asked about it. We were having a great time until Martin walked over.
Dude, what's a guy like you doing with someone like Joy? I'll introduce you to my friends. They're more your type.
Martin, why are you such a...
Sure, I'll come and say hi right now.
Cameron leaned over to me and whispered,
Trust me, you just sit back and enjoy the show.
I wondered what he was up to as he walked over to Martin's friends. And when Martin introduced his girlfriend, Cameron suddenly took her hand and kissed it.
I'm heading to a yacht party tonight. I'll offer you $500 to be my date.
His girlfriend instantly pushed Martin away and put her arm through Cameron's. You got yourself a deal, cutie.
Wait, what the heck? I thought you really liked me.
Cameron pulled away from Martin's girlfriend.
Your friends really are something. I just wanted to show you that. And I don't like hanging out with fake people. Don't ever come near me or Joy again, okay?
Cameron walked back to me, and I saw Martin's face had turned really red as he stormed off furiously. I hoped he'd had some sense knocked into him. Later that week, I got some amazing news. My teachers wanted to enter my robot hand into a huge science fair with a big cash prize. If I won, I could help my parents out.
Your hard work is finally gonna pay off, Joy. I wish I were as talented.
Wait, what if you enter the science fair with me? You can help me with the finishing touches.
Are you serious? You're the coolest girl ever.
Cameron and I worked hard on it all month. The night of the fair, I reached the venue before Cameron, who was bringing the project, but hours passed and he just didn't show up. I called and texted frantically, but he wouldn't answer his phone. I was called to the stage empty-handed. The judges couldn't wait any longer. I was disqualified. But just as I was leaving the venue, Cameron showed up. Oh my God, where were you? How could you let me down like that?
Joy, I'm so sorry. When I left the school with the project, all my tires were flat 10 minutes later. I couldn't even call you because my phone wasn't in my bag. I don't know who stole it or slashed my tires, but I can make a guess.
Martin? I was burning with rage. The next day when I saw Martin in school, I walked up to him and grabbed his collar. You heartless jerk! You did that to Cameron, didn't you?
Hey, back off. And yeah, I did. But why are you so worked up? So your lover boy had to wait on the road for a while. Big deal.
It's not just about him. Martin, I missed the science fair because of what you did. You know I've been working on that project for a year. Doesn't that mean anything to you? For a second, he looked taken aback, but then he just shrugged.
How was I supposed to know all that? Anyway, I did you a favor. You've been a nerdy loser since I met you. It's time you found a new hobby, Blinky.
I sprung forward and pushed Martin to the ground. I'm just through with you. I used to think you'd be the last person to ever hurt me, but I don't even recognize you now. You're just a big jerk bully. I turned around and fled from there. At that moment, I hated him so much. A few days later, I was studying at the library for exams and realized it was really late. As I walked out of the building, I heard laughter coming from the back alley. I went over to see what was going on and nearly fell backwards. Martin and his friends were spray painting the principal's brand new car. Are you crazy? What are you doing?
Ugh, what are you doing here, Joy?
Martin, just please stop this. You could get in so much trouble.
As if you care. Just keep walking and pretend you never saw this.
I had no choice but to leave, but seeing him this way was so frustrating. The next day when I went to school, all everyone was talking about was how the principal's car was wrecked and he was raging mad. But in the third period, I was shocked when I was called to the principal's office.
I saw on the CCTV footage that you were on the premises last night when my car was destroyed.
But sir, I had nothing to do with it, I swear.
Oh, I know that, but I think you saw who did it.
I just stared back at him and then spoke. It was really dark. I wouldn't be able to tell you who it was for sure.
Joy, you're here at this school on a scholarship. If I don't have a name by Monday, you'll lose it for next year. I suggest you be smart and think about your future.
I walked out of the principal's office in shock. Just then, Cameron caught up with me.
Joy, what's going on? Why were you called to the principal's office?
I told him everything that had happened.
You can't just throw away your scholarship like that. You have to turn Martin in.
How can you even suggest that? He used to be my best friend, and I'm not a snitch.
He's not your best friend anymore. He's a jerk, and he deserves this. If he was a nice guy once, he's changed, Joy.
But I didn't change. I just can't do this, Cameron. I won't do this. I'll go to another school. It won't be as great as this one, but I'll be okay. Tears stung my eyes. I thought about the colleges and opportunities I'd never have now, but I was doing the right thing. That Monday, I went to the principal's office with a heavy heart, ready to lose my scholarship. But he told me the most shocking news. Martin had come to his office and confessed to destroying his car. So what's gonna happen to him now?
He's already expelled, of course.
I couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly confess? And he even took the fall for his friends. I found the other two brats who were with him that night snickering in the hallway, and I asked them,
We don't know why that loser did it. We'd all gotten away with it. It wasn't his idea. He just does whatever we tell him to, always trying so hard to be one of us.
I've known Martin for years, and trust me, he's 10 times better than all of you. I shoved them aside and left. I was totally off the hook, but Martin was gone for good. My head was spinning, but when I got home that day, I found my parents in the living room with huge smiles.
Joy, we have the most wonderful news. We're not in debt anymore.
Are you kidding? That's amazing. But how? Some anonymous donor paid off all the money we owe for the house. We have no idea who did it. It was probably Cameron. He's an amazing friend. I just know it was him. I rushed to my phone to call Cameron and thank him, but suddenly, I realized Cameron didn't know my landlord or anything about my house. There was only one person outside my family who did. The next morning, I took a bus to Martin's new place and knocked on his door. Hey, I have a weird question. Did you pay off our mortgage?
Yeah, I did. But hey, don't worry about it. Our moms ran into each other and your mom told my mom everything. I told my parents I'd help them out at work every weekend if they paid your loan.
Martin, I don't understand. I thought you hated me now.
Why would I hate you? Cameron told me what you did for me. After how horrible I've been, you were gonna give up your scholarship and ruin your future for me. I guess I'm not really surprised because that's just who you are. The best friend one could ask for. I couldn't let you do that though. I got expelled because I deserved it. And I'm really sorry about everything.
I was so touched to see Martin's teary eyes. Hey, don't make me cry, bro. It's okay, and thank you for apologizing. I'm just glad to see my old friend back.
Me too. And for the record, Cameron's a really good guy. You have my blessing to be with him.
Yeah, I didn't ask for your blessing, but thanks anyway.
Julie shouted at me as I packed my bags.
OMG, you aren't seriously going with him. What kind of freak adopts a 16-year-old? He must be a psycho.
I don't know. Maybe the universe is finally smiling down on me. I couldn't tell if my best friend Julie was actually scared of the eccentric man waiting for me in a limo, or if she was just jealous I was getting adopted by a billionaire. I assured her I was just a phone call away and I was going to be okay. I was not prepared for the life ahead of me, though. I should have known there was something off about the man. See, just a week ago, I saw a disheveled old man crying in the park. All I did was ask him if he was okay, and he gave me a huge hug. I thought he was homeless, so I offered him a chocolate bar from my purse. He ate it so messily, I thought he hadn't eaten in days. He insisted he would make it up to me. I told him not to worry about it. The very next day at school, one of my classmates started shouting at us to look out the window. There was a huge banner. It said, "To the girl who gave some chocolate to the homeless-looking man in the park yesterday, please call this number as soon as possible." All of my classmates were asking questions. I was going to call the number myself after school, but my principal called me into the office a few minutes later. There, waiting in the chair, was the man from the day before. He wanted to thank me for everything and didn't know how else to find me. You could have tried Facebook. Sorry, I don't know how to use that. I don't know what I was thinking, but I agreed to let him take me out as a thank you for the chocolate bar. I agreed to meet him outside of the orphanage after school. For sure, I did not expect a limo to pick me up. Well, here we are a week later, and I'm driving to our mansion. It was bigger than I ever could have imagined. Mr. Conrad gave me a tour of the whole house. It was as eccentric as he was. There were a few indoor gardens, a shark tank, and my room had a tree in it. That was probably my most normal day at the mansion. One night, after I said I liked Dumbo, he showed up to dinner riding a small elephant. It broke about $2 million in fancy china and stained glass windows, but he kept saying it was worth it just to see me smile. He was trying so hard to make me happy. As soon as I moved into the mansion, I was moved to the fancy private school of my dreams. I was really nervous on my first day. Mr. Conrad saw that I'd hardly touched my breakfast. He leaned over and smiled. "Don't worry, everyone is going to love you." Turned out, the teachers were super nice, and the kids were really welcoming too. I was getting along just fine with everybody when suddenly, in the third class of the day, Mr. Conrad burst into the classroom with a big box. "The latest Apple Watches for everyone, from our sweet, sweet Dana." All the kids oohed and awed with excitement as he hopped around the class, handing everyone their watches. They looked really happy, but I was so embarrassed. I really didn't need his help to win everyone over. I really started enjoying going to school and everything was perfect, except for one other student, Amber. Amber was the heiress to some tech company. She was the richest girl in school until I got there. She was super annoying and threatened by the fact that I was richer than her. She was always making jokes about me being an orphan or not knowing about the latest fashion trends. This one time, I thought she was being nice and gave me a gift basket full of free jewelry and clothes. I was so confused why she was laughing. I thanked her for the gift and she started pointing and laughing with tears in her eyes. Those are from last season. OMG. That night, I called Julie and told her about it. Julie and I thought Amber was the weirdest, meanest girl ever. I mean, the basket was worth more than $80,000. I could live with it. I found it all so stupid and funny and loved telling Julie about how the stupid rich girl was trying to get me today. Most of the time,
It just involved giving me a bunch of free stuff that I gave to Julie later when I visited her at the orphanage. I told Julie today, Amber told me, I bet she doesn't know a Gucci bag from a Coach purse, and handed me a bunch of free handbags. Mr. Conrad overheard me talking to Julie about my problems with Amber, and he immediately offered to help. I told him it was okay. I was doing fine with it all. I can buy her father's company. That'll show her. I told him I appreciated it, but I was used to doing things my way, and ruining her life because she made fun of my clothes seemed a little extreme. I told him that teenage girls can get catty. He gave me a really weird smile and said he heard me loud and clear. I probably should have asked what he meant. The next day at school, Amber came up to me in the courtyard and started making jokes about my shirt while I was talking to this guy Xander. All I did was ask, "What are you gonna do? Give me free clothes? That'll show me." Xander and I laughed, and Amber got very red in the face. Amber asked him why he was hanging out with a loser like me and how he could have a real girl like her. Before I could say a word to her, I heard something I'd never heard before in my entire life. Amber screamed and ran, and I dropped my book and fell over. Xander went running in the opposite direction. It was Mr. Conrad and a tiger. Everyone was staring at us with a mix of horror and confusion. He laughed and said,
Get it? Because girls are catty?
"Where did you even get that?"
Oh, I had a buddy fly her in from Hollywood. She's harmless. Look, I can ride her like a king.
Then he said to the tiger,
Roar, babe, roar.
and the tiger roared and rubbed his knee with her head. He looked so ridiculous, and everyone was laughing at him, except for me. I was a little upset he'd managed to scare Amber and Xander away. I guess that's how parents are supposed to be. Mr. Conrad did a lot for me, and it was going to take more than almost feeding my enemy to a tiger to get me to be mad at him. But when Julie visited, she didn't find it as funny as I did. Julie said, "He brought a live tiger to school, Dana. Are you even safe?" I told her that I was, and everything was okay. But she kept pushing me. "Yeah, it's great and all that. You go to the Bahamas every month and have a private jet. But do you ever get to be a real teenager?" I told her to mind her own business, and it was super obvious that she was just jealous. Julie looked hurt and said, "Who are you?" Then she left before I could even apologize. I felt bad immediately. I'd never thought about it, but Julie was right. At my old school, I always had friends. I had plans every weekend and was constantly asked out on dates. At my new school, it seemed like everyone avoided me now. Mr. Conrad had made me an outcast, but I assured her he was just doing normal rich dad things. Deep down, I knew though, he took it to some incredible extremes. One night, I'd stayed up really late doing homework and went to school feeling like a zombie. I was really tired and my limo driver was late, so this guy from school offered to drop me home. Boy, I would have said no if I knew what was waiting for us at the gates. Mr. Conrad saw us and yelled,
"Who are you? And what are you doing with my daughter?"
He pulled a bunch of crazy-looking interrogation tools out of his briefcase. I managed to pry him away long enough to explain that I was just tired and a boy from class had offered me a ride home. He went from treating the boy like a criminal to treating me like a hospital patient. He whipped out a flashlight and asked me to follow his finger and if I was dizzy and if I thought someone had poisoned me. Without even waiting for a reply, he hopped in the boy's car and drove us all to the hospital. It was so embarrassing. I didn't think it was ever worth bringing a boy into my life again. That was until Xander. After that boy told the whole school how intense Mr. Conrad was, everyone avoided me like the plague, all except for Xander. He literally brought me a bouquet of flowers just in case it was more than a lack of sleep. How cute! I decided I wanted a boyfriend, and I wanted Xander to ask me out. I knew he was the one. I just needed to avoid Mr. Conrad finding out. Xander had seemed super interested in me before, but after the tiger incident, he got more distant, although I could feel he was still into me by the lovely looks he gave me and his warm smile. So I decided to make the first move. I really tried to drop some hints, like I was pretty embarrassing sometimes. Once I put on a bunch of makeup, walked up to him, and told him I was very available this weekend and had no plans at all. His response? "Me too. Hope you find something to do." Amber hopped over, hung all over him, and said, "Hey Xander, look how desperate she is for a date with you." Thanks again to Amber's bad attitude, he immediately ran up to me. "You mean you really want to date?"
Mr. Conrad made it seem like he was a little overprotective. I don't want to mess with a guy with a tiger. What? No, he wants me to date super badly. Well, only if your dad's okay with it. That's when I finally got asked out on a date, and Amber was fuming. I know I said Mr. Conrad was cool with it, but the guy brought a tiger to school because a girl gave me free clothes. I decided to keep Xander a secret, just for a bit, and only tell Mr. Conrad when the time was right. Until then, I told him I was visiting Julie for the night. He insisted on flying us out to France or letting us use his yacht, but I insisted we just wanted a fun, girls-only evening at the orphanage. I drove down to the city and met Xander at a comic convention. It was the easiest way for us to have fun while keeping my secret. We hit it off super well. He was a little weirded out that I made us wear costumes, but figured it was just a fun Comic-Con thing. Our date went so well that we decided to go on even more. We couldn't dress up in costumes every weekend, so I needed to find ways to be creative. Every time, I convinced Xander to go somewhere far away or in disguises, and every time, I told Mr. Conrad I was meeting Julie. I didn't want Mr. Conrad not to approve of Xander. At the same time, Xander was getting super suspicious. We always had our date in remote places, and I would never kiss him in public. The more serious we got, the harder it was to hide. Xander wanted to post pictures of us on social media and wanted to go to events together. I made excuses to avoid every real public appearance, and it all became more and more awkward. Even though we were official, I was even weird about us hanging out after school, just in case Mr. Conrad made a surprise visit. One time, he tried to run up and kiss me as Mr. Conrad dropped me off, and I instinctively spilled tea on his coat to distract him. Amber saw us and ran up to us laughing. Oh, wow, some girlfriend you got there, Xander. I told her to shut up and go steal someone else's man. Amber got angry and pointed out how I was acting like Mr. Conrad didn't know we were dating. You just don't want to piss Daddy off. You spoiled baby. I swear I was about to punch her. But then Xander interrupted and said, "That's crazy because Mr. Conrad does know about us. Right, Dana?" I quickly changed the subject, but it was obvious it had gotten to Xander. The final straw came when I showed up to our date wearing a long trench coat, giant sunglasses, and a huge hat. I told Xander it was the latest fashion, but he stared at me with a hurt look. Are you embarrassed of me because my family is only millionaires? I assured him it was all fine and told him I was just nervous about telling Mr. Conrad. He was perfect and I loved him just the way he was. He said with a broken voice, "Then why do you want to hide me?" I tried to explain how Mr. Conrad was a little sensitive and I wasn't sure how he would respond to everything. He told me that he wasn't some secret. He wanted to be a part of my life. I told him that I would slowly introduce him to the important people in my life. I decided to take us out on a double date to introduce him to my best friend. The next day, Mr. Conrad asked if I wanted to join him on a weekend trip, but I told him I couldn't. I told him I was seeing Julie again, which wasn't a total lie. I just left out the part that we were on a double date. He seemed hurt, but understanding. He said he felt like I was always going over there, and he hardly saw me anymore. He explained she was always welcome to come here, but I insisted that I liked visiting the old orphanage. "You really miss her, don't you?" He gave me a huge hug and told me to have fun. I kind of felt guilty leaving him and lying, but I would tell him about Xander soon enough. I called Julie and apologized for what I said. She forgave me and was happy I was enjoying a bit of a normal life with Xander. Julie was so excited about our double date. Julie, her boyfriend, Xander, and I met up at the train station. We went to a small cafe far away from the mansion. It was all going really well, and we decided to show Xander around the town I grew up in. Everything was going perfectly fine until we decided to take a walk in the park. Wow, is this like a special festival or something? There shouldn't be. There were crowds of people on the street. It was like someone was throwing a parade. There were fireworks, singers, and to top it all off, a giant float with a picture of me and Julie that said, "Best Sisters Forever." On the top of that float was Mr. Conrad. I tried to cover my face, but it was too late. Mr. Conrad hopped off the boat and ran over to us cheerfully. He looked genuinely surprised to see me with a boy, and his face dropped when he realized Julie and I weren't alone. "I thought this was girls' evening." I explained I was too nervous to tell him I had a date, and I didn't mean to lie. He started crying and ran off.
I felt horrible. As good as my date with Xander was going, I needed to take care of this. I insisted that everything was okay and I would call them all in the morning. Sorry, Xander, it's just family problems. Xander said it was fine and that I should fix things with Mr. Conrad first. I ran to apologize to Mr. Conrad, but he kept trying to get me to go back to Xander and said I didn't need to apologize. But I lied to you, and now you're crying. It's not you, it's me. If I don't need to apologize, then what's the problem? He explained he was just so happy to see me pursuing love and happiness. He said he was too busy working and never had kids, and by the time he realized he wanted them, he was too old. He explained that he didn't want to die alone, and the world smiled on him when I came into his life. He wanted to give me everything he had and more. Why did you come here anyway? I figured you missed Julie so much, it made sense to adopt her too. My offer still stands if you want. That week, our mansion got a little more crowded. We had a party and Mr. Conrad brought 2 golden statues of me and Julie hugging each other and put them on our outdoor water fountain. Julie and I loved living in the mansion. Mr. Conrad got us into some crazy adventures, but it was always fun together. Xander and Julie's boyfriend even joined us in some of our antics. I don't think Mr. Conrad will ever worry about dying alone again. I don't think the mansion is ever empty. Hello, I'm Annabelle from Maryland. Please like and subscribe. My parents were both computer specialists who worked from home, so they were always around to shower me with their love. They'd throw me big birthday parties in our backyard and invite the whole neighborhood. Everyone around liked us because my parents were kind and friendly. I looked a lot like my mom, but I took my dad's curly hair, which I loved. But once in first grade, some mean girls started teasing me about it.
Hey, Annabelle, how many birds live inside that nest on your head? Oh, God, you have spiders coming out of your nose again. What? No, I don't, but I made you look.
The other kids started to laugh, and I kind of became popular after that. People thought I was funny. My life in Maryland was good until one day in the 4th grade, I got home from school to find my parents running all over the house and packing. Annabelle, go upstairs and take only your most important things.
What? Are we going on holiday?
Annabelle, just go. I packed my favorite sweater, some gadgets, and my favorite book. I fell asleep reading in the car while Dad drove miles away from our home. Hours later, I woke up in a cabin deep in the woods.
Where are we?
This is our new home.
Huh?
Yes. And tomorrow, you'll be starting a new day at your new school.
What?
I was so confused and angry. My parents had just moved without even telling me. All my friends were back in Maryland, and I left without saying goodbye. When I asked my parents why we moved so fast, they just said it was related to their work and left it at that. The next day, I joined my new school, and I made new friends, and my life went on. Until one day in the 7th grade, Mom and I were in the grocery store when I spotted a man who kept looking at us. I tried ignoring him, but then I saw him making a call, and I heard those words. I found him.
Mom, see that man in black? He's been following us.
Her face went pale, and suddenly she took my hand and ran out the door. I saw the man chase us, but we managed to escape. And that night, we had to move again.
Are you guys gonna tell me what's going on?
The kind of work we do, it makes us special.
What do you mean?
We're like undercover detectives.
But detectives are always out searching for things, and you two are always at home on your computers.
Then we're computer detectives.
I knew he was lying, which made me more frustrated. And my parents even told me not to become close friends with anyone now. I didn't see the point anyway, since we'd probably just move again. One day in 10th grade, I was putting stuff away in my locker when this pretty girl leaned against the wall and kept staring at me. Can I help you with something?
Hi, I'm Leela, your neighbor. We just moved in next to you.
I think you're mistaken. I don't have any neighbors. Yes, you do. We moved into the old abandoned cabin. Oh, that place? I thought it was haunted. The ghost of the haunted cabin would like to be your friend. I laughed, and we started hanging out after that day. I could guess from her worn-out shoes and bag that she wasn't well off, but she always knew who was wearing which brand and seemed to be really into fashion. Her dream was to be a big designer in Paris one day. One day at recess, I caught her looking at the necklace I was wearing, and I asked her if she'd like to try it on.
How does it look?
Better on you than me. It really suits you. Keep it.
Really? Oh, thank you so much.
A few days later, we were walking home when I felt someone was following us. I turned around to see a really cute guy walking a few steps behind. Do you think that guy is stalking us?
Oh, him?
He's my brother, Kyle.
Wow, he's cute.
Not you too? Please, promise me that you'll never fall for my brother like the other girls. He's such a douchebag. I promised I'd ignore his existence, which was hard because he was drop-dead gorgeous. Just as Leila and I got to my house, my parents appeared at the front door.
Who is this?
She's my friend from school, and we're also neighbors. Mom and Dad looked at each other, then pulled me inside, slamming the door in Leila's face.
We have to move again.
What? No way! I'm not moving anymore until you guys tell me what's going on. And this time, I want the truth. Don't treat me like a kid. My parents finally told me everything.
We are in witness protection. I testified against some mobsters when you were younger, and that's why we've been on the run ever since.
What? So we're in danger?
Not if we stay clear from people. We just can't trust anyone right now.
My mind started spinning and I couldn't even eat dinner. The thought of being in danger made me sick. Later that night, I was half asleep when I heard some noise downstairs. I quietly crept to my parents' room, but it was empty, and I found the front door wide open. Mom? Dad? My heart was beating like crazy when suddenly Leila's brother walked in. What do you want? What did you do to my parents?
What? My dad's van got stuck in the mud and your parents are outside helping him. They sent me to get a crowbar?
Oh, it's by the fireplace. I followed him outside and saw Mom, Dad, Leila, and her parents pushing the van. Once it was done, everyone came to our house for coffee. My parents didn't look so scared anymore, so I guessed we were staying. Just then, Leila sprung up and asked me if we could go to my room. And when we entered, she threw herself on my bed. Oh, your bed is so comfortable. Okay, don't you have one? No, I sleep on the couch and my stupid brother gets the bed because he's older than me. I knew they were poor, but I didn't know things were that bad. Why do you hate your brother so much? Because he gets everything, and my parents are always favoring him. Since Leila started opening up to me, I decided to open up to her too, and I ended up telling her my parents' secret. Wow, so you and your parents are like special undercover people? Yeah, you could say that. That is so cool. Just then, Kyle came to my door and said they were going home. He looked directly at me while I spoke to Leila, and I blushed. Leila clearly noticed it because as she was leaving, she whispered in my ear, "Remember your promise." The next day at school, the principal had a shocking announcement to make. She said that someone had broken into the cheerleaders' locker room the day before and stolen many wallets, watches, and cell phones. We have a hooded figure caught on the security footage, and when I identify the culprit, he or she will be expelled. But if you come forward and confess, I'll be willing to consider another punishment. It was all anyone could talk about. Later that day, I was in the library trying to reach a book when suddenly Kyle appeared next to me and took it down. I mumbled a thank you and turned to leave, but my charm bracelet got caught in his sweater. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I'll get it out.
While he tried untangling it, I couldn't help looking into his blue eyes. What's going on here? My bracelet got caught into Kyle's sweater. He's just helping me out. After Kyle was done, Leila walked with me quietly down the hallway, but then she suddenly stopped. I have to tell you something, Annabelle. I think Kyle stole all the things the principal was talking about. What? Why do you think that? Because he's done it before in our old school. I was shocked. Leila stayed back for some after-school club that day, and as I was walking back home, Kyle suddenly joined me.
We could walk together, if you don't mind.
Okay, if you insist. He tried striking up a conversation, but I kept my answers really short. Just then, I tripped on a rock, and he caught me before I hit the ground, but I quickly pulled away.
Annabelle, did Leila say something about me?
As a matter of fact, she did. Did you steal all that stuff from the cheerleaders?
Gosh, no. I'd never do that. Listen, Leila hates me because our dad left her mom for my mom. She's been making my life miserable since forever by making up awful stories about me.
He looked so genuine that I couldn't help believing him. We took a walk by the riverside and spoke some more, and I felt butterflies every time he looked into my eyes. And when he dropped me home, he gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. I couldn't stop thinking about him the whole night. But the next day at school, Leila approached me looking upset. I thought you were a good friend, but I guess you're more desperate to be with my brother. Yeah, I came home early and I saw that kiss. Wait, Leila, please. but she stormed off and ignored me the whole day. After school, I saw her by her locker and walked up to her, and she looked startled. Before she could shut her locker, a couple of watches fell to the floor. Where did you get these? And what else do you have in there? They're mine, of course, and none of your business. You stole those from the cheerleaders. No, I didn't. I found these things in Kyle's room, and now I'm returning them before he could sell them. And I'm covering his butt. See what a good sister I am? Stop lying. If you don't confess to the principal, I'll tell her. Suddenly, Leela dropped to her knees crying. Okay, yes, I took them. I have a problem. I can't help it. I want to be able to afford beautiful things, and sometimes when I see the girls here with their branded stuff, it makes me feel crazy. I know it was wrong, and I'll go to the principal tomorrow, okay? But please don't tell anyone yet, especially Kyle. I promised that I wouldn't, and I said I'd go to the principal with her. And everyone had to bring their parents for the first class. As my parents explained their fake computer job to my classmates, Leela suddenly spoke up. You're computer specialists? Well, that's not what your daughter says. In fact, she makes up these tall stories about how you're undercover detectives who testified against the mobsters and now you're on the run? Clearly, Annabelle has a lying and attention-seeking problem. My parents' faces turned white, and I just couldn't believe Leela had announced my secret. They signaled at me to come out, and Leela leaned over and whispered, "See you never again." My parents were furious that I told Leela everything. I'm so sorry. I thought I could trust her. We frantically started packing, but just as we were leaving, we heard a screeching car coming towards our house. But it was a police car.
We were alerted by someone that you might be in danger, but we came here to tell you that the threat to you guys is gone. The mobsters who have been after you were arrested earlier this week, and just today they were sentenced to life in prison. You're safe now.
My parents and I were overjoyed. We didn't have to run anymore. But I certainly had some business to take care of in school. I went back and marched straight to the principal, and moments later, she ordered Leela to open her locker. All the stolen items were found. Her parents were called in, and she was expelled. She turned furiously to her dad. It's all your fault. You made me crazy by leaving Mom and by always giving everything to Kyle and not me.
Your mom and I got divorced because that's what we both wanted. And Kyle works 2 jobs to help me. He has things because he earns them, while all you do is complain.
As Leela was storming off, she suddenly leapt at Kyle, but I pushed her back. Her dad took her away, and soon after, I found out that Leela had been sent to live with her mom. Kyle asked me out, and we dated all throughout high school. After we graduated, I was going to study abroad. A few hours before my flight, I met Kyle at our favorite spot by the river.
I got you something. Close your eyes.
He put something around my wrist, and I saw that it was a silver bangle with our names carved on it. Wow, this is beautiful.
Yeah, no more charm bracelets. I don't want you getting stuck on another boy's sweater.
Never. I like being stuck right here, and I'll be coming back to you, Kyle. Hi, I'm Hope from Honolulu. Please like and subscribe to For Eve. My parents always said I was born beautiful. I received so many compliments and modeling offers for baby products that they launched my modeling career when I was just 3. But I never really knew my parents. When I was 6, they started a clothing line named after me and got really busy with it. So they mostly left my older sister Leilani in charge, and she hated me.
You promised we'd play with the dolls.
You can't always be the center of the universe. I have to take this call. Fashion Kids magazine wants you again.
She'd always lie and say we'd do one thing, but we'd do another thing instead, and I'd suffer.
You said after my fashion show, we'd go home. I'm tired.
Just sign a few more autographs and don't be so ungrateful.
Sometimes I wondered if she was so mean to me because she was jealous of my fame. Once when I was 12, I was at a signing event and I escaped from the crowd. I stumbled into an alley where a girl my age was looking through the trash with her mom. I offered them some snacks from my bag, and their reaction was so wonderful. Just then, Leilani found me and dragged me away. And later, when we were on a video call with our parents, she told them what had happened.
Hope, it's not okay to sneak off like that. And that poor family could have robbed you.
Or taken a lock of your hair to sell on eBay.
No, they were nice, and I liked helping them.
Nonsense. You're too busy and famous to be doing anything else. Anyway, we heard your sister booked you on a morning show for the launch of your new toy line.
Little Hope dolls. They're gonna sell like hotcakes. Sometimes it felt like my parents just used me for money. In fact, I felt people were friends with me for the same selfish reasons. But I never gave up on the idea of using my wealth for good. When I turned 14, I held my first fundraising event for homeless people, and it was a big success. But my second fundraiser turned into a complete nightmare, because the day after it, my face was all over the news with the words teen thief. Hope, they're saying you kept all the funds for your business. What? Why would they think I took all that money? The news is saying they got an anonymous tip. This can't be good for your career.
It's all over social media. They're calling it the biggest scandal of the year.
You need to stop all this charity nonsense. We need to work on saving your reputation so you won't lose out on any modeling contracts.
I didn't care if I never modeled again. I didn't understand how anyone could think I'd steal charity money. I was too embarrassed to even leave the mansion. Soon after, I was about to join a new high school, and I went to Leilani with an odd request. Help me make a disguise for high school. You're my makeup artist. If anyone can do it, it's you. Look, it's hard for me to trust people. They'll probably use me for my money and fame or spread more lies. I'd rather just go as a regular kid, so I can be active in the school's charity clubs.
You don't think you could just go as yourself?
Doubtful. I always become the center of attention without meaning to. And because of that scandal, the charity clubs might not trust me. I just want to fade into the background and do the things I care about. Please. To my shock, she agreed to the makeover. She gave me cute short hair as part of my disguise. I decided to keep my disguise a secret from my parents. They were not happy about my short hair, but my agent had advised me to take a break from modeling and stay out of the public eye anyway till the scandal died down. At home, I was Hope, the supermodel on a break. But at school, I was Minnie, the humanitarian. I joined the charity club, and the volunteer work I was doing felt amazing. And I was making friends pretty easily. But one day at school, I was lifting a heavy box of canned food donations when I suddenly threw out my back.
Whoa, are you okay?
I suddenly noticed there were two really cute guys watching me struggle to stand up straight. Guess I'm an old lady who's not used to heavy lifting. Ouch.
Let's take you to the school nurse, Granny. I'm Kai.
And I'm Crane. Here, let me take your bag. What was in that box?
Canned stuff for a food drive. Crane immediately dropped my bag to the floor.
You're part of a food drive? Not gonna help you.
What? Come on, Nan. Let's just take her to the nurse. She's hurt.
Whatever. Not my problem.
And then he just left. What was that about?
Are you seriously doing a stupid food drive, Granny?
My name is Minnie, and what's wrong with food drives?
Minnie?
Minnie.
Everything about them is wrong, Minnie. If the poor just got off their butts and worked, they wouldn't be poor. Why should we treat them like babies and take money from people who do work?
Wow. Sometimes it's hard for people to find work or earn enough, and they need help.
Maybe lame losers do. Well, Minnie, here you are.
Kai winked at me as he left. What a jerk. But I wasn't going to let his arrogant opinion stop me. I organized a school dance to raise funds for the food drive, and it was a hit. But just as I was dancing with some friends, Kai and Crane busted through the gym doors with crowns on their heads.
The rich stand with the rich.
What are you doing, Kai?
We're here to tell everyone the poor are pathetic and charities are scams. Don't be fooled.
Just then, Crane started kicking down the display of food donations like a maniac. Luckily, the teachers there kicked them both out before they could do more damage. What planet were these jerks from? But I forgot all about them when I got home that afternoon and saw Dad running out to me.
Didn't you check your phone, Hope?
I think the battery died. What's wrong?
Your mom and sister got into a car accident, but the doctor said they'll be okay. They both had some broken bones and will need bed rest.
I started to cry, and Dad hugged me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done that, and I decided I'd stay home for the next few weeks to take care of Mom and Leilani. The next evening, my bodyguard drove me down to the food bank to drop off the school's donations. To my shock, I saw Kai step out of his car in front of us, and he was dropping off bags of donations. What the hot fudge? I snapped a picture of him, and I confronted Kai in the school hallway the next day. Saw you at the shelter last night.
What are you talking about?
This?
How did you... Okay, please, listen. Crane is against charity work, not me. He convinced me to think that way a long time ago, but I don't agree with him anymore. Years ago, Crane's family fell into a big scam by some fake charity, and they lost a huge fortune.
Oh no.
Yeah, his dad had to work so hard just to get them back on their feet. Now, he talks trash about all charities, and he doesn't trust the poor. He actually enjoys shutting charity work down in public. He bullied me into crashing that dance. And well, I'm sorry I did, really.
He looked really sincere. If that's the truth, I understand. But you gotta stand up to Crane sometime. You can't keep pretending to be someone you're not. Kai offered to walk me to class, but I explained I was just there to collect my books as I was homeschooling for a while. He asked for my number, and I kinda left with butterflies in my stomach. Kai and I texted every day for weeks, and he even started coming over. I kept saying it was best to give my mom and sister space to recover, so we'd always hang out in my backyard. Keeping Minnie away from my parents and Hope away from Kai was getting exhausting. I was also developing the biggest crush on the real Kai. He was nothing like the jerk I'd first met. Once I found him waiting for me in my backyard with the most amazing picnic laid out. Hey, what's all this?
Just a little surprise for your big day. Happy birthday, Minnie.
Kai, my birthday isn't for another 5 months.
What? Really? I looked for you over social media, but I couldn't find you because you're apparently the world's most private person. Then I went to go check the school records, and I guess I got the wrong Minnie.
I guess so. But thanks anyway. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Just as I sat down, Kai opened a bottle of soda, and the cork went flying straight into my eye.
Oh my god, I am so sorry, Minnie. Wait, stop rubbing your eye and let me see.
He lifted my chin gently as he looked deep into my eyes.
Your eyes, they're
Yes? They're what?
not the same color.
What? Suddenly I realized that my contact lens had fallen out. Oh, my lens must have popped out when I rubbed my eye. I wear them for my eyesight because I'm as blind as a bat.
I see. But why would you wear those green lenses and hide your lovely blue eyes?
His face was so close, and I didn't have an answer to his question, so I just kissed him. He looked really surprised, but then he kissed me back, and it felt wonderful. Soon after, Kai and I hosted a fundraising car wash for a soup kitchen, but suddenly a car honked at us angrily.
Well, what do we have here?
Crane, listen, buddy. I know how you feel about this stuff, but I'm asking you to back off. I want to do this.
What? Support lying, dirty thieves? Did you forget what happened to my family?
Of course not, but that was one bad experience. Not all charities are scams.
It's this witch. Winnie's brainwashed you.
It's Minnie, and Kai is free to do whatever he wants, but you need to leave. Just then, Crane went red. He threw a punch at Kai, but Kai blocked it brilliantly and stepped back. Crane, walk away right now.
You better watch yourself, Winnie, or you'll end up like that stupid teen thief model who raised funds for her business. She got what she deserved. She's a forgotten fraud now, a nobody.
Suddenly, I froze in my spot. Was it possible that Crane had started that rumor? He was crazy enough to do it, and what if Kai had been involved back then too? Crane drove off angrily, and Kai turned to me.
This may be the end of my friendship with Crane, but I feel relieved.
I'm proud of how you stood up to him. Kai smiled at me warmly, but now I felt guarded. Did I fall for someone who might have framed me? Later that evening, as he drove me home, Kai suddenly took my hand.
Minnie, I love who you are and who you've helped me become. Will you be my girlfriend?
Kai, no, I can't.
What? Why? I thought you felt the same way. You kissed me.
And maybe that was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. Not only did I feel paranoid about trusting him, he had no idea I was Hope. I hated lies, and now I hated lying. Things were a mess. Kai begged to see me and kept messaging me, but I just ignored him until he gave up. One afternoon, I was fluffing Leilani's pillows when she asked me something unexpected.
Hope, how are you?
Not bad. Why?
Nothing. I just noticed that you looked a bit sad these days.
I kinda lost someone I cared about. Wait, Leilani, why are you crying?
Oh, Hope, I just need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer, especially after you've taken such good care of me. And to my shock,
She confessed how she was the one who had started the rumor that I'd stolen the charity funds.
I know it was really wrong, and I'm sorry, but I just got so resentful. I was left in charge of you, and you always came first. And you were always in the limelight, while I never even got thanks for anything I did. I got carried away.
Leilani, how could you?
I really regret it. That's why I agreed to your makeover request, because I didn't want to stand in your way again. I know how good-hearted you really are.
Do you know what you've done? I immediately thought of Kai, this great guy, and how I'd shut him out. I wanted to slap Leilani, but I just stormed off angrily. I told Mom what Leilani had done and said I couldn't stand to be around her right now. To my shock, Mom agreed that I should take a break from her. We arranged for me to stay at my bodyguard's house, and I found out that he lived close to Kai. On my first night there, I walked over to Kai's place. I needed to fix things between us, but his butler informed me that he'd gone to Tokyo for 2 weeks or longer. My heart sank. For 3 days, I texted and called Kai, but he never answered. I knew he was avoiding me, and I deserved it, but I wasn't giving up. I called Mom and explained everything about Kai to her, and she actually listened. Tokyo might be a nicer break for you. OMG, Mom, you'd let me go? Yes, sweetheart. Ever since the accident, your dad and I have been thinking how hard we've pushed you and your sister. We just wanted you girls to know success early on, but we've realized there are more important things than success and money, like happiness and family. You've been amazing during our recovery, honey, and you really deserve to go. Thanks, Mom. I love you. And the next day, I was on a flight to Tokyo with my bodyguard and checked into the same hotel as Kai. Just as I stepped onto the elevator, I was shocked to see Kai inside. He looked awkwardly at me.
Hi, can I help you with something?
I suddenly realized he couldn't recognize me without my disguise. Kai, you're the reason I'm here. I came to tell you the truth. I'm Minnie.
Minnie? Minnie from Honolulu?
Yes, except my real name is Hope.
What?
I told him everything. My trust issues and my disguise and what my sister did, how awful I felt for abandoning him, and how I tried calling him.
I'm using a different phone here, and I understand why you wanted to hide yourself, Hope.
I've missed you. Do you think we could give us another chance?
You flew all the way here to make things right? I'd be a jerk if I say no. But could you do just one thing? Give your sister another chance. Come on, charity starts at home.
I will. I promise.
Hi, I'm Olive. I was adopted by my foster parents when I was only 4, and ever since then, I lived with them in India. Both of them love me to bits, but just as I turned 5, my foster mom died of some illness, and 2 years later, Dad married another woman who also had a girl child named Ria. She was 2 years older than me, and I was excited about finally having an elder sis. But for some reason, we never got along, and even my stepmom totally hates me. On my 10th birthday, I woke up to find party preps going on in the house. I ran to my stepmom to find her busy putting makeup on Ria. OMG, Mom, I can't believe you're throwing a birthday party. Can you put some makeup on me too? I love you so much. Throwing a party? I won't even throw garbage in your name. All this is for my own beautiful daughter. Just then, Dad came in and hugged me.
Well, my beautiful daughter never needs makeup. She's an angel already. Happy birthday, dear.
He gifted me a beautiful necklace, and then we both baked my birthday cake together. Dad was literally the best. One day in the 7th grade, as Ria and I were walking to school, a boy jumped in front of us with a rose. You're so beautiful, Olive. Ria snatched the rose from his hand and crushed it under his feet. As soon as we reached home, Ria fed lies to her mom, and she turned into an angry goddess. So, you're planning on spoiling my name? You ugly brat, talking and hanging out with boys. Do you think you're Miss World? You're not going to school anymore. Mom, wait, just listen, I didn't... What, you mean Ria is lying? My stepmom took my hand and tried to lock me in my room, but just then, Dad came in and saved me.
That's enough. This is not how you treat my girl.
Dad took me away and told me something really shocking. He said he'd tracked down my real mom and I could go see her. Dad, no, I love you, and no matter what, I'm not leaving you. A few weeks later, he went abroad for a business trip, and I was dreading being left alone with my stepmom and Ria. But the very next day, my stepmom woke me up with a coffee and a smile. Something was wrong. She even gave me Ria's makeup kit and asked me to put it on. But when I went downstairs, there was a big group of people in my house. She then whispered to me, "Listen, behave well. That's the groom's family. For God's sake, make them like you. I just want to get rid of you as soon as possible." What? Are you talking about marriage? Mom, I'm not even 16. And I know this is illegal. So if you all don't want to end up in prison, please leave. After they left, my stepmom went crazy. Have you lost your mind? How long do you want to stick with us? The foster care paid very little this time, and your dad is spending everything for you from his pocket. Gosh, you really suck. She then blocked Google so I wouldn't email my dad, but I used FireGuard VPN and unblocked Google and Gmail. I decided I couldn't stay here anymore. I wrote an email to Dad telling him everything and left home that night with the address he gave me. And man, LA was like a whole other planet. Everything was so different. The people, their speech, food, everything. And my real mom was an actress, a big shot celebrity, and I had no idea about that. When her guards introduced me with the adoption papers, she was shocked, but the next second, she hugged and kissed me like she loved me so freaking much. Oh, Oliviana, my baby. It's Olive, Mom. You would have known if you cared. It's not Mom, Oliviana. Call me Sandy, just like my fans do. And trust me, baby, I gave you up only for your good. But I'm sorry, okay? I couldn't take it all in one go, but life there did seem nice. Mom gave me more than enough of everything. She appointed 3 maids personally for me, and my food came from different 5-star hotels every day. She also put me in the best school in LA, and I was getting a royal treatment there. Right from day one, all the kids were trying to be friends with me. Hey, Olive, I'm the cheerleading team captain. You can have the seat next to me.
Hi, can I show you around the school? I'm pretty much the popular guy here.
Well, I soon knew it wasn't for me, but my Rolls Royce and my mom's money. But I loved it anyway. However, I found the school totally weird. All girls had boyfriends and nobody punished them for it. I even saw some girls and boys kissing in the hallway. It took me some time to adjust, but slowly I started to feel lonely inside. Mom was always busy with work and she barely had time for me. So I decided to make it up with cooking. Yes, I started taking cooking lessons and it was so much fun. Once I saw Mom saying in a TV interview that she loved shrimp salad. So I learned the recipe from YouTube and made it for her. I was so excited for her to taste it, but she acted so weird. Darling, what's this? Is that thing moving? Gross. But you said shrimps were your favorite in the interview last night. I did? Oh, then it's a lie. Don't take my words seriously, sweetie. She left without even touching the food that I cooked for her. I felt so bad. The next day at school, I was surrounded by so many boys wanting to take me out on a date. Gosh, I really wish I could disappear for some time. Just then, a boy named Elon came to me and said,
Hey, you're Olive, right? The principal is calling for you right now.
I went to the principal's office, but just as I was about to enter, he held my hand and stopped me.
Well, she didn't call for you. I just saw your sullen face when those kids were pestering you. So I just lied to help you escape. Don't be mad, all right?
Oh my, why would I be mad? He was so charming and his dreamy eyes. I could feel butterflies in my stomach. Afterwards, we had lunch together and he seemed so different from the others who were constantly trying to flirt with me. In no time, we became quite close and he was literally the best person I have ever met. Then one day, I took him home with me. But for the first time, Mom was at home and sitting in the drawing room. Sandy, what are you doing here? What am I doing here? This is my home, sweetie.
OMG, that's your mom? I can't believe it. I'm a crazy fan of yours, ma'am. Can I have your autograph?
Oh, please, call me Sandy. What? Did he just say he was a crazy fan? And why was Mom acting like that? Ugh, stardom sucks, but whatever. I left the two of them alone and went to grab something to eat. But when I returned, I saw Mom hugging him. Oh dear, I wish I had a son like you. What? Wasn't I enough? She kept chatting and laughing with him for hours while I just fell asleep on the sofa. And when I woke up, the weirdest thing happened. The maid told me that both of them went out for dinner without me. What in the world was going on? The next day at school, I was looking for Elon when I heard some strange giggles and talks behind my back. Oh, Olive, I can't believe your mom is dating Elon. Is he gonna be your dad now? Shut up. What's wrong with you? Elon's about to be my boyfriend, so stop spreading lies.
Seriously? You didn't see the newspaper today? Or Facebook or Instagram? Their lovey-dovey pics are viral everywhere.
What was happening? I immediately grabbed my phone and saw the breaking news on every social media page. Hot young actress dates a schoolboy. OMG, I nearly fainted. I thought Mom would be so upset, so I rushed home, but to my shock, she behaved like nothing had happened. Oh, this is very normal for a famous celebrity like me, honey. And this kind of publicity is good for my career. But don't you worry. I heard the boy has no parents and is living in a shelter. And I'm adopting him next week. Then you'll see how everything changes. What? You're adopting Elon? You can't do that. I was just gonna ask him on a date. And you want him to be my brother now? No way, Sandy. Mom just smiled and walked away. What on earth was she thinking? The next morning, she came to my room and talked as if nothing happened yesterday. Oliviana, today is the last day of my shoot for this movie. I knew you wanted to see my world. Come on, honey. She was absolutely crazy. But I met so many stars whom I've only seen on TV, and it was just awesome. Then someone asked Mom if I was her daughter, and she said, "Daughter? Are you freaking mad? Look at my body. So stunning. I would never spoil my youth and my career by having a child. She's just my maid's daughter. And since I have such a huge heart, I decided to adopt her." Gosh, what kind of mom was she? I didn't talk to her all the way back home. But worse, she didn't even try to apologize to me and kept on giving excuses. Darling, this is how my life is. I can't survive in this field for long if everyone knows I'm getting old and I have a child. So, enough, Sandy. God, how can you be so untrue every minute? You've never been genuine to me, and I completely hate this life and you. The next day, I went to school and asked Elon if he knew about the adoption thing, and to my worst nightmare, he just hugged me and said, "Hi, sis. How are you doing?" What? Did you just call me sis? Weren't we kind of together? You're so funny, sis. I'm so glad I'll be having a famous mom and a wonderful sister like you. He was such a jerk. I gave him a tight slap on the face and went back to my class. But even there, the kids gathered around me asking for Mom's latest movie premiere tickets. Gosh, everyone here was so freaking crazy. I couldn't handle it anymore and went straight home. I packed my bags, and as I was leaving the house, Mom called out to me, "Oh, honey, be back home by 7. We'll be going to Elon's home today to sign the adoption papers. All the media will be there." She was such a selfish person until the very end. Of course it hurts so much to think that I've never had a true loving mom in spite of having two. Afterwards, I found myself a shelter home and emailed Dad telling him how much I missed him. Thankfully, he replied and said he was coming to see me soon. Meanwhile, I registered for MasterChef USA, and for the final round, I made the signature dish, the Beef Wellington by Chef Gordon Ramsay. And luckily, I won! Yes! With the grand title and the prize money, I opened my own restaurant in LA, and Dad was my first customer.
"Stay calm," my dad said as I stuck my hand into the pool water. Before I could respond, he pushed me straight into the water, and it was the deep end. I struggled as he held on to me and kept telling me not to panic. All the while, it felt like he was trying to drown me. "You're a natural," he said as we got out of the pool. It seemed like an eternity since I'd gone in. "We'll get you that scholarship. Just you wait." I could only nod after the shock had faded away. I had to do this. What I really wanted was to get into a great university. University students had so much freedom. They were studying things that actually mattered and having the best parties too. But whenever I thought about it, I got pretty sad. I knew there was no way I was getting into one with my grades. I just wasn't smart enough. Academically speaking, at least. I figured that if my grades weren't up to scratch, excelling at sports could be my ticket to getting into university. Every day, I would take the bus to my dad's club. We did a lot of training and drills. I even made a new friend there, Mindy. Mindy had her sights set on the swim team, so we had a lot to talk about. She was also a pretty good swimmer and a faster learner than me. We started sharing everything with each other, and I even told her some of the tips my dad had taught me. Then, she told me something that would change my life. One day after training, I asked Mindy why she wanted to be on the team so badly. She told me about a swimming event that was held every year at the club. Only members of the team could take part in it. "There's a cash prize and everything," she said. Then she lowered her voice before continuing. "And the rumor is, Recruiters from universities secretly come and watch it. Like a secret talent hunt? I asked, amazed. Mindy nodded. And if they like what they see, they might just offer you a scholarship. That was my dream. I knew right away that this was going to be my shot at the life I wanted. But there was one big problem. There wasn't room for both of us. Mindy told me that they would only take the winner. She said that it was her dream to go to university with her scholarship because her family couldn't afford the fees otherwise. I didn't tell her that it was my dream too. It didn't seem like the right time. I went home and told my dad about it. He nodded and said he already knew, and that's exactly what he was preparing me for. But first, he said, a little warm-up. I've signed you up for the charity swim fest. It was my 14th birthday when the charity event took place. My mom and dad were in the stands cheering louder than anyone else's parents. Clearly, everybody else knew this was just for fun, but my parents didn't get that memo. I tightened my goggles and took my place in my lane as the announcer instructed everyone. I waited for the gunshot and dived right in as soon as it fired. My mind began to daydream as I hit the water. I dreamt that I was at the club event instead and that I was swimming for a scholarship. I kicked my legs as hard as I could, and I could almost hear the crowd cheering for me with each stroke. Before I knew it, I had completed all the laps and won the competition by a whole 9 seconds. I was out of breath and struggling to climb out of the pool. But as soon as I did, my parents were there to hug and congratulate me. I looked around to see a cheering and clapping crowd, but there were fewer people than in my head. I made eye contact with a woman in a suit who was sitting at the far end. She was just staring at me. Weird, I thought. I dried off and was called to the stage to receive a medal. I noticed my dad had tears in his eyes as it was hung around my neck. The very next day, I started to focus on entering the grand event at the club. I needed to be a member of the club's swimming team first for that to happen, though. I showered and walked to the pool. There was a woman standing there waiting for me in a suit, and I recognized her from the crowd at the charity swim. Does she only have one suit? I thought to myself as I walked over to her. So, autograph? I asked her with a laugh. Actually, I was hoping you would swim for us, she replied politely. What? I stopped, confused. You see, she went on, I'm from an agency, and we are considering masters in training young athletes like yourself. The woman handed me a professional-looking business card. I saw you swim a few days ago, and I have quite the eye for talent. We would like you to be our new face. I was so excited. I was going to be famous, too. You won't be swimming against people for charity, though, the woman added. The people at this club are really good at what they do. We will get you on the best nutrition plans, get you the best training, and make sure a talent like yours is where it deserves to be, at the very top. There was something magical about her voice. My mind wandered and I thought about winning the scholarship again. The crowd in my head was about to start chanting my name when I heard the door swing open and my dad walked in. Ah, there you are. I was looking. He stopped when he saw I was talking to the woman. I tucked the card into my hair. Dad, this is... I know who this is. He interrupted me. You're the one with those fancy agencies, aren't you? He turned to the woman. A pleasure to meet the man behind this wonderful talent, the woman said. Whatever you're selling, we don't want it, Dad suddenly declared. I stepped aside as my dad got into an argument with the woman. She was trying to tell him that his methods wouldn't work when I inevitably faced real competition, as I'd never swam many laps in an event before. She was also telling him about the new equipment they had for training muscles to become stronger and more agile in the water. But my dad didn't want to hear any of it. We're doing fine. I've been at this for a long time, and I never needed any fancy tech, he said. Well, why don't we let the girl decide? The woman replied, calm as ever. They both looked at me, and I didn't know what to say. Could the woman really get me that scholarship? I thought. I looked into my dad's eyes and knew that there was no way he would let me do it. My dad got me this far, so I'm going to stick with him, I said slowly. My dad's eyes shined and he smiled as the woman walked away without another word. After training that day, I sent Mindy a message explaining everything. He wouldn't even listen to what she had to say. Like, hello, it's not the 70s anymore. Maybe he just doesn't know how the new gadgets work, you know? My teacher thought airplane mode would get his iPhone to fly, Mindy replied. Your dad hasn't let you down yet. She made a good point. Little did I know I would soon miss her good points. I decided to tell her everything. I told her that I was preparing for the swim team so I could get the scholarships too. Mindy was silent for a long time and I got really nervous. Those 3 terrible dots were mocking me. Eventually, she sent a text. and it wasn't a happy one. "We both know you're a better swimmer than me," the message read. She said that I wouldn't have even known about the event if it weren't for her, and how I could take her dream away. I was surprised by her texts, one after the other, angrier and angrier. She felt so strongly about this. I started to feel bad. I looked at the mysterious woman's business card on the table, and I just knew that I had to see this through to the end. I texted Mindy that I was sorry, and I went to sleep. The trials for the swim team took place the year after, and I spent all my time training with my dad. Mindy stopped coming to the pool, and she wouldn't even reply to my texts anymore. I was really getting worried about her. After a few months, I asked my dad if he knew where she lived so I could go check on her, but he said that she was fine and he'd seen her around the club while I was at school. I was sad about losing Mindy, and I wondered if she'd given up on her dream because of me. Was I a terrible friend? How much more would I be willing to give up to get this scholarship? My dad started to notice that I was getting distracted and gave me more drills to keep me busy. I ended up falling asleep early most days because I was exhausted. But in all that time, I never forgot about Mindy. When I was 15, I was ready to take the swimming test for the team. I was pumped. I could feel the energy running through my veins as I took my place at the pool. I looked at the other contestants and saw Mindy at the far end. I was surprised but really happy to see her. She made it. What I saw next, though, made me want to pinch myself. Behind Mindy, sitting comfortably in a chair, was the woman from the agency. Next to her were two muscular women carrying bags and bottles filled with what looked like an energy drink. The woman looked the same as ever and smiled at me briefly. My dad saw what I was looking at and reminded me to focus. "Oh, they're messing with the wrong family," he said. I took a deep breath and tried to get my thoughts away from Mindy and her multiple trainers. I readied myself and dived in the very second I heard the whistle. There was no daydreaming now. I knew I couldn't afford to lose. I had trained too hard to have it end here. I put all my energy into every lap and every turn, counting each lap as I went. The second I finished the race, I pulled myself out of the pool and sat on the side, breathing heavily. My dad walked over with a towel. "Don't worry, you still made it." Don't worry? I thought. That means I definitely need to worry. I stood up and saw Mindy sitting in a chair with some kind of special cushion. It looked super comfortable. She wasn't even breathing as hard as me. I looked at the scoreboard and my heart fell. Mindy finished in first position. I was in second by a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds? I thought, shocked. I was thankful that the club took the top 2 from this test, but I also started to wonder what special treatment Mindy was receiving from that agency and if my dad really was too old school. My dad was quiet on the ride home. He must have been thinking the same thing. The next morning, I saw the agency card lying on the table, and I couldn't resist. I dialed the number on the card, and the familiar voice of the woman answered, sounding way fresher than I thought anybody could on a Sunday morning. I asked her what she did with Mindy. "Why did you come to me if you were going to make her your star?" I asked angrily. The woman told me that the offer was still on the table for me, and that Mindy's father hired her agency only until the club event. I paused for a moment. "Still there?" the woman asked eventually. I thought about the scholarship and what it meant to me. My dad wants what's best for me, after all, I thought to myself. "I'm in," I told the woman. Somehow, I could feel her smile at the other end of the phone. "Excellent. We'll be in touch." The woman hung up, and I took a deep breath. I needed to convince my dad. I found him watching TV and greeted him. There was no point in hesitating, so I told him I accepted the offer. He was furious. He angrily asked how I could betray him like this, and why I didn't trust him to get me the scholarship. "You saw Mindy, Dad. You know I've always been faster than her, so how did she beat me?" I managed to say. My voice was shaking. I'd never fought with my dad before. "I hope you know what you're doing," he concluded and walked away to his room. I sat down on the sofa with a heavy heart. First Mindy, now my dad? How much more would I need to give up for this scholarship? We had lunch without speaking that day. My mom was confused as to what was going on. She tried to ask my dad, but he just grumpily chewed his potatoes. Right after lunch, I got a call from the agency. They said they would send over a car to pick me up. I asked my dad if he wanted to come with me, but he told me to sit down and listen to him. He told me that the agency was a fraud and that they would use illicit performance-enhancing drinks to make athletes fitter. I was horrified. That would explain Mindy's outstanding performance, I thought. I decided to give Mindy a call and tell her
These weren't the type of people we wanted to mess around with. Of course, she didn't believe me. She thought I was trying to put her down and increase my chances of winning the competition. I was extremely sad at her response because I was only trying to be honest with her. I decided that my dad was indeed the best trainer for me. After all, we'd been training together for so long. A whole year passed and the day of the race arrived. My chance at my dream university. I walked to the pool and saw Mindy there. She looked at me and smirked. Before taking my place, I looked at my dad and said, "No matter if I win or lose, you'll always be my hero and I'll always love you." I got into my position at the pool. It was time. The gunshot rang out and I blazed through the first round. There was a feeling of deja vu as I finished my laps and landed first place. The crowd erupted with cheering. I climbed out of the pool feeling depleted but accomplished. I looked at Mindy and could see she was surprised at coming in second place. I was given a couple of hours to rest before the next round, and it was a very welcome rest time, which came with a drink from my trainer. The bell rang and I got back into place. I didn't even feel tired anymore. My training was paying off, but I got overconfident in this round. I swam thinking I was unstoppable. When you're underwater, you really can't tell. At the end of the round, I got to see that Mindy was in first place this time. I walked over to the woman, still in her suit. She was still calm as ever, so I asked, "Aren't you glad that Mindy won that round?" She replied, "We don't care who wins. We just want to experiment on younger athletes so that professional swimmers can benefit from the results." "Thanks for that," I said sarcastically. I sat down to rest, but something in me changed. The woman's voice didn't seem so magical anymore. She didn't seem worried about my scholarship like my dad was. All she cared about was her agency getting the credit for whoever wins. I looked over at Mindy preparing for the final round, then at my dad, who gave me a thumbs up. I was nervous. I'd lost my best friend for this. The bell ringing interrupted my thoughts. I went over to the pool for the final round. At the sound of the final gunshot, I dived in. As I swam, I gave it my all at first, but then I started to think about Mindy and what it meant to her. Maybe she did deserve it more than me. After all, I just needed to get better grades, right? Towards the end of the final lap, I made my decision and slowed down. I reached the end to hear cheering, clapping, and a roaring crowd. I was breathing raggedly, but I wiped my eyes to see all the applause was for Mindy. She'd won. Her family was crying happily with her outside the pool. I walked over to my parents and my dad was talking to me again. He was trying to console me and saying it'd be okay, but I didn't feel sad. I felt happy seeing Mindy so excited. She looked over at me and smiled warmly. I waved back at her. At least I'd won my friend back that day, and my dad. As we left, I saw a man approach her and take her aside from the crowd to talk privately. She'd clearly got the scholarship. When I got home, I went to bed and cried into my pillow. I was happy but sad at the same time. It was a strange feeling. The phone started ringing, and it was an unknown number calling. I picked it up through tears and nearly dropped it as I listened. The man on the other end was saying he was a recruiter from a university, and he'd tried to find me after the race, but I must have left in a hurry. Then he said something I never expected. He was offering me a sports scholarship. I thought you only took the best, I asked with a runny nose, shocked. "We're smart enough to see that this year there were 2 of the best." His voice made it seem like he knew about my decision not to win. "So, what do you say?" I thought about Mindy. She and I would be going to the same university. There was no way I'd let her go again. "I'm in," I answered. Hi, I'm Blessing from New Zealand, and I have a skin disease called vitiligo. But that didn't stop me from getting revenge on all the good-for-nothing jerks in my life. When I was 5 years old, I spent all day making a beautiful Mother's Day card for my stepmom. "Look what I got you, Mommy." "That is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And how many times have I told you not to call me that? I'm not your mommy. Your mom is dead." And with that, she tore it into 2. But I made that especially for you." "Who asked you to? Not me. Why would I want someone like you to love me, stupid girl?" I ran to my room and jumped onto my bed, crying myself to sleep. I couldn't understand why I was born with this disease. I just wanted to be normal. Dad was only 17 when he had me, and he never even got a proper degree. The solution he found for his problems was marrying my evil stepmother, who was 15 years older than him, but very rich. It made things worse for me, though, because she was a massive pain in the butt. When I was 6, I found out that I was high-key a genius. One day, the teacher asked us all to memorize some nursery poems about winter and recite them in class. I snuck into my stepmom's library at night and took my favorite book off the shelf. I memorized Shakespeare's Winter by heart. When it was my turn to read out loud, the teacher looked stunned. I was asked to take a series of tests the next day, after which she called my parents and told them I was a genius with an IQ of 180.
Oh, wow. I guess that explains why she's so ugly.
Here's a brochure for this amazing school for gifted kids.
God, that looks expensive. No, we can't send her there. It's bad enough that we'll have to spend a fortune on beauty products to cover up her skin.
I hoped Dad would say something, but he was just quiet as usual. He mostly just did whatever she said because, well, he was living on her money. I thought I would always be miserable between my annoying parents, but one lucky day, I stumbled on an amazing secret, and it was the happiest day of my life. You see, I found out by accident that Dad had a girlfriend. That day, I understood that stepmom was probably horrible to me because of her own insecurities. She was just a loser who was getting cheated on, and I would never let her words or actions affect me again. A few days later at dinner, Dad left the table when his phone started ringing. I instantly guessed it might be Dad's girlfriend, and before stepmom could pick up the phone, I ran off with it. She started chasing me around the lounge and caught me by the shirt. I didn't know what to do, so I flung the phone at the wall, smashing it to bits. Just then, Dad walked in.
What's going on? And who broke my phone?
Daddy, I can explain. And with that, I jumped onto the sofa and whispered in his ear that his girlfriend was calling, and I'd stopped stepmom from answering it. He immediately gave me a big hug. Stepmom screamed in rage and stormed out of the room. While things were looking up at home, they were just getting worse at school. My condition made kids look at me like I was an alien, and it just seemed to annoy everyone I was smarter than them, especially that horrible Luna. She was 2 years older than everyone else because she was really dumb and had been held back twice. She never missed a chance to make fun of me. In the 5th grade, I entered an international physics competition and had the highest score among 500 participants from around the world.
You've made us all so proud, Blessing.
You don't speak for us, miss, because we're all pretty ashamed to have her here. She should be in some school for freaks.
Luna, that's a terrible thing to say. Apologize right now.
Okay. Sorry, Blessing.
Not Blessing.
And then she knocked over all my books and started stomping on them. The teacher yelled at her and immediately dragged her off to the principal. She just kept being a jerk, so I knew I had to find a way to deal with her. One day, I found it. We were in the 7th grade celebrating Cultural Day when she came up to me and said, "And what are you supposed to be? White? Black? A Dalmatian? A panda? What are you?" "I'm a human being, unlike you, you monster."
"Oh. Since when did you become so brave?"
"Since the day I saw you cheating on your boyfriend with 2 boys.
"What?
I don't know what you're talking about, idiot. I saw you behind that tree, Luna. So you better leave me alone or I'll tell everyone about this. And who do you think they'll believe? Me or a weirdo like you?" "I'm pretty sure they'll believe me." And with that, I played a video of her I'd made on my phone, and from that day on, she didn't mess with me anymore. I could finally focus on my studies in peace. Boy, was I wrong. Things were getting much worse at home. Dad had started coming home really late every night, and I could tell stepmom was getting suspicious. One night, I woke up with a start when I heard loud screaming.
"How could you cheat on me? You don't think I have feelings?" Ugh, give me a break. It's not like I'm ashamed of having a hot, young girlfriend. Just look at her. She's running for the Miss World contest next year. Really, you can't blame me for cheating on you. Have you looked in the mirror lately? That's it. You two-timing, gold-digging jerk. Get out of my house, now.
I quickly ran back and jumped into bed, feeling sure Dad would come any minute and tell me to pack my bags. But 5 minutes later, I heard the front door slam shut and saw him leaving. I was certain stepmom would throw me out on the street, but to my surprise, she didn't. I kept thinking she'd take out all her anger on me, but she just started ignoring me, and I didn't mind that at all. For the next few years, everyone just let me be. Until one day in 9th grade, I was shocked when the cutest guy on earth, Ronald, came and sat next to me at lunch. Hey,
would you be interested in tutoring a dumb kid like me?
I was more than happy to. So I said yes. We started our sessions the next day, and Ronald turned out to be the sweetest guy. He never brought up my condition and treated me like a gentleman. One day, he suddenly took my hand and looked deep into my eyes. Blessing, I don't know why people say these terrible things about you. You have to know, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met, inside and out. He held my chin, pulled my face close to his, and kissed my neck. Just as he kissed me on the lips, I heard that ugly Luna.
Weren't you gay?
Who? Ronald, you said you were gay when I asked you out, and look at you now, kissing this ugly creature.
Don't call her that.
It's okay, babe. I'm used to her nasty words. Let her burn in her jealousy. And with that, I took his hand and started walking, making sure to push Luna as I left. I'll make sure you regret this. That evening, I snuck Ronald in through my bedroom window to spend the night with me. Just as we'd snuggled on the couch, the door flung open and stepmom barged in, looking insane with fury.
Oh no, you can't see a man when I can't.
You can't do that just because your husband left you. She grabbed Ronald by his t-shirt, practically spitting in his face.
And why are you with a freak like her? Do you have some kind of condition too? Couldn't find any other girl, huh? She's a great girl, and I like her so much.
Oh yeah?
Prove it.
Kiss her foot right now, and I'll leave you alone for good.
Back off, lady. Sorry, but I can't be a part of this drama. I'm out of here.
And with that, he left looking angry and embarrassed. Stepmom gave me an evil smile as she walked out, and I screamed as I slammed the door hard behind her. That witch! Ronald didn't turn up for our tutoring session the next day, and when I saw him around campus, he completely avoided eye contact with me. I decided to give him some space. Luna looked extra happy these days, and I knew it was because she could see Ronald and I weren't together anymore. One day, I spotted them by the lockers, and the minute she saw me, she started touching and hugging him. And even worse, he didn't seem to mind at all. I couldn't believe he'd do this to me. I went home in tears, only to hear a familiar voice as soon as I entered. It was Dad. I knew the only reason she'd call him back was because she was jealous that I had a man and she didn't. She was just that petty. The next day when I went to school, I was determined to punch both Ronald and Luna the moment I saw them. But as I was walking down the hall, someone suddenly pulled me by the arm and into the janitor's closet. It was Ronald. You horrible...
Listen, I love you, okay? I thought maybe this relationship wouldn't work, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Luna's been all over me, but she is not who I want to be with. Please, give me another chance.
He looked and sounded really sincere. So I decided to forgive him, and then he started kissing me gently on my neck. Oh, I missed him so much. We started dating secretly at first, but then I decided I didn't want to hide it anymore. Ronald, I'm strong and smart, and if you're ashamed of being with me, then I don't care to be with you. So you have to make a choice and decide what's more important, being in this relationship with me publicly or your reputation. The next day when I walked into school, Ronald came over to me and immediately took my hand. My heart soared with joy, and then I spotted Luna down the corridor staring right at us. I was expecting her to throw some horrible tantrum as she walked over to us, but what she said left me in shock. Congratulations, you two. I'm so happy for you. And Blessing, I'm really sorry for the way I treated you before. She squeezed my arm gently and walked away. This girl was definitely up to no good. One day when Ronald and I were hanging out in my room, we suddenly heard loud screams from downstairs. You're cheating on me again with a teenager?
Yeah, but she behaves like an adult. She's a lot more mature than you are.
I expected stepmom to throw him out again, but she didn't. She simply walked to her room, packed her bags, and left. And that's the last time I ever saw her. The next day at lunch, Luna suddenly stopped by our table and said, "Hey, I just wanted to say that I've finally come to accept your condition, and I'm not ashamed of you anymore." Excuse me? Yeah, I told your dad, I really want to be a good stepmom to you. I sat there with my mouth open as she walked away. The 18-year-old dad was dating was Luna? I ran home to confront Dad with Ronald right behind me. Have you completely lost it, Dad?
Oh, don't be like your stepmom. Luna's older than you, and I'm still pretty young, so why not?
Why are you the most selfish, useless dad in the whole world? You've never had a proper job. You've never stood up for me. And now you're just chasing one bimbo after another?
I just got you an amazing new stepmom who accepts your condition. And you live in this house because of all the hard work I've done. You think putting up with that old witch was easy for me?
Seemed fine to me. You just used her for her money and left her to treat me like dirt. Gosh, I really hate you. Of course, Luna was nothing more than a gold digger and was just getting Dad to buy her expensive stuff all the time. One time, when we were watching a movie, she just squeezed in between us and started touching Ronald. I slapped her. He deserves a real woman in his life. And you deserve to get your butt kicked right now. I want him, and I'm taking him from you. We'll see about that. And then I pulled Ronald and kissed his face off. She stormed out of the room angrily. I just did my best to ignore everything and focus on my studies. I needed a scholarship to go to college and leave this madhouse for good. The day that I was leaving, Dad came to see me off at the door, his eyes swollen.
I found out last night that she's been cheating on me. Maybe you shouldn't go. Blessing, I don't want to be alone.
Dad, you have to start acting like an adult already. And if you really care about her, you should try and win her back. You have to put up a fight for people you love. I still have to go, though. Good luck. Ronald and I moved away to the same college, and 4 years later, I was asked to give a speech at graduation. I spoke about my condition and how I'd never let it stop me from achieving my goals. The speech went viral, and since then, I've become a spokesperson for people suffering from vitiligo and other skin conditions. I've even been offered modeling contracts. Ronald and I have a beautiful baby girl now, and I will make sure she always knows she is perfect, just the way she is.
Hi, I'm Sarah from Malaysia, but I moved to San Diego when I was a baby. Before I go on with my story, please like and subscribe. When I was a month old, I immigrated to America with my mom, my aunt, and my cousin Muna. My mom and my aunt were both single moms living in poverty. They wanted Muna and me to have a better life in the States. Muna and I were really close.
We're gonna build the biggest castle in the world, and no dragons will get in.
But when I was 6 years old, my aunt married a billionaire. She and Muna moved away, and we never heard from them again. I missed Muna so much, and Mom and I were still barely getting by. But Mom was the most optimistic lady ever, for one reason. When I was in kindergarten, the school psychologist told her I was born with a gifted brain. According to Mom, that meant I was the door to a brighter future for us. Oh, Sarah, you'll be the first daughter in our family to go to college. I'm going to buy you a kit with medical toys.
But can you play pirates with me first?
Yes, I'll play pirates with you. But first, I'm buying you a medical kit. From that day on, Mom was determined to help me develop my gifts. She signed me up for book clubs, advanced tutoring, foreign language classes. I never got to do anything fun. Your 20 minutes of TV time is up. Time for spelling flashcards. By the time I was in high school, I was exhausted. I didn't have the guts to tell Mom that, but then I discovered a new interest. Mom, can I take piano lessons? No, Sarah. Musicians end up homeless. When I was your age, I'd already dropped out of school and had to work as a cleaning girl. You have an opportunity to live a better life than I did. This is why you must study hard and use your gifts well. I saw so much fire in Mom's eyes. I just couldn't let her down because making her happy meant everything to me. One day I was at school when the teacher announced we had a new student. Class, this is Muna from Carmel Mountain. I almost fell back in my seat. It was Muna. I thought I'd never see her again. And she looked so different, wearing heavy makeup and dressed head to toe in designer clothes. By the end of class, everyone was already fawning all over Muna. Where did she get that handbag? That girl should be on a throne. I pushed past the kids gathered around her. I was just so excited she was here. Muna, it's me, Sarah. I go to school here too. Oh, Sarah. I see you're still wearing those turtlenecks your mom makes you. She knows how nerdy they make you look, right? Muna walked away before I could reply and ignored me for the rest of the day. I felt hurt. Wasn't Muna happy to see me? I told Mom about it when I got home, but she didn't seem surprised. Goodness knows how my sister is raising that girl. My sister is the worst. She married a billionaire and never gave me a penny. Lucky for me, I have a brilliant daughter who will be successful and not poor like me. Mom hugged me and I prayed I'd be just as successful as she wanted me to. I avoided Muna at school after that, even though I still wanted to be close with her again. Then one day, Mom and I were at the mall when suddenly, someone in a black mask came up behind Mom and snatched her purse. I ran after the thief, catching and tackling him to the floor. I ripped off his mask, but to my shock, the thief was Muna. Sarah, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize your mom from behind. Please, don't call the cops. I don't want my mom finding out. What is your deal? Why are you going around robbing people? You don't understand. I have no choice, so don't judge me, okay? I have every right to judge my rich cousin who is going around stealing money. Tell me what's going on, or I will tell on you. Fine. Look, I'm having a party Friday night. If you want to come, I'll explain everything to you there. Muna pulled out her phone and handed it to me. Type in your address and I'll pick you up. I was still furious at Muna for stealing my mom's purse and for how she treated me at school. But I was dying of curiosity to know why she was stealing. I left Muna with my address just as Mom walked towards me. I lied and said the cops had caught the thief, and I didn't tell Mom about Muna. I knew at that moment I'd have to go to the party in secret. So on Friday evening, I told Mom I was sick and I wanted to go to sleep early. I had to be super careful. Soon enough, I got a text from Muna. She was outside my house. I took a deep breath and went with Muna. And when we got to the party, I couldn't believe my eyes. We were inside an underground auditorium, crowded with celebrities and people wearing red carpet clothes. And in the corner was a giant marble piano. I walked over to look at it. It was beautiful. Muna, what's this piano doing here? But Muna didn't answer. Instead, I turned around to see her hugging some random guy. Babe, your concert is gonna be amazing. My boyfriend is so talented. I went up to her and pulled her aside. Wait, so this whole party is just a concert for your boyfriend? Yes, my boyfriend who my mom hates. But he is a super talented pianist and I want to support him. Muna, did you steal money for this? Not all of it. It's mostly my savings, but yeah, I ran a bit short. What kind of witch had my cousin become? I can't believe you'd do something so sick. My mom was right about you. You've become a horrible person. I stormed out of the auditorium before Muna could answer. And standing there on the sidewalk was Mom. I felt like I was gonna throw up. Mom, I was just here to see a friend. It was nothing. Before I could finish my sentence, Muna came up behind me, and Mom's jaw dropped. It was you. You dragged your cousin to an underground party, even though you knew she was ill. Knowing your mother, it makes perfect sense you'd be a terrible influence. Mom went ballistic at Muna, and I was glad. She deserved it. But when Mom drove me home that night, I learned everything in my life was about to change. Sarah, I'm going to start homeschooling you for a while. You need to refocus on your future. I've scheduled tutoring sessions for college preparation and advanced classes for... Mom went on and on. She was creating a whole new schedule for my life. I was feeling tingly and fiery all over. And suddenly, I started itching like crazy. Soon enough, I had red bumps and rashes all over my body. I asked Mom to take me to the doctor. Oh, Sarah, you have hives. I think I know what's going on. You're stressed, aren't you? I guess I'm a little stressed with Muna probably traumatized you. I'll call my grandmother and see what herbs she recommends. I wanted to tell Mom that it was her who was stressing me out. The next day, I went into the front yard, and standing right there was Muna. I know you don't want to see me, but I want to talk to you. I came to apologize for everything. I don't get it. Why would you steal money just to throw a concert for your boyfriend? Sarah, you probably don't remember because we were really little, but my mom's always been controlling and telling me how to live my life. I just wanted to rebel. Was it my imagination, or did my aunt sound similar to Mom? Also, I'm sorry I was mean to you at school. I was trying to be loyal to my mom because I guess our moms don't like each other that much. But I don't want to fight with you. Why don't we just start over then? And leave our moms out of it. Muna agreed, and I felt like a weight had been lifted off my chest. I told Mom I was going for a run and went with Muna to her house. And when I went into Muna's living room, my jaw dropped. She had the same marble piano from the concert. At that moment, I decided to tell Muna my dream to play piano. You can practice here at my house. Are you kidding me? That would be amazing! So from that day on, I went to Muna's house secretly to teach myself piano, only when my aunt wasn't home. Soon enough, I was good enough to perform a recital. Muna and I combined our savings and booked it. But 2 days before the show, Mom dropped a bombshell on me. We're going to Malaysia to see your great-grandma. After I told her about your hives, we got to talking and she wants to see us. I was gonna miss my recital for a stupid family trip that Mom had planned without even asking me? I felt my blood boiling, but I couldn't make myself speak. I went to Muna's house in a panic and told her what happened. I don't get it. Just tell your mom the truth and don't go to Malaysia. It's that simple. But this is a family trip and it's important to her that I go. Can't you understand that? What I do understand is that your mom is just like my mom. She's a control freak who doesn't care about anyone but herself. My mom's given up her whole life for me. Her needs mean more to me than anything. I left before Muna could answer as I tried to bury my anger. And I went to the airport with Mom the night of my recital. And I didn't say a word to her. But suddenly, in the airport line, my skin started tingling again, and I started itching all over. Oh no, your hives are back. Let me get the medicine. At that moment, I knew the hive medicine wouldn't be enough. Before I knew what I was doing, I grabbed the medicine from Mom's hand and dashed towards the parking lot. Mom yelled and ran after me, but I got into a taxi before she could catch me. I was heading to my recital, and I wasn't letting her stop me. I arrived just in time for my performance, and when I played my piece, the audience was blown away. But then in the front row, I saw Mom. She just stood there, completely silent. I went over to her after the show.
I don't even know who you are anymore. You, young lady, are coming to the airport with me this instant.
Mom took both my arms and tried to drag me away, but something inside me burst. I'm not going to Malaysia with you, Mom. I'm sick of you trying to control my life. I'm not a baby anymore.
Sarah, you're behaving like an ungrateful brat after everything I've done for you.
Mom yanked my arms harder, but I pulled back, and to my horror, we tumbled, hitting the ground. Everyone around us gasped and started gathering around Mom. I hadn't meant to push Mom, but now she was being rushed to the hospital. What had I done? At that moment, Muna came up to me. Sarah, I just saw what happened. I have to go to the hospital now to check on her. Muna, I can't believe I did that. I was just so mad, but it was an accident. I'll go with you to the hospital, but you did the right thing by standing up to your mom. Remember that, okay? When we got there, I found out Mom had broken her ankle, but it was nothing serious. As soon as Mom saw me, I ran to hug her. Mom, I'm so sorry. You know I didn't hurt you on purpose, right?
I know that, sweetheart. I know I can be overbearing at times. That's how your aunt and I were raised. It's all we've known.
But I have to make my own decisions. I love playing piano. Also, I know you and Aunt have your differences, but I like Muna, and I'm gonna keep hanging out with her.
Sweetie, I'm not going to lie and say I agree with all of your choices. But in the end, your happiness is the most important to me. Your performance was beautiful, darling. I love you, Sarah.
I love you too.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and my story is about how I became a genius and what that's really like, the good and the bad. And before we dive in, make sure you click that notification bell. Otherwise, you never know what kind of juicy stories you might miss out on. Alright then. So there I was at my boyfriend, Samuel's, baseball game. It had already been a super intense match, and this was the final stretch. Samuel stepped up to bat. All of our friends were cheering around me, and I was so nervous that I nearly crushed the bag of popcorn in my hands. Funny thing, I actually don't like popcorn, but at the first game I ever went to, I was so hungry that I bought some, and Samuel's team won that game. So now it's like a good luck thing. Up went the pitcher's arm, hands on the ball. He threw it hard, but Samuel hit it even harder. That ball was going. I jumped off my seat in a fit of excitement, joining all of my friends. I was screaming so hard that I didn't even notice the ball coming right at me. Then, out of nowhere, one of Samuel's best friends snatched the ball with his ready-to-go glove right in front of my face, stopping it from smashing into me. But he bumped me while making the save. And while the ball landed softly in his glove, my head crashed hard onto the concrete steps below. Next thing I know, I'm in the hospital. Cords attached to both arms, something strapped over my face. I looked around the room, and there were cards, flowers, and balloons everywhere. Something was different from that very moment I woke up. But it felt so subtle that I almost didn't even recognize it. The simplest way to put it for those who wouldn't understand is that I was more in touch with reality, more with it. I noticed every little thing, every detail. Everything just made sense, like it never had before. Life was like a math equation, complicated, yet logical. It was peaceful. I decided to allow myself to adjust for a few days and just observe everything that was going on around me. I pretended to be asleep while my many friends and family members filtered in and out to visit. What I noticed from those visits was interesting in itself. I could see very clearly for the first time that my parents were not actually happy together. When they spoke, they never made direct eye contact, and they always had something very snippy and passive to say to one another. There was no real love or connection. I wondered why they had stayed together all those years. And then there was Samuel. He came to visit many times. To the outside world, you would think he was the most caring and devoted boyfriend ever. But the outside world didn't see the way he would smile into his phone from time to time, and only when a very specific sound would alert him of a new message. I knew right away. He was clearly cheating on me. And I'd seen that smile before, for months even. This wasn't something new. Any other time in my life, these realizations would have broken me. But now, I didn't seem to mind at all. I obviously wasn't going to let it continue with Samuel. No. I had way too much self-respect for that. But it just didn't affect me. It was like things made too much sense for there to even be those same petty human emotions. After a few days of observation and playing asleep, I decided to wake up. I figured the most convenient way to do it would be when many people were there to minimize the number of phone calls that would need to be made. So, when my parents, Samuel, and 2 other friends were all in the room, hanging out and talking, I opened my eyes, slowly. I had to sell it. Samuel was the first to rush up to me, the very loyal boyfriend that he was. He picked up my hand and asked if I could hear him. Yes, can you hear me? I asked, very clearly. Maybe too clear, because he looked a bit confused. Everyone did. Yes, he responded. Sonia, I'm so happy. Samuel, I'm sure you will understand why I'm breaking up with you right now, I said, cutting him off. Won't you? Wait, you're breaking up with me right now? He asked, now totally confused. Yes, and you understand why, of course. No? I asked. He played dumb. Sonia, where is this coming from? Is this about the hit? Listen, I'm so sorry. You have to know I didn't mean to. I couldn't help but roll my eyes as I cut him off again. Not the game, Sam. You're cheating on me, right? Now, the whole room was completely still. Sonia! He started, clearly overacting that he was in shock. Why would you even think such a thing? Give me your phone, please, I asked calmly. Of course he refused, so I tried again. If you have nothing to hide, then give me your phone. To no surprise, he still wouldn't, and then he started to make a scene which alerted 2 nurses into the room. It was clear that nothing more would come out of this conversation. He refused to leave. I asked the nurse to please take him out for my sake. As he was being walked out, he turned around, looking at me with some sort of hope. You played a good game. I don't think he knew if I was talking about cheating or baseball at that point. It didn't matter. He turned to keep walking, and that was that. It was at that moment that something clicked inside of me. I had known Samuel was cheating on me, just by mere observation. I then realized that I could manipulate just about everything around me to have the life I'd always wanted. It would be easy, but it needed, though, to be tested. But I had to be careful. These doctors had no idea what was happening with me. It was a good thing in a way. It doesn't take a genius to realize that if my smarts were exposed now, I'll end up in a testing facility with machines hooked up to my body going from one experiment to another. I needed to be careful, but I needed to test the potential extent of my abilities. I decided to test my new abilities with my English teacher, Miss Ericks. I wanted to get her to move our upcoming test, not because I didn't know the material, Actually, quite the opposite. While I was studying for the test, I found out that I could memorize even the hardest pieces of literature simply by scanning through the book. I just wanted to see if I could get her to do it. I noticed she's a dog lover, to the point of obsession. And, at this point, I had discovered that the best way to manipulate is to work with people's emotional attachments, their point of weakness. So, before class on the day of the big test, while everybody else was still filing in, I went to speak with her at her desk. I acted timid and sad as I shared a fake story about how my dog was sick and that he needed me to be there with him when they put him to sleep. Naturally, she understood my sentiments here. She told me how deeply sorry she felt and that I would be able to retake the test when I returned. But that's not what I wanted.
Miss Ericks, how would you feel if you were putting your dog down and the whole world just kept on going as if nothing was wrong?
She looked into my eyes, and a vein started to pop in the middle of her forehead. I had struck a chord. I worked up some tears as I continued.
If it's not too much to ask, Miss Ericks, and maybe it is, but most people wouldn't understand what it's like to love a dog so deeply. But all I ask is that we take this class period as a moment of silence for Fido and all the other dogs who never got that recognition. The test can wait for that, can't it?
Now she had tears in her eyes as she looked over to the picture of her dog, which she got framed on her desk. She grabbed a tissue and blew her nose before turning to the class and announcing,
"Class, today's test is postponed until tomorrow. Today's lesson is that, sometimes, there are things in life more important than sticking to a rigid schedule. Today, we take a moment of silence to send our best to Miss Sonia and her beloved dog Fido as they part ways."
With her conclusion, she gave me a wink and gestured towards the door. That was my cue to leave. I put my hands on my heart as I said, "Thank you," and walked to my car. That was all I needed to know that I could have everything. And I found that I could also manipulate my world in other, smaller ways too. Like, I could now do my makeup perfectly. It's actually just based on the principle of the golden ratio. Easy, right? And I was able to pick up any musical instrument and play it like I had been practicing since childhood. Just about anything and everything came easy for me. By my senior year, I had attracted a lot of attention. Teachers had prompted me to take an IQ test and, to no surprise, I scored as a genius. Because of that, all of the different school clubs wanted me to become a member. Other kids wanted me to be their tutor or join their study groups. And my parents and teachers were all so excited and proud, but I really didn't care. It just was what it was, and I was already wrapped in manipulating them all anyways. Plus, I no longer had any time to waste on experiencing those emotions. I could clearly see what they did to people, leaving them vulnerable to manipulation and all. Easy prey. I just knew that feelings were the ultimate trap. For years, I manipulated the world around me with no issue at all. And during those years, I had a ball doing it. I talked my parents into buying me a new car, got front row seats to sold-out games, and free airline tickets around the world. Life was sweet. But like anything else, even that eventually got boring. I wanted something bigger and better, something new, a challenge. I wanted fame. So one night as I was sleeping, and at the same time solving an incredibly challenging math problem, an idea came to me. I would manipulate my way into getting on the biggest talent show in the country. With all of my new skills, I knew that I could have a very good chance of winning. And that would be the beginning of my fame and will give me the exposure I needed. I worked hard on crafting the right plan. I made several phone calls and sent emails, all to the right people who I knew would talk to the right people. And voila! One day I got the call. They wanted me to audition for the show. If I was still indulging in primal human emotions, I would have felt nervous when I was facing such a large crowd and those judges, with those spotlights hitting me. But instead, I just felt ready to show them why I should win. I brought 4 different instruments out on stage and played them all to create a new remix for a popular song at that time. I knew by the looks on the judges' faces that I already had it in the bag. But that wasn't all. While I was playing the song, I told each of the judges exactly what they were thinking. Again, it just takes serious observation. I even managed to expose one of the meanest judges as a softie. I don't think he was happy about that, but he couldn't deny it. That sold them. I was on to the next round, and the next, and the next, until I won the whole thing. That was the closest I had felt to excitement since my injury. Although, maybe it was more like feeling a sense of accomplishment. By the end of that whole journey, people all over the country knew who I was. I couldn't even go grocery shopping without somebody recognizing me. And everybody would say the same thing.
Oh my goodness! You're Sonia from America's Got Talent! Can you tell what I'm thinking now?
Everyone, that is. Until I met Ryan. One day, I was in line for a bagel at my favorite deli when a guy behind me tapped me on the shoulder. It started off like all the rest. "Hey, you're Sonia from America's Got Talent, right?" Yep, that's me, I replied, studying him so that I knew how to respond to his next question. But he took me by surprise when, instead, he asked, "Can I tell you what you're thinking?" At that moment, I was thinking that this guy couldn't possibly know what I'm thinking. And that's exactly what he said. 4 years later, we got married. As it turned out, Ryan was just like me. However, he had become a genius after receiving electric shock therapy for his depression years ago. A lot of people come out of that treatment with a scrambled brain, but he somehow came out a genius. It felt so nice having someone around who understood me and could actually stimulate me. We would talk about things that would have made other people think we were crazy. Things that everybody should talk about, really. But instead, they're too busy fiddling around with their emotions. Stuff like, existence. Another bonus of having Ryan in my life was that he was on the same mission. By the time we met, we were both millionaires. And now, we wanted to become billionaires. We were working on a project together that would create a foolproof space launch when I found out I was pregnant. And around the time of our first successful launch into space, our daughter, Sasha, launched herself onto Earth. For the first decade of her life, as harsh as it sounds, Sasha felt like a bit of an inconvenience. She demanded a great deal of attention, as all kids do, as well as emotional support, and, well, neither Ryan nor I had much patience nor empathy for those emotions. We did what we had to do in order to make sure that Sasha was taken care of. She had a good life, by most standards. We lived in a mansion, had beautiful cars and things. She could have anything she wanted. And she had a very lovely nanny, who spent more time with her than either Ryan or I ever did. Who has time for that anyway? Most of my days happily consisted of work. By the time Sasha was 5 years old, not only had Ryan and I accomplished our dream of becoming billionaires, but we also were now ruling the world with our science labs and tech companies. Our companies were known and used by everyone, and we had enough influence in the world to do whatever we wanted. We were literally on top of the world. And still, I wanted more. But one day, when Sasha was 7 years old, I got a phone call from her school. There had been an accident on the playground, and she had fallen off the top of the slide and had broken her leg. She was okay, but she was in the emergency room. Ryan and I were on our way to a very important business meeting when we got the call. Maybe the biggest meeting with the biggest potential for us yet. Now, had you asked me a day earlier, I would have told you that nothing in the world could have made me possibly sabotage that meeting by leaving. But right there and then, something inside of me felt different, and, to my own disbelief, I chose to go and see Sasha at the hospital instead. The whole way there, I was feeling things stirring inside of me. My chest was swirling with movement. From what I could remember, I believe it was a pure sense of motherhood worry that I've, perhaps, never allowed myself to experience. And when I got there and saw Sasha asleep and all bandaged up, I broke down. For the first time in well over a decade. I couldn't hold it back anymore. I cried. Really cried. And not because I wanted to manipulate anything or get my way, but because I loved Sasha, and I'm now a bit ashamed to admit to you that I had never really felt that love before that moment. It was right there and then that the most important lesson I'd ever learned hit me, and that's saying a lot as a genius. Money and fame mean nothing, not in the grand scheme. There will never be enough to satisfy you, ever. Only authentic, loving connection and lived knowledge, which some would call wisdom, bring true value to life. In that hospital room, holding the hand of my sweet, beautiful daughter, I finally felt like the wealthiest person in the world.
Hi, my name is Elaine. I was an average teenager finishing school with dreams of getting into college. I'd had a crush on Ben, the most gorgeous guy in my school, since middle school, but I'd never had the guts to approach him. He was one of those silent, brooding types. That made me want to get close to him even more. That was easier said than done. Ben wasn't a part of any clubs and he showed no interest in making friends. I was afraid that he'd just shoo me away, so I decided to slip him a note and ask him out on a private date. If he didn't want to go, he could simply ignore me. During a school football match, I sneaked up to the bleachers where Ben sat. I quickly stole his bag. I had seen him carrying it around, so I recognized it easily. I stood under the bleachers where no one would see me. Then I unzipped the bag to slip my handwritten note inside. The moment I saw what was in his bag, I shrieked and I dropped it on the ground. I knew I wasn't supposed to draw attention to myself, but I couldn't stop screaming. There was a snake in Ben's bag. A snake! I turned to run away and slammed into someone who was standing behind me. "What are you doing?" he demanded angrily. "Is that my bag?" I couldn't breathe. Snake, I managed to whisper. "Snake! Under the bleachers!"
Ben looked at me and sighed. I watched him walk behind the snake and grab the empty bag. I begged him to be careful, but he seemed to know what he was doing. He shocked me by lunging forward and grabbing the snake by its head. I had to scream again. The sight of the snake's enormous fangs was just too much. "Stop yelling," Ben said before throwing the snake back into his bag with considerable force. Then he zipped it shut and hung the bag on his back as if it had nothing more than books inside. Ben asked me why I was peeping into his stuff. He asked me if they sent me. I didn't know what he was talking about, and I told him that, but he didn't seem to believe me. He demanded to know if I was searching for his father. Why would I be searching for his father? I showed Ben the note that I had written and explained why I stole his bag. He seemed relieved by seeing the note, and he requested me not to tell anyone about the snake. I told him I wouldn't tell anyone if he could explain to me why in the world he was carrying a snake in his backpack. I demanded to know the truth. Ben said he couldn't speak freely here. He asked me to meet him in the parking lot after school. We would drive to his house. With that, he left me standing there in awe. Had I just gotten the weirdest date ever with Ben? I met Ben in the parking lot after school, and he drove us to his house, which was only a few blocks away from my own. I asked him why we couldn't simply talk outside, but he told me to hold my questions till we were in a secure location. I was getting a bit nervous, but the fact that I was so close to my own house made me feel better. We reached his house and entered the mansion. It was gloomier and older than ours. I asked him where his parents were. He told me his mother passed away when he was young. His father spent all his time in his lab in the basement. Ben took me up to his room and shut the door behind him. Ben told me his room was soundproof, and he was sure it wasn't being bugged. We were alone. I couldn't hold my curiosity anymore. I let all my questions spill out at once. Ben told me that his father was working on an important secret mission. He'd asked Ben's help in this mission, which involved catching some poisonous snakes that lurked around this side of the city. I was horrified to learn that the snake was poisonous. I could have really died. I asked Ben why he was doing something so dangerous for his dad. What mission could be worth this? He refused to tell me. He said he couldn't trust me yet. Ben took the snake in his bag and placed him in a tank in another room. There were a few more snakes in that tank. They were the snakes he'd caught that week. The rest were housed permanently in his dad's lab. Ben said he didn't mind catching them so much. They were interesting creatures to him. He began to tell me more about them, and I couldn't help but listen. This was, hands down, the most interesting boy I'd ever met in my life. He told me the names of the snakes and all about their individual personalities. He said he usually caught the snakes after school. This was crucial work for his father. He was confident that with it, they could change the world. He said this work often made him lonely, though. It was very important to his father that all of this stay hidden, so he had to spend a lot of his time after school by himself. I was the only friend he'd made in years. I offered to help him catch his snakes and keep him company. He asked me if I was insane. Why would I want to help him, a strange guy, catch terrifying creatures? I told him that I was intrigued by him and the work he was doing. I wanted to learn more about snakes, maybe see him catch one. Ben seemed hesitant at first, but he came around quickly. He said he couldn't believe how well I was taking all this. I'd had a crush on Ben for way too long to let a few snakes ruin it. He dropped me home and we agreed to meet the next day. Our connection grew stronger quickly. I would meet him after school every day and we would go hunt for snakes. We would go to the forest, abandoned construction sites, and riversides, anywhere these pesky creatures could make home. With my company, Ben overcame his loneliness. He was grateful to me for not judging him for this work and enjoyed my company thoroughly. He could be his true, goofy self around me, and he loved that. Ben was funny, intelligent, and sensitive in an honest, unique way. I was simply crazy about him. He loved animals and taught me so much about the world that we shared with him. I wanted nothing more than to be with him. I no longer cared what his father's great secret was, but Ben did. One day, he sat me down in his room, looking incredibly serious. He said that over our time together, he had begun to have feelings for me. He said he'd never met anyone that he could be his true self with until now. I nearly swooned with joy. I told him that I too had feelings for him. Ben didn't look as excited as me, though. He said that being involved with him was dangerous, that if I really wanted to be around him, I had a right to know the truth about his father. The whole truth. He trusted that even if I chose to leave, I wouldn't betray his trust. He began to speak, but was interrupted by sounds of heavy footsteps. "Who is this young lady?" came a voice.
Ben and I turned to see a man. Dad, she's a friend, Ben said. His outlook changed from relaxed to alert, while I made sure I was presentable, meeting his father for the first time. A friend? I'm sorry to disturb you, but can you do what I asked you to do earlier? I'll keep her company. Ben nodded and went inside while his father sat beside me. I am so happy to see him making friends, he said. I nodded my head and smiled. Yeah, he has been so lonely since his mother passed away. His dad looked so sad. I wanted to tell him that I'd never leave Ben, but maybe it wasn't the time. Oh, he never mentioned his mom. What happened? I asked. She died because she couldn't get treatment in time. Now I devote myself to make sure that the same never happens again, no matter what I have to do, he said, and he got up, wiping tears off of his eyes. It's late. You should go home. I took the hint and got up. That's when Ben came back. He walked me home but kept silent. So I did the talking. Your father is a great man, I said. Your home is here, Ben said. Before I could say something, he pulled me into a hug. It was blissful until I felt him slip something into my hand. Open it when you're alone, he whispered. Before I could open it, he rushed away. Once I was in my room, I opened the note. Ben finally told me the whole story. His father was collecting these snakes in order to manufacture antidotes for their venom. He was making several thousand vials, preparing for a massive outbreak of snake bites in town. His father was the one creating the outbreak. He was going to take all the snakes that they had captured and release them into a very posh, high-income area in our town. I was horrified by this. They were going to release poisonous snakes in an area with people? That was terrible. Ben explained that these snakes already existed throughout the town. The rich people here had cleared their own area of them and left the snakes to bite the poor people. One of these venomous snakes had been the cause of his mother's death all those years ago. The hospitals owned by the rich refused to manufacture antidotes because they were cheap compared to the extensive treatment they provided for snake bites. The same treatment had failed on Ben's mother and she died, leaving his family broken forever. Moments after I finished reading the note, I learned that my parents were planning a weekend at a resort in a posh area of the town, a part that could be flooded by poisonous snakes any day now. I tried to convince my parents to change their plan, but they'd already made their reservations. There was no way I was going to put them at risk, so I had to come clean. My parents were furious. Boys, vigilantes, poisonous snakes, these were all the things I was supposed to avoid. They called the cops immediately, in spite of me begging them to wait. They alerted them about the plan Ben's father had made. The cops arrived within minutes and forced me to tell them the whole truth. They immediately took off to Ben's house, but the entire mansion was empty. No snakes were found in the building, nor did they find Ben or his father. I couldn't believe this. Where were they? I found a note on their front porch which said, "I know what you did, Elaine. If you cooperate with the cops, I will fill your house with snakes. Ben." Suddenly, I was terrified. Had Ben found out that I'd tipped off the police? How? My head started to spin as I looked at the note. This wasn't Ben's handwriting. I read and reread the note and became certain about one thing. Ben didn't write this note. He may have been brainwashed by his father, but he was not a threatening person. Perhaps his father wrote this. Ben must have told him about me after he kicked me out. After all, I had been so against the plan that he must have gotten scared that I would rat him out, which I did. I immediately alerted the police officer about this, and they put out a search to find Ben and his father. I told the police they should increase security near the posh areas of the town. If Ben's father knew he was going to get caught, he could have decided to implement his plan early. The police thanked us for our help, and we went back home. When my mom, dad, and I entered our living room, we nearly had a stroke. Our living room was full of slithering snakes, countless snakes creeping and crawling all over our furniture. In the center of it all stood Ben's father. He had a gun in his hand. I knew it was him because he looked exactly like Ben, just older and worn and angry. He accused me of ruining his life and lives of thousands of other people that his antidote would have saved. He said I seduced his son to derail his plan, and he would get back at me for that. I called him sick and twisted for manipulating his son. I demanded to know where Ben was. He laughed at me. He told me Ben would never choose to be with me. He was dedicated to him, his father, and the plan they'd made for this town. Didn't he care that he was ruining Ben's life?
He would land up in jail or worse if this thing got out of control. My questions didn't affect him. He said we all had to do bad things for the greater good. We all had to make sacrifices. He was ready to do his duty. Suddenly, the door of our house busted open and police officers filtered into our home like ants. Ben's father tried to run out of the house, but the police had surrounded our house and they restrained him within seconds. We ran out of our snake-ridden house. I yelled at Ben's father to tell me where Ben was, but I didn't need to. Ben was standing right behind me. I turned around when he called my name. My heart was racing in my chest. Ben was here. I raced up to him and hugged him tightly. How did he get here? What was going on? Ben revealed that after my fight with him, he'd gone to meet his father. He was worried that I would reveal their plan, and he felt like he had a right to let his dad know. When his father declared that he would hunt me down and silence me, Ben got frightened. For the first time, he could see the cruel hardness in his father's eyes. This was a man who would do anything to get what he wanted, no matter the price. Ben tried to stop his father from coming after me, but he wouldn't listen to reason. He was convinced his son had been deluded by childish feelings. He told Ben he was implementing his plan early and asked him to load the snakes into his truck. He was going to release the snakes and avenge his wife's death. He had gone mad with grief, Ben realized. He just didn't see it before. Any effort to stop him was useless. There was only one thing left for Ben to do. It was to destroy his father himself. It was Ben who'd tipped off the police about his father's attack on our house. He'd revealed everything to them in exchange for immunity from prosecution. He'd saved the lives of my whole family. My family was eternally thankful to Ben, especially my mom. We got Ben to stay with us in our house while his father was in jail. The police charged his father with conspiracy to murder, animal cruelty, and about 10 other smaller crimes. He was sentenced to jail for 10 years.
Hi, I'm Alexa from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. I think I decided when I was born that I liked my mom way more than my dad. She and I were always super close. Mom owned a lovely bookshop in the neighborhood that had been in the family for generations. And ever since I was a little kid, it was my favorite place to be. But my twin sister Bailey was always closer to Dad, and I didn't know why. If there was a prize for the messiest, most irresponsible man on the planet, he'd surely win. And I was allergic to mess. Daddy, you left your muddy boots over my white shoes again.
Are you saying something, honey? I can't hear you.
Maybe you would if you stopped playing the video game. Shut up, you're so annoying. Can't you let us have some fun, you robot? I threw my shoe at Bailey when she said that, but I couldn't do the same to Dad, 'cause he was my dad. He just worked some odd part-time jobs, and the rest he spent at home playing video games and being messy. But once when I was in first grade, he really went too far. He took Bailey and me to the park, and while we were on the swings, he went off to play football with some boys. Bailey and I didn't realize how much time had gone by till it started getting dark. We looked around for Dad, but we couldn't find him anywhere. Alexa, I don't know the way back home. I don't either, but it's okay. We have each other. We'll be fine. I suddenly remembered the park was close to Mom's bookstore, and I took Bailey's hand and made my way there. Mom was just closing up, and she was shocked to see us. She took us home furiously, and we found Dad sitting on the couch with his muddy boots, looking totally unbothered.
Hurry up, ladies. Don't let the big man starve. Dinner time.
He didn't even realize he'd left us at the park? Mom and Dad got into the biggest fight ever. And the next day, Dad packed up his bags and left, saying he was moving in with his mom. And well, he never visited or came back. Bailey was super upset, but I was secretly relieved. And Mom seemed happier too. Good riddance. Men were the worst. Growing up, I even avoided talking to boys my age. I was certain they were just all messy and careless, like Dad. Like once in 5th grade, the teacher made a boy sit next to me for a class activity, and he was a complete chatterbox. Worse, he messed up the order of all my markers. Dude, can't you see that the pink cap doesn't go with the green marker? Ma'am, where can I find a no boys class?
It's not possible, Alexa. You'll have to learn to get along with everybody. Yes, even the boys.
The boy grinned at me, and I grabbed a marker and scribbled all over his face. The teacher called my mom, and I got a bunch of lectures. But nothing could change my mind. Boys were icky, and I hated them. Soon after, I discovered something that really interested me: acting. I joined the drama club, and there I found myself fighting for the lead roles every year with a girl named Lily. I mostly beat her to them, and obviously, she hated me. By the time we were in high school, all the boys knew I wouldn't care to talk with them, so they stopped trying. But Lily wouldn't stop annoying me about it. Who are you gonna go to prom with? Your cat? Do you stay away from the boys because you know you're ugly and no one will like you? Once I walked into the locker room as she was changing and she shrieked, "OMG, are you trying to get a peek at me? I know you're into girls, but don't even think about me." Yikes, no. Even if I was into girls, I have good taste, Lily. But she spread rumors around the school that I secretly liked her and was spying like a creep when she was changing. Why don't you go and prove her wrong? Go on, just talk to a boy. I'd rather sprinkle cat litter on broccoli and eat that. Yuck, you're a savage and so weird. Yeah, Bailey was nothing like me. She was really popular with the guys, and she was always dating one. And I was always afraid she'd end up choosing someone exactly like Dad. Once she was getting ready to go out with a boy I knew was a jerk, but she wouldn't listen to me, so I had to do something myself. That evening, I opened the door when he knocked. "So, you're Mark?" "No, wait. She said he's hot. Are you Shane?" No. He comes on a motorbike every time." "You must be the rich donkey she was talking about." "What? She said that? And who are all these guys?" "I don't know. Maybe you should ask Peter. He and Bailey have been really close lately." He got pissed and left. And when Bailey found out, she was furious. "Now you're spoiling my chances too? Okay, what's up with you and boys? Don't you find them cute and fun? I find them useless and annoying. And I don't know why you're dying to be with one. You're too young anyway. Just stay away from them." But she'd never do that. One evening, I realized that I'd left some important notes in my locker, and I had to go back to school to get them. Just then, I heard a beautiful voice from the boys' locker room. I took a peek through the door and saw someone singing along with his guitar. It was Ryan, the quiet millionaire who joined school a week ago and had all the girls drooling. I stood there quietly and continued to listen until he stopped and looked right at me. "So, do you like it?" Oh God, he saw me! It didn't make my ears bleed, so I guess it was all right. "You're the famous man-hater, aren't you? I'm flattered to have you as a fan, but I'll have to give you my autograph another time. I don't have a pen right now." Oh, that's too bad. I want to cry, but I left my hanky at home. "I'd offer you mine, but it's full of boogers. Anyway, what are you doing here so late?" "I got bored and decided to find my Prince Charming here at school. And you?" "Same reason. I was waiting for someone as pretty as you to secretly listen to me as I sing." "So, is this the part where we fall in love and start dating?" No. I think we should get married right away and have kids." Suddenly, I noticed his boots. They were covered with mud. You know, there's a reason I stay away from boys, and I'm certain you're no different. With that, I walked away. This Ryan seemed really full of himself. And to my dismay, I found out a few days later that he was being paired with me as the lead in the school play. But he seemed more disappointed than me. "Ma'am, can't we choose someone else to play the heroine's part?" "What's your problem? Why are you trying to get me out of the play?" "Because I don't want to play the part with a girl who's allergic to boys. We'll have no chemistry." "I don't have to like you to be good at acting. I can fake chemistry." There's a kissing scene. You sure you're up for it?" "Yeah, I'm a professional, and we don't need to practice it. We can just do it on the day of the play." "Fine by me. I'm an expert anyway." We started rehearsing soon with Lily as my understudy, but her main role seemed to be flirting with Ryan, and he was just as annoying as any boy I'd ever met. He was late for rehearsals, he was always eating on set and making a mess, and he had to take 100 breaks. But I had to admit, he was a good actor and was perfect for the part. A few days later, we were doing a dress rehearsal, and soon after wearing my costume, my back really started to itch. I somehow made it through my part and then rushed to the dressing room. I looked at my back in the mirror, at the huge, ugly burn mark I'd had since I'd been in an accident when I was 8 years old. The costume's material had really irritated my scar, and it was all red and itchy. I took a picture in the mirror to send to my skin doctor, and then quickly changed into my clothes. But as I picked up my phone again, I realized that I'd sent the picture to frickin' Ryan. Oh my God! Feeling panicked, I texted him that I sent the picture by mistake, but he never replied. I just slipped out and headed home, feeling really worried. I was certain that jerk would show it to everyone, especially Lily. But the next day when I went to school, no one was looking at me weirdly or talking about me. No one brought it up at all. Later, I spotted Ryan by himself in the hallway, and I walked over to him. Hey, listen, thank you for not sharing that picture with anyone. I know I'm an ugly freak.
What picture?
The one I sent you yesterday?
I'm pretty sure you didn't. See our chat? No picture here.
He looked up at me and smiled, and I found myself smiling back.
Wow, that's the first time I've seen you smiling. I don't think you should do that. It's not a great look on you.
I just rolled my eyes and walked away. Okay, he wasn't a jerk, but he was still annoying. But it was nice of him to pretend he didn't receive the picture to not embarrass me. When the day of the play finally came, I was super excited. Our performances were going really smoothly. Well, until the kissing scene.
What are you doing? You're supposed to kiss me now.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just getting ready.
It's just a kiss. Kiss me, Alexa.
Fine. I put my hands on his face, and my heart was racing. As our lips touched, I felt something I'd never felt before. And I was kinda disappointed when he pulled away and started saying his next dialogue. Back at home, Bailey couldn't stop teasing me about the kiss and our chemistry on stage, which I completely denied and slammed the door in her face. But I couldn't stop thinking about the kiss all night. Was I catching feelings for Ryan? But the next morning, I forgot all about it when I went down for breakfast and found Mom crying. Mom, what's wrong? What happened?
I'm going to lose the bookstore.
It turned out that Mom had taken a big loan a while back from an investment company to keep the bookstore running. But lately, she hadn't been able to make the payments on time. And now, the company was demanding that she pay it immediately. And the investment company belonged to Lily's dad.
I'll have to sell the bookstore. It's not been doing well for a while, and I'm just not making enough.
But Mom, you love that bookstore. Everyone in the neighborhood loves it. It's been around for 30 years. There has to be a way we can save it.
I don't think there is, honey.
I felt really heavy-hearted when I went to school that day. I was sitting alone on the bleachers at recess when suddenly Ryan joined me.
What's up with your face today?
And to my horror, I started to cry. I buried my face in my arms as I sobbed, and I felt Ryan putting his arm around me.
Hey, what's going on? Do you want to talk about it?
And I found myself telling him everything. When I was done, he handed me his hanky and looked at me.
I might have a solution for your problem.
What? What do you mean?
I guess you don't know that Lily's dad and my dad are business partners. They both own that investment company. I'll talk to my dad today and ask him to make the loan payments easier for you guys. I don't want you to lose that bookstore. It seems like it means a lot to you.
Do you really mean that? Will your dad agree?
He will, I promise.
I was so thrilled that I threw my arms around him in a bear hug. He hugged me too, and we just stayed like that for a while. Ryan, did you just smell my hair?
What? No, I didn't.
Why are you helping me?
Because I'm not a jerk.
Is that all?
Yeah, don't worry. I wouldn't fall for someone who's decided to hate boys for all eternity.
Well, maybe I don't hate you. Ryan's face suddenly lit up, and he drew me close and kissed me. And it felt amazing. True to his word, Ryan talked to his dad, and Mom was ecstatic when the company told her they changed their decision. And Ryan and I, well, much to everyone's surprise and Lily's anger, we started dating. I couldn't believe I had a boyfriend. Prom came around a few months later, and when Bailey and I reached school, I spotted Ryan from afar, looking so cute. I walked up to him and was about to kiss him when he suddenly stopped me.
Hey, Alexa, wait. There's something I need to talk to you about.
Okay, why the serious face? He led me out of the hall and then he spoke.
Listen, I hate that I'm ruining prom for you, but I just have to tell you now. Our company is facing some losses, and Lily's dad is insisting that we collect all outstanding loans. So I'm afraid your mom will have to make the full payment very soon. I am so sorry.
I felt the ground slip beneath my feet. Are you kidding me? You promised, and now you're just breaking it? Just like that?
It's not my decision, Alexa. I don't own the company.
Then maybe it wasn't your promise to make either. Did you just do it to get together with me? To win me over? And you never really meant it?
What are you talking about? Of course I meant it. I tried to help you. Can't you at least see that?
No, all I can see is that you gave us false hope. I would have been better if you hadn't. Why is everyone so disappointing?
Well, maybe your standards are too frickin' high.
Well, maybe I'm just better off alone. I stormed out of there in angry tears. I'd made a mistake, believing a stupid boy, and even a bigger mistake of falling for him. High school had come to an end, and Bailey and I helped Mom pack up the store over the summer. It broke our hearts to lose it, but there was nothing we could do. One day, as Bailey and I were going back home, we walked past a cafe where I spotted several kids from school, including Ryan and Lily, and she was clinging onto his arm. Bailey saw my face and said, "You don't know they're together, Alexa." "I'm pretty sure that they are, and I really don't care." I went off to university to study drama and theater, and I was having an amazing time. I made loads of cool friends. Yes, even guys. And I realized I'd been foolishly stubborn to think they were all bad. Sometimes, I even regretted being so hard on Ryan and driving him away. He was just a high school kid like me back then, and it wasn't his fault that we lost our bookstore. Soon after graduation, I went back home to attend Bailey's wedding. Her husband seemed a lot more sensible than Dad, and she seemed really happy. And I was happy for them. Later that night, someone rang the doorbell, and I was shocked when I opened the door.
Hello, Alexa?
Standing outside was Ryan. Hi. What are you doing here?
I've been in touch with Bailey. She said you were coming back for her wedding. I really wanted to talk to you.
I stepped out onto the porch, and he said something completely unexpected.
You know, I never forgot about that burn scar on your back.
My scar? That's what you want to talk about?
Yeah. I've never stopped thinking about how you saw yourself with it, or how painful it must be for you. I found an amazing skin surgeon, and he can fix it, Alexa. And if you agree to go for it, I'd like to pay for the surgery.
But why are you doing this?
I swear, I'm only doing it as a friend. I know I let you down all those years ago, and now that I can make some decisions on my own, I want to do this.
I stopped being mad at you a long time ago, Ryan. You don't have to do this.
I want to. Please, don't say no.
After a lot of thinking, I agreed. I underwent the surgery a week later, and when I woke up, Ryan was by my side, smiling.
The doctor said it went great.
I can't thank you enough, Ryan. I really owe you.
No, you don't. Well, I'll accept a cup of coffee.
It's a date.
Is it?
Maybe. I sat up in bed and pulled Ryan towards me in a hug. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. I could hear weird noises in my house. I picked up my baseball bat, ready to kick some butt. It was totally dark downstairs, and ew, I could hear gross kissing noises. I turned on the light and found my sister making out with some guy. Rachel, what are you doing? You're married.
Becca, it's okay. This guy is way richer.
Rachel, if you don't stop this right now. Let's pause. Hi, I'm Rebecca, and this is my big sister Rachel, my only family, and the biggest gold digger in the entire world. Rachel was so stunning that guys literally proposed to her from moving cars. She knew she could get away with anything. She'd already been divorced 4 times. So where were we? Oh yeah. Rachel, if you don't stop this right now, I'm calling your husband. Becca, put the phone down. Then stop cheating. Rachel turned to her date and started making out with him in front of me. That's it. I dialed her husband and Rachel suddenly jumped on me. We rolled on the ground as she tried to wrestle the phone out of my hands. Hello? Ow! Your wife, ow, is cheating on you. Her husband literally zoomed back home and lost his mind. He broke up with Rachel and kicked us both out of his house. Ugh, Becca, how could you do this to me? You're the one who uses people for money. Shut up. You have no idea how hard it is to raise a family alone. She knew saying that would always make me feel guilty. She stormed away to make some calls and find a new place for us to live again. Living with Rachel was like being a nomad. Every time she found a new husband, my life turned upside down. I was the new kid always. Becca, I'm getting married. Please, tell me something new. She ignored my joke and gave me a bone-crushing hug. He's a millionaire film producer. I did it. We're going to be millionaires. And so I became the new girl again. We moved into a massive, glittery mansion and I met my new family.
Hi, I'm Greg. Welcome to our home. This is my daughter, Diane.
If looks could hurt, Diane would have literally set us on fire. I'm not sharing my house and my dad with you. I will make your life so miserable. There was no way she was serious, right? Wrong. I was eating cereal before my first day at school, and the second I took a bite, I knew something was off. This wasn't milk, it was paint. Diane cackled like a witch while I hosed my mouth clean. She'd ruined the outfit it took me hours to pick out. I turned the hose on her and totally soaked her from head to toe. She hit me back with her revenge at school. Just before lunch, a boy slid up to me with a weird smirk on his face.
Hey, you're the girl who dates people for money, right?
What? Diane had already spread a rumor about me. She told everyone I was a gold digger who would date anyone just for cash.
So, you want to go out with me? I'm kind of with Diane, but I'll pay you big time to keep it a secret.
Get away from me, you creep! I slapped him across his face. I stormed into the cafeteria and I was shocked to see everyone looking at me, whispering about me. I marched up to Diane. Hey, you told everyone I dated people for money? Not just you. Your sister too. That's why she stole my dad. I'm not my sister. I don't do that stuff. Liar. Then why did I turn your boyfriend down when he hit on me? Everyone gasped. Diane turned to her boyfriend, who lied instantly.
It wasn't me, babe. She's a total liar. She came on to me, I swear.
You hear that, everyone? Rebecca is a liar and a boy thief. Stay away from her. Well, this had to be a record. Everyone hated me in only one day. I was prepared to spend my time here alone. When months later, something changed. A new boy transferred to our school. His name was Zane, and he was so gorgeous that my heart melted just looking at him. I knew I had to become his friend before he heard the rumors about me. This was my only chance. I quickly wrote a note and passed it to him. Welcome to the school. I'm new. Want to meet for lunch? He read the note and gave me a glittering smile. Oh my God, so beautiful. Diane spotted us and shouted, "Ma'am, Rebecca is passing notes in class." The teacher glared at Zane.
Did Rebecca pass this to you? No, miss, it's my note. It fell out of my book.
The teacher walked away and Zane gave me a wink. He and I became friends instantly. We had so much in common. Neither of us had parents or a stable home. He knew what it was like to be a lonely nomad. Our connection made me truly happy. So obviously, Diane tried to ruin it. She showed up with her tribe of meanies during lunch one day. They pulled Zane away from me and started filling his ears with all their rumors. OMG, was I gonna lose my friend? Zane pushed the girls away.
Dang girls, y'all need to quit gossiping.
It's not gossip if it's the truth.
I believe Becca, so back off.
Zane walked away from them and came to sit down with me. I was literally looking at him with stars in my eyes. He was my new favorite person in the world. My crush on him magnified daily, and I was pretty sure he liked me too. One day, I saw Zane walking to my house with a bunch of lilies in his hand, and I nearly fainted. Was he gonna ask me out? Unfortunately, Rachel got to the door first. Becca, you're dating a Muslim boy and you didn't tell me? Stay out of this, Rachel.
Look, I'll let you see Becca if you can pay $100 entry fee. You have to prove you're willing to fight for her. I don't have $100. He's Muslim and poor. Pfft, go away.
He was so upset.
Your family is weird, Becca. I'm out of here.
Zane, no! He literally ran away from me. He refused to take my calls or reply to any of my texts. I cried my eyes out over that boy for days. I liked him so much. Even Diane noticed it. She came up to my room one day. I heard your sister asking Zane for money. You were trying to stop her? I told you I'm not a gold digger. Then stand up to Rachel. Date that poor, hot Muslim guy. And why are you helping me? Hey, I'm a nice person. Now that I see you're not so bad, you could use my help. If Rachel catches me, she'll lose it. Then we'll just have to make sure she never finds out. I had no other allies, so I decided to trust her. She spoke to Zane and I got him to give me a chance to explain myself. I don't care if you're poor or rich. I haven't stopped thinking about you for one day.
I haven't stopped thinking about you either, Becca. I'm sorry I didn't trust you.
I put my finger against his lips. No more apologies. Only dates. He laughed and took me into his arms, giving me a kiss I would never forget. We planned our dates super carefully so Rachel would never catch us. I'd sneak out of my room at night, and Diane would sleep in my bed, pretending to be me under the covers. Her help gave me and Zane so much time to enjoy each other. It was the best time of my life. One day, Zane came to school looking totally freaked out.
My foster family is sending me away. I might have to leave town.
No way! You can't leave!
I have nowhere to stay, no money to spend. I have no choice.
Diane and I shared only one look before we both yelled, "You can live with us! We're millionaires and we live in a giant mansion. We can totally support you."
But your sister hates me.
So what? In such a big house, she'll never find you. We snuck Zane inside and gave him the room in the corner of the mansion where no one ever went. We'd take his meals to his room and sneak him out for school every day. One time, Rachel spotted him in the garden and she went,
"Excuse me, who are you?"
Zane made his voice all weird and deep.
The gardener. Bye now."
He ran away before she could get a look at his face. Whew. Rachel was starting to notice how friendly Diane and I had become. One day, she started grilling us.
"What do you both keep doing in the corner of the house?"
Making out?
Ew, you're stepsisters. Not related by blood.
That was enough to get rid of Rachel for now. With Diane's help, I continued to do whatever I wanted right under her nose. After so many years of being lonely, I was finally happy. I had a friend and a loving, adorable boyfriend. Things were going great. So of course, Rachel did a Rachel thing and messed it all up. I came home from school early one day and found her making out with some guy on the couch. "You're cheating again?"
OMG, Becca, get out.
"No, you get out. You strange man, whoever you are. Out!" I kicked her boy toy as far away as I could. Then I turned to her with literal steam coming from my ears.
Don't be angry, Becca. I was kissing him because I'm pregnant with his baby.
"You're what?" I basically fainted then. Once Rachel revived me, she told me how she'd fallen in love with this emerald mine owner in the last month. They'd had a moment of weakness and now she was pregnant.
This guy is even richer than Greg, so we're leaving, Rebecca.
Nuh-uh, no way.
Oh, come on. When you see his helicopter pad, you'll thank me.
I put my foot down. I was not leaving this place. Not after I just started loving it here. We had the most intense shouting match of our lives before I could finally convince Rachel to stay. Fine. We will stay here on one condition. I will tell Greg this baby is his. You cannot blow my cover. You're gonna lie about that? If he finds out the truth, he'll kick us out. If you want to stay here, keep it quiet. I had no choice. I kept Rachel's secret, and 9 months later, she gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, who Greg lovingly named Greg Jr. Awkward. One day, Rachel asked me to babysit Greg Jr. right when I was headed for a date with Zane. This was a super important date, our 2-year anniversary. So, I decided to take the baby with me. Big mistake. The owner of the diner where we ate called the cops on us because he thought we stole the baby. No amount of explanations could convince him. So finally, Rachel had to come down to the police station and get us out. She was furious. Going out with babies? Dating poor people? You are grounded forever, Becca. I mean, look who's talking. But I had something more important to deal with right now. We had to leave Zane outside some random house that he pretended was his. He had to walk all the way to our house and climb up the drain pipe to reach his room. I apologized so hard. It was so dumb of me to bring the baby. But Zane put a finger on my lips.
No more apologies. Only dates.
Aww. He kissed me deeply and I wrapped my arms around him. I couldn't believe we'd been together for 2 whole years. Suddenly the door burst open. Rachel was standing outside looking completely mental, and Diana was right behind her looking scared. Oh my God, how did she know we were here? Suddenly, I realized Greg's baby monitor was still in my jacket. Rachel had heard us. She went completely nuts. She woke up the whole house and threatened to call the cops on Zane. He's our friend, and he needed a place to stay. He's probably a criminal, and he's using us for a roof. He's my boyfriend, and he loves me. Ugh, I am not gonna let some poor boy trick you out of your money. I'm calling the police. No, you will not call the cops on Zane, and if you do, you'll what? I'm gonna tell everyone your secret. Rachel looked at me like I was a ghost. I have stood by your side through everything. Just do this one thing for me. Let Zane stay. No, I won't, and you're bluffing. You'd never choose these strangers over your own sister. Well, I chose the strangers and revealed Rachel's secret. The moment Greg heard the truth about his baby, he started crying. Diane looked at me with complete betrayal. How could you not tell me? We were friends. She ran away, and I knew I'd broken her trust completely. Greg booked a hotel for Rachel and kicked her out of the house. When I started packing my things, he stopped me.
You and Greg Jr. are still my children. You can stay if you like. You too, Zane.
I literally burst into tears at this point. This place was home to me. Greg forgave me much sooner than Diane, who didn't talk to me for almost a year after that drama. But eventually we became friends again, and she was even my maid of honor when I married Zane 5 wonderful years later. You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the Army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetic store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go. Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an army man, and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage, and when it came to my hair,
The brush is stuck. Ouch!
let's watch a tutorial, okay? Before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best.
Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him.
Dad, look! A boy asked me out.
My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? But I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen. Your dad's kinda scary.
Him? No, he's sweet.
Fluffy! I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down, sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet. I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye. After that, Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina.
And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity.
Then he kissed my hands like a gentleman. Played cool. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective.
Don't worry, he can't resist me.
Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two. Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun, but then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you?
He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower?
What?
I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better.
You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that.
You're breaking up with me?
It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me I told you so. But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up? Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case. When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you? I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative? After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so I went down the rabbit hole of research. And when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there, OMG, it's on fire! My hair sample is on fire! A boy in the lab came to help me. Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm
Regina, the girl who has a scary dad. I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab.
Your lab?
Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd.
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my god, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Tyrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Tyrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Tyrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was, until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor?
You deserve a lot of success.
But you helped me out a lot.
It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you.
Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back.
I thought I was just a friend.
You can be my friend and my boyfriend.
Really? But your dad.
I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused.
If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years.
No, that's not fair.
It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall?
If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, you're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad? He doesn't look so good.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. My chest. I feel like I can't breathe.
I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things.
I miss your mom most of the time.
I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you.
And I am of you too.
I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero!
I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever.
Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes.
You have shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself. And I like this guy.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir.
Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow, whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way. Hi everyone, my name is Hope. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Also, we've just dropped some exclusive MSA merch. We're talking stylish bottles and notebooks that are total must-haves. Click the link in the description and see for yourself. That winter, when I was in 5th grade, the world turned all white with snow. Our classroom was cozy. But one day, the principal brought in a new girl named Maya. She seemed shy and wore old clothes. Our teacher, Miss Albert, asked us to welcome her, but most of us stayed quiet. Maya sat next to me, smiled, but I moved away. My best friends were Kendra and Sophie. We whispered secrets and giggled together. Maya tried to join us once with her toys, but we said no. As days passed, we whispered and laughed about Maya's old clothes and strange toys. We didn't want to play with her. As spring arrived, Maya wore a pretty dress, but it looked like someone else's. We called her Never Knew and laughed again. One day, she jumped rope alone, not looking at us. This time, she didn't ask us if we wanted to play with her. She jumped and jumped and jumped until we went back inside. Then one day, Maya didn't come to school. In class that morning, we talked about kindness. Miss Albert placed a big bowl on her desk and filled it with water. We all gathered around and watched her drop a small stone into it. Tiny waves spread out from the stone.
This is what kindness is like. Every little act we do sends ripples into the world.
Then, Miss Albert let each of us drop a stone in while sharing our kind deeds. Joseph had helped his grandmother. Kendra changed her baby brother's diaper. And even Andrew, the bully, had done something nice by carrying the teacher's books upstairs. I stood there, holding Miss Albert's rock, but I couldn't think of anything to share. I passed the stone on. Maya didn't come to school the next day or the day after that. Every morning, I walked to school slowly, hoping today would be the day Maya returned and smiled at me. I promised myself this would be the day I smiled back. Each kindness, Mrs. Albert had said, makes the whole world a little bit better. But Maya never came back to school. Miss Albert told us she had to move away. I walked home alone, thinking of the smiles I never shared, the kindness I never gave. I threw stones into the pond, watching the ripples. It was like the chances of being kind to Maya were gone forever. That day, as I walked home alone from school, I noticed a boy standing on the corner, looking lost and confused. Hey, are you okay?
I think I'm lost. I can't find my way home.
I thought about what Miss Albert had taught us about kindness, so I decided to help. You know what? You can come with me to my house, and we'll figure it out from there.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
He followed me, and as we walked, we started chatting. I'm Hope, by the way.
I'm Jake. Nice to meet you, Hope.
He looked poor, and I thought my wealthy family would be thrilled to help someone in need. Well, not exactly. Jake and I entered the house while my parents were in the middle of an argument. They stopped immediately when they saw us.
Hope? Who is this?
So, remember when I said I wanted to start being kind? Well, I found this boy who seemed lost, and I thought we could help him find his way home.
Are you out of your mind? What if he's a serial killer or someone dangerous?
He's 12, Mom, and since you're overreacting, I'll take him to my room. Come on, Jake, let's go. I took his hand and led him upstairs to my bedroom. Mom was such a narcissist. Even though I was young, I could see right through her. Like this one time when I was 6, I was excited for Take Your Child to Work Day. I thought Mom would show me off at her big office, but nope. She was too busy shining like a star with her work friends. I tried to keep up with her, but she didn't even look at me. It was like I was invisible. Then at lunch, while I was alone munching on a cheese sandwich, I overheard her. Her boss said she was great at her job, and she told him kids would just get in my way. Ouch, that stung. I was sitting right there, and she acted like I didn't exist. It hit me hard. To Mom, her job was everything, and me, I just didn't fit into her perfect picture. And from that day on, I didn't look at her the same way. If she wasn't gonna act like my mom, I wasn't gonna treat her like one. But in my bedroom, Jake had a point.
Not to be rude, but aren't you being a bit mean mean to your mom, even though you're trying to be kinder?
Well, zip it, or I'll beat you in the next game. Now, pass me the PlayStation controller. Game on!
And just like that, Jake and I hit it off. He was new in town and didn't have much. That's why he was lost that day. Mom didn't like us hanging out, but I didn't let that bother me. Life was more fun with Jake, and I felt like I was really becoming nicer. A few weeks later, I asked Dad if Jake could join my private school. Dad always called me his little princess and would do anything for me. So he said yes. Well, my best friends Kendra and Sophie hadn't changed one bit. They were still pretty mean. I kept Jake a secret from them for the last few months. Jake and I agreed to act like strangers at school until I figured things out and felt brave enough to be his friend openly. The day Jake started at school, Kendra and Sophie surprised me.
Look at that hottie over there. He looks poor, but God, I'd pay him to be my boyfriend. Yeah, let's pay him together. We can share him.
So, when Maya joined us last year, we didn't want to hang out with her because she didn't have much money. But now you're all excited about a guy just because he's good looking?
Oh my God, why are you so obsessed with this Maya girl? Listen, Sophie, let's hire some private investigator to find this Maya for our friend, and she can just shut up about it.
You're hilarious. But seriously, just leave Jake out of your games.
Wait, how do you know his name?
I overheard a teacher say it, but really, just leave him be.
You know, Hope, since you're so insistent, now I really want to talk to him. Let's go, Sophie.
Great, just what I needed. They went to him and said,
Hey there, Jake. You're new here, right? Yeah, we thought you looked interesting. Want to hang out with us?
Jake seemed to be taken aback, but agreed to chat with them. For the next few days, Kendra and Sophie became interested in Jake. They wanted him to be their friend, but they had a different plan in mind. They offered him money to run errands and do things for them. I tried to warn Jake that he was worth more than being used like that, but he didn't listen. He said,
If you want me to stop helping them, you'll have to tell them that we're friends.
I didn't know what to say to that. I wasn't ready to ruin my image by having a poor friend, especially because Kendra and Sophie wouldn't stop laughing at me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
With those words, Jake distanced himself from me and grew closer to Kendra and Sophie. They started giving him more money, and he became somewhat distant. I missed my friend. Then one day, I saw Jake holding their coats and acting like a servant. I'd had enough. I approached him and dragged him aside. Why are you acting like this? Don't you have any dignity? You want money? Fine, I'll give you money. Just stop hanging out with them.
Well, I don't mind helping the prettiest and most popular girls in school. Everyone now respects me and thinks I'm cool. And also, I don't know why, but you act like you're better than them.
Well, I am.
You'd rather see them treating me like this than standing up for your friend because you're too ashamed to have someone like me as a friend. How does that make you better than them? At least they're nice to their parents, while you're rude to your mom and take advantage of your sweet dad. You never show him any love.
Tears welled up in my eyes, but I couldn't speak, so I just stormed off. To make things worse, that night, my mom came to my room and said,
Hey, Hope, I wanted to let you know that I've decided to divorce your dad. I've packed my things and I'm leaving in the morning. I came to ask if you wanted to come and live with me, although I already know what you'll say.
Yeah, since you already know, please leave and close the door behind you. Mom left and I buried my head in the pillow, letting out a frustrated scream. But I refused to let my tears fall. I took a deep breath and decided I was gonna take matters into my own hands. Tomorrow, I was gonna teach all these jerks a lesson. The moment I saw Jake the next morning, I said, I'm gonna ask my dad to stop paying for your school if you don't stop hanging out with Kendra and Sophie. How about that?
Yeah, cool. I'll ask Kendra and Sophie to help. They'd love to. Now please go away. I have some things to do.
Yeah, like licking Kendra's shoes, for example. Suddenly, Jake looked at me with angry eyes and a stern expression. He held my shoulders and pushed me back slightly.
Listen, Hope, you need to understand that you're acting like a bully, even if you don't see it. Threatening your friend to do things that only benefit you is selfish and wrong. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but for now, please don't talk to me. Whenever you see me, just look the other way. I hope you have a good life, Hope.
And with that, he walked away. I stood there in shock, then rushed to the bathroom to let out my feelings. When I got there, I found Kendra and Sophie laughing and chatting. In a moment of frustration, I said, Listen, you two, you need to stop treating Jake like he's here to do your commands.
Whoa, calm down, girl. We don't treat him like that at all. He's just a nice guy who offers to help.
But you pay him.
Yeah, so what? If you have a friend who has less money than you and could use some help, why not?
Oh, come on. We all know you're not exactly the nicest people.
Yeah, we're not denying that, but at least we're not ashamed to be seen with a less fortunate friend in public, unlike you.
How did you even know that Jake was my friend?
Well, it's pretty obvious that you care about Jake. We even think you have a crush on him. Yeah, just be nice to the person you like. I know it can be hard for you, but look at us. We can do it.
If being nice to a friend means treating them like a servant, then I'll pass on that kind of advice advice from people like you. With that, I left the bathroom. Weeks passed, and I stopped talking to Jake, Kendra, Sophie, and my mom. Although Mom hadn't stopped messaging me and inviting me to her house, I ignored her. One day, I woke up super sick and couldn't go to school for 4 days. No one asked about me or missed me. I felt very sad and vulnerable. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I had to talk to someone, and I knew exactly who that someone would be. I went to Miss Albert's house. She looked surprised to see me. I told her everything. I don't get it. I wanted to be kind. I helped a person in need, but they chose to be with someone mean, and when I tried to warn them, they told me to buzz off. And now the mean people are the ones who are giving me advice to be a kind person. How exactly did that happen?
Honey, you helped a person in need, and it's a good thing. But you want to help them on your own terms only, and this isn't how kindness works. Sometimes you have to go out of your way to help others.
True. It basically implied that I was ashamed of Jake, and now he chose to be with some mean girls.
Remember that there's goodness in everyone, even if you think they aren't nice. We're human beings. We have goodness and evilness, and the best of us are the ones who can control their evilness when it's most called for.
I hugged Miss Albert tightly and left. The next morning, I entered the classroom and excused my teacher to say something. I just want to say I'm sorry to Jake. He's a good guy, and I'm honored to be his friend. The whole class fell silent, surprised by my confession. Jake smiled warmly at me, and I could see the relief in his eyes.
Your mom's been texting me and asking me about you. She doesn't know we weren't talking, obviously. Want to go to her place after school? I'd love to go with you.
I smiled and nodded my head.
Hey, what's up, you guys? It's your girl, Giselle. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And rock on! My baby sister, Alora, and I were raised by our single mother, who got sick and went into a coma when I was 12 and Alora was 8. Our lives flipped upside down, even more so when we found out we'd have to live with our Aunt Mona. She was Mom's careless older sister, whom she didn't like, and we'd never even met her. But she was our only relative, so it was probably a better deal than foster care. Aunt Mona was a free-spirited, adventurous young woman who was backpacking solo around the world when we interrupted her life. In a blink of an eye, she went from one of the youngest people to have ever climbed Mount Everest to a single mom of 2 girls she didn't give birth to. And she didn't have a clue about how to take care of children. Like knowing that kids run away when you aren't paying attention? Yeah, she once lost Alora at the mall and found her hours later, and they were both traumatized by that incident. But sometimes, it also made her the coolest guardian any kid could ask for. She didn't force us to eat broccoli. She allowed candy before dinner, and we stayed up as late as we wanted, binge-watching MSA on school nights. My sister Alora would sometimes use that to her advantage, despite being an overall easygoing kid. And as the younger one, she required more care from Mona, who would try to force that responsibility on me. I don't know what to do, Giselle. Help me out here. I've never had to deal with children before you guys came along. No, Mona, she obviously cannot adopt this wild snake as a pet. I don't want her to resent me for refusing her that. Can you please tell her yourself? In these situations, I always ended up being the party pooper, while those two got closer. Mona remained an irresponsible adult, spoiling my sister, and Alora definitely preferred her cool aunt over her protective older sister. On top of everything else, Alora was an A-grade student, so Mona was always proud of her. Maybe you should be more like Alora, because if you keep up with those grades, you won't be able to get into college, Giselle. Who said I want to go to college? I want to be a guitarist in a metal band. Well, you have to graduate from college first, then do whatever you want. Your mom wouldn't want it any other way. Also, this is just a phase. It's not a phase, Mona. It's who I am. And don't bring my mom into this. She always supported my talents, and she was chill. I'm sure she would support my music too. I grew up with her, so I know her better than you. Do you though? The last time I checked, Mom never liked you because you always put yourself first. Also, did you ever go to college? Why are you suddenly acting like some responsible adult? Don't talk back to me like that. I'm the one who takes care of you, so you need to obey me. I obey no one. Sorry you're stuck with us, but I'm old enough to know what's best for me, and I definitely don't need you to take care of me. Our endless ego duel started with that fight and lasted for a long time. If Mona didn't understand how important music was to me, I couldn't be bothered to convince her. I was a misfit in school because I dressed like a goth and was into metal music, but I'd formed a band with some kids I'd met in the park, and being with them was the only time I felt I belonged somewhere. School was a waste of time for me, so when Mona dropped us off every morning, I waited
waited for her to go, and then went to practice in an abandoned warehouse with my friends. Life was good, and we were even working on our first album. My bandmates and I decided to play at a very famous local metal festival the coming weekend. But of course, Mona had to overreact massively. What do you mean a metal festival? That's no place for a child. Are you trying to send me into a coma with my sister? Chillax, man. Why are you being so melodramatic?
Maybe because she's worried about you and the company you're keeping? Your friends are a bad influence on you.
Shut up, Mini Raccoon. Keep your nose out of my business. You're just Mona's butt wipe. Despite all her efforts, Mona couldn't keep me away from the festival. We had practiced so hard, and I wasn't letting this opportunity slide. The festival was massive, and I was loving the energy of the crowd and getting to see the other bands perform. But just before it was our turn, the police crashed the event and dispersed the crowds because apparently the festival didn't have a permit. My bandmates and I ran faster than Roadrunner until we ended up near the town's historical municipal building. As an act of protest against the way the metalheads were treated, we decided to write messages and spray paint all over the building's old walls. Anarchy was in town, and before we knew it, the police caught up to us and took us to the station. The humiliation I felt when Mona arrived to bail me out was unmatched. I just knew that she would use this card against me for the rest of my life.
See? I told you they're a bad influence. You're hardly ever in school because of them.
What? Young lady, your behavior is out of control. It's about time you learn some discipline. No more metal music, and you're forbidden from hanging out with those punks. Forbidden? You can't force me. Challenge accepted. She was very serious. She started dropping into school unannounced to check up on me and chat with my teachers. All this time I had been skipping school, I was forging her signature for made-up appointments. And now that cat was out of the bag. But even worse, one day when Mona had dropped in, she witnessed a bunch of mean girls bullying me.
Hey, freak. I heard that music festival was a flop and you ended up in jail. I'm sure you deserve that. Your music is as bad as your taste in clothes. Yeah, you're practically a crime against fashion. Weirdo.
This wasn't new for me, but when it happened in front of Mona, I felt like my ego was crushed. I just knew she'd give me some insensitive lecture that I didn't want to hear right now. Don't listen to them. Only people who are insecure about themselves feel the need to put others down. You're unique and special. You know what you like, and you know how to express yourself. Don't allow their words to hurt you. I was really surprised, but just acted indifferent. I don't care about them, or anyone. But I was really glad that she didn't tell me to change my appearance, or even gave me some lecture about not standing up for myself that would just make me feel bad. Since that day, something shifted in our dynamics. I started appreciating her as someone who had always done things her own way, and wasn't afraid to be herself. I started wondering why Mom disliked her so much. She wasn't all that bad. So one day, when Mona was at her yoga class, I decided to look through her photo albums to see when exactly they stopped talking. As I was digging through some boxes, I found Mona's old diaries. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help reading them, and I felt like I was getting to know a very relatable and real person with whom I had a lot in common. But then I came upon the entry that made everything clear. Grandpa was a single parent, and he was sick for years when Mona and Mom were teenagers, and their financial situation wasn't the best. So instead of staying with Mom to help her, Mona stole a bunch of Grandma's jewelry and Grandpa's cash, then ran away from home at 18 to go backpacking around the world. Mona's confessions in her diary were her true thoughts, so it wasn't just Mom's opinion of her. She was an irresponsible, selfish older sister who had left Mom to struggle. Mom never had the opportunity to do things she liked because she had responsibilities bigger than her ever since she was 15. Mona had stolen Mom's youth. I was so distracted and angry in the following days that I couldn't even focus on band practice, which wasn't good for us because our album was launching soon. We also had a tour planned, and I needed Mona's permission to skip school for 2 weeks and travel around the country. I was already hating that idea, and the conversation didn't go well. I just want to know where you get your audacity from, Giselle. You get to be your own person, but not before you finish high school. I thought I made that clear. Also, I still don't like your irresponsible bandmates, and I can't let you travel around with them. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity opportunity, which is important for my future career. And you know what? I can't even take you seriously when I know how irresponsible and selfish you are. Excuse me? You heard me. Your lack of responsibility ruined Mom's life. She had to become an adult too soon because her older sister decided to bail on her. And don't try to deny it. I read your own confession in your diary. You read my diary? This is such an invasion of privacy. I don't want to see your face right now. You're grounded. Gladly. Plan B it was. That night, I wrote her a letter and snuck out my window. Not so dear Mona. When I'm famous and successful, don't come knocking at my door. I want you to remember how terrible you were to me and my mom. Selfish witch. Rock on, Giselle. The adrenaline rush I felt as I left the house in the middle of the night was unmatched. I rushed down our street as fast as I could to my friends who were waiting for me in their van. And so, my new life as a rebellious musician began. The next morning, I woke up to 20 missed calls from Mona and 70 voice notes. Alora also left me tons of texts saying Mona was furious and I had to come back home. So I decided to turn off my phone and enjoy the decision I had made. Night after night, we played in different cities across several states, and the crowds loved us everywhere. It felt good being cheered by unknown people, meeting potential connections in the music industry, and getting paid. But after 3 weeks on the road with my bandmates, I started noticing how tiring living in a van with them was. They didn't clean up after themselves and often had the pettiest arguments. They also became lazy and stopped taking this tour seriously. We even missed a couple of shows because they didn't feel like it. I missed hot showers and delicious homemade food. I even felt Mona and Alora's absence. But I couldn't bear to hear Mona's "I told you so" and admit she was kinda right about my friends. I knew I would have some big punishment waiting for me back home. One night after our concert, it was raining heavily, so we decided to stay in a hotel to rest and wait for the rain to stop. But we couldn't afford a good hotel, so the 5 of us had to share a shabby room, and being the youngest, they made me sleep on the floor. And the next morning, we realized that our dream tour had turned into a real nightmare. Is that our van floating down the street? It had rained so much that there was flash flooding in town. Unless we managed to get a boat or build an ark, we couldn't get out. The electricity and internet connection was down too, so we were basically stuck with no contact with the outside world. The next 2 nights, things got worse as we waited for some help to come. Everyone was scared and hungry. And to top that, my bandmates managed to push all my buttons when they suggested we swim for it. They were morons. I spent all my time regretting the way I'd left. I realized that I'd left Alora with our selfish aunt to pursue my dreams, kind of what Mona had done to Mom. Now, in this grave danger, I wondered if I'd ever get to see my sister again. But the next morning, we woke up to the loud sound of helicopters. We rushed to the rooftop to see the rescue teams had finally reached our area. And just then, I heard a familiar, high-pitched, distinct voice screaming from a megaphone. "That's her over there! That's my niece!" I couldn't believe my eyes. Mona was here to save me. At that moment, I forgot everything else. And when we were rescued, I hugged her as tight as I could. How did you even find me? I'd find you even if you were on Mars, Giselle. You're my little girl, and I would never let anything harm you. I was able to track you from your phone's location, and I know people working in some rescue agencies, so I pulled a few strings. I'm so sorry for how I left things. You were right about my bandmates, and I regret everything I wrote in that letter. There's nothing to forgive. You know, I came to your room that night to tell you everything, but you'd already run away. I guess you didn't read my diary entries long enough to know how much I regretted my selfish actions later. I spent years reaching out to your mom and trying to make it up to her, but she refused to forgive me, and now she never will. But I promised that I'd do my best to take care of you girls. I'm sure she'd forgive you if she saw the person you are now, Aunt Mona. Alora was waiting for us at home, and she was so happy to see me safe and sound. I had betrayed my sister, and she still received me with open arms. Don't scare me like that again, and don't leave me.
Never, I promise.
I stopped to look over my shoulder to make sure no one was following me. Then I started making my way down the corridor again. It was getting rather dark now, so I switched on my torchlight. I shone the light on the door at the end. Room 217. I pushed the door and it creaked open. And that's when it caught my eye. A small china box with my name on it. Next to it was a note that said, "Claire, I knew you would be here. Don't open the box now. Only after 4 days of meeting Skylar." What? And who was Skylar? I decided to go ahead and open the box.
But just then I heard a small scuffling sound that made me jump out of my skin. I had to get out of here! In my hurry to leave, I tripped over the carpet and crashed straight into a tea table, knocking it over. Just as I started to cry, the door flew open and someone picked me up. Dad! Claire, are you okay? Seriously, we've had the entire hotel staff looking for you. Again! I told you this part is getting renovated and it's off limits. I tried to tell my dad that I needed to get back, but he dragged me away and made sure the door was locked. I need to get back there very soon. Hi, I'm Claire, and I've lived in hotels all my life. Dad is a famous hotelier who buys old hotels and converts them into luxury 5-star ones. These hotels have been the places for all my biggest adventures and all the scrapes I've landed in. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. My life was perfect until the day I saw that box. I didn't know what to do. The only person I thought of talking to was my old annoying sister, Hanny. All she cared about was makeup and fashion. She had a son and was now pregnant again. And no, she wasn't married. She was engaged to an arrogant billionaire, and her wedding was in 4 days. I found her doing her makeup in her room. She looked angry when she saw me come in. I'm busy here. I just have one question. Do you know someone called... Just then, a young good-looking man walked out of her bathroom. Hey, who's that? Ugh, that's my makeup artist. His name is Skylar. What do you want now? Oh, I didn't expect Skylar to look like this. Hi, Skylar. I'm Claire. I have something very important to ask you. He doesn't speak English. Oh, shoot. Yeah, you can leave now. I felt more confused now. When I was about to leave, Hanny's son, Sam, ran to me. Can you be my mommy? Why, honey? What's wrong? Mommy is always busy. She doesn't have time for me. I felt sorry for this little guy, but I had a mission to take care of. I kissed his forehead and promised him that we would spend some time together later. But now, what am I going to do with this non-English speaking Skylar? It was time for dinner, and all the guests were leaving their rooms. I decided to sneak into Dad's office. He had the key to room 217. I would just steal it and find out what was inside the box. I stood in front of my dad's office door and tried to open it, but it was locked. I knocked several times and called out to him. Dad, open the door, it's urgent! May I help you? And who are you? I'm your father's new assistant. I got hired today. You can call me Skylar. What? Oh, well, it made more sense that he might be the Skylar I was looking for and not that makeup artist. Hi, I'm Claire, and I have a question for you. Yes, ma'am. I know who you are. I was told I'm not allowed to have any personal conversations with you, and I think now it's time for you to go to bed. Excuse me? That's your father's order. You're going to start school tomorrow, ma'am. What was he talking about? I never went to school. I had been homeschooled my entire life, and the best teachers came to the hotel for me. With all due respect, Skylar, I suggest you move aside, now. He looked calm, and then he whispered something in his wrist. From the pirate Skylar to the diamond doves. Come now. What the? And then in no time, 2 maids showed up from nowhere and dragged me away. I yelled at them to stop, and I tried to break free. But man, they were strong. While they were taking me away, Skylar said, My apologies, ma'am. It's your father's orders. When I got to my room, I knew there was no point in running away, because there were cameras everywhere. And Dad would see me and send these crazy women again. I decided that if Dad was going to send me to this school, I would disguise myself and sneak out of there. And then I'd come back into the hotel to get that box. Next morning, I woke up to find the school's uniform on the couch. I put it on and put my disguise in my bag when the maids from yesterday entered the room. I can't travel by car in the morning. It makes me nauseous. Please order a helicopter for me. No need to travel, ma'am. The school is here in the hotel. What? They told me to follow them. When we stepped out of my room, they walked over to the opposite room and opened the door. This is your school, ma'am. I had never seen such a huge room in my entire life. There was only one desk with a chair in front of the teacher's desk. I turned around and yelled at the maids. This is not a school. I'm leaving. They stopped me. No, ma'am, you can't leave. Your father wants you to stay here till the afternoon. Afternoon? That's like 9 hours. But I knew there was no point in fighting. Dad wouldn't allow me to leave. I didn't understand. He was always the sweet, perfect parent. Was this a new way to discipline me or something? I walked towards the desk and sat behind it. The teacher smelled weird and had a creepy smile on his face. Hi, you must be Claire. I'm your new teacher, Mr. Skylar. I gasped. Was there any more Skylars for me to meet in this crazy hotel? I decided not to ask him about the box right away and see how things would go from there. He started with math. He looked straight into my eyes and said, There are 200 rooms in this hotel with children in them, and 16 rooms with newly married couples in them, and 1 room that is still getting renovated. How many rooms do we have in total?
I thought for a second. The answer was 217. And then it hit me. That room with the box in it was room 217. Did he give me this word problem on purpose? The answer is 217. With a creepy smile on his face, he nodded. How many boxes does room 217 have? Oh, he did know about the box. I was about to tell him what I'd found in that room when the door of the room flew open and Sam entered the room crying.
Hey! You're not supposed to be here!
Sam ran to me and hugged me tight, and the two maids ran after him. I held him and yelled at the maids to leave.
Ma'am, he can't be here.
Listen, all of you. This boy is not leaving this room unless I leave with him. So you better shut up and leave us alone, or else. The teacher didn't say anything, and the maids left. Sam looked at me with tears in his eyes.
It's Hanny. She is mad.
He always called his mom by her first name. And did he say she was mad? Hanny turns into a monster when she gets angry. The entire hotel staff gets scared when they hear her scream.
Jeremy is mad too. He is gone.
Jeremy was Hanny's fiancé. I felt like she had never loved him. I didn't understand why she wanted to marry him when they fought so much. Suddenly, Hanny barged in, looking super furious. Behind her, Skylar the assistant was running.
Ma'am, I think you should calm down.
And I think you should shut up!
And I think I should leave you guys alone,
the teacher said and left. She leaned towards me and whispered, I don't know what you're up to, but whatever it is, keep Sam out of it. And she grabbed Sam's arm to take him away.
I don't want to go with you. I want to stay with Claire.
Fine! And she left the room glaring at me. What was this crazy woman talking about? What did she think I was doing? I felt very confused and lost. I let out a loud sigh when Sam looked at me with his adorable eyes.
Don't be upset. I know Hanny loves you. She always say that.
Pfft. Yeah, right. I took his hand and left the stupid room and went to mine. 2 days passed and I wasn't able to find anything more about the box or the right Skylar. And since no one wanted to help, I knew just how to get Dad's stupid assistant to tell me something that might help me understand what was going on. I waited for the right moment, and as soon as I saw he was alone, I dragged him into my room. There's something I have to tell you.
Yes, ma'am?
I hate it when you call me ma'am. Call me Claire. As soon as I'd cornered him, I kissed him. To my surprise, though, not only did I find myself enjoying the kiss very much, but he kissed me back for a second. Just then the door opened and Sam came in. I immediately pushed Skylar away and he ran outside.
I can't tell you anything, ma'am. It's your father's orders.
God, Sam! I decided to take him to Hanny and tell her everything. She should help me. When we got there, the door was slightly open. I was about to enter the room when I heard Hanny talking to someone. You need to leave this hotel, Skylar.
I know, Hanny, I know. I don't know what to do now.
I sneaked to see that she was talking to the makeup artist. Wait a second. She said he didn't speak English. I opened the door. Oh, I can see that he speaks English better than me. What are you doing here? Giving you your son back. You should take care of him, you know. You're his mother, in case you forgot. Hanny was about to say something when she stopped. I could see she was hurt by what I'd said. Then the makeup artist left the room quickly. I gave Sam to Hanny and ran after the makeup artist. Darn, he had disappeared. Then I saw Jeremy coming towards Hanny's room. He opened the door and started yelling at her.
Is Sam back now? You're such a worthless, good-for-nothing woman.
I heard Hanny crying. I would have punched him in the face if it was me. Such a jerk! But for now, I had to do something about that box. I felt so helpless, though. Dad's office was always locked, and no one was willing to help me. And I had no idea who the right Skylar was. Oh, God, help me! The next day, I woke up even earlier than the crazy maids did and went to school. The creepy hot teacher was already there, writing something down in a notebook. He quickly closed it when he saw me.
Good morning, ma'am.
Just tell me what's in that box, dude.
Ma'am, yes, about the box.
Just then, the two maids barged in. Ma'am, you're not supposed to be here. Tonight is your sister's wedding, and your father said you need to get ready. I don't care about her stupid wedding. Just leave or I... But before I could finish my sentence, the maids held me by my arms and dragged me away. As I was leaving, the teacher said,
Don't worry. We will solve the box riddle tomorrow. It's on page 5. I expect you to do your homework.
What riddle? What box? What homework? I'm talking about something else! This dumb teacher knew nothing. The maids shut the door and took me to my room. There, I found the makeup artist. What are you doing here? Why did Hanny say you should leave?
Oh, she was worried about my immigration status and that I would be sent away. That's why she didn't want me talking to anyone and told you I didn't speak English, so no one would snitch on me.
Okay, so he wasn't the right Skylar either. This left me with only one Skylar, the assistant. I knew it was him. My gut feeling was right. The moment I was done getting ready for the wedding, I ran to look for the assistant. I found him talking to one of the maids, and he tried to run away when he saw me. Please, I can't do this, ma'am. I tried to think of something really fast, so I lied and said, Sam is stuck in my bathroom. I need your help before anyone finds out he's missing. I could see the serious look on his face. Yes, ma'am. And we both went to my room. I locked the door behind me. Give me the key to room 217, now! He looked shocked and confused. I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. Don't ma'am me, you idiot. Just give me the key. It's in my dad's office. Ma'am, please calm down. I have no idea what's going on. But since you want this so badly, I can open your dad's office for you. And it's a big risk, ma'am, but I will do it for you. I couldn't believe my ears. Finally! Someone was helping me. I kissed him and took his hand, and we both ran to Dad's office. He opened the door for me and waited outside. I walked towards my dad's desk. When I heard some noise, I froze. Who's there? There was no reply. I gathered my courage and continued walking, when suddenly a young man got up from under the desk. I yelled, Oh my God! Calm down, please. Who are you? I'm Skylar. Oh man, this was too much. I couldn't take more Skylars this week. What are you doing here? I'm Hanny's friend. I was supposed to arrive 4 days ago, but my flight got delayed. I need to get you into room 217. You know about the box? Yes, but I don't know what's inside it. I can't explain much right now. You're the only person allowed to open that box. Why? Who said that? Your sister. Then he gave me the key and told me to hurry before it was too late. I was confused. I opened room 217 and went straight to the box. I opened it and I found a letter there. I started reading it and... Oh my God! I needed to leave this place now. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. I freaked out, and what was worse, my phone wasn't with me. I kept kicking and pushing against the door. After 2 hours, someone opened it, and it was Skylar, the assistant. The wedding started and I didn't see you around. I checked the cameras and found out you were here. And I also know who locked you in. Me too. I gave him a kiss on the cheek and thanked him. I ran to the ballroom as fast as I could. It was in the same hotel. I screamed when I entered the ballroom. I object! I object! This wedding can't happen! The room fell silent and everyone stared at me. Then Dad came running to me. What's wrong, honey? Dad, Hanny is not happy. She can't marry Jeremy. He is a psycho who never loved or respected her. She's scared, Dad. Jeremy was furious. That's impossible. These are all lies. Tell them, Hanny. Hanny started crying, and then Jeremy started shaking her by the shoulders, screaming at her to say something. Dad ran at him and pushed him away. You can't talk to my daughter like that. And then to Hanny, he said, Honey, why didn't you say something? Dad, I was scared. I'm sorry, Claire, for the way I treated you. I was just frustrated at everyone and everything. It was a toxic relationship. I was lost and angry. And... Then Hanny's friend, Skylar, showed up and went to hug her. Oh, who is that? It's him, huh? He is Sam's father. I knew you were such a... Then Dad lunged at Jeremy and punched him in the face. 2 security men came running in and dragged Jeremy away. I felt sorry for Hanny, and things between me and her got better and we became closer. She got back with Skylar, her ex-boyfriend, and she gave birth to an adorable baby boy. And guess what she named him? Oh no, not Skylar. Just Liam.
My story animated will give $1,000 to someone who subscribes in the next 7 days. So tell your sister, your brother, your mom, or your friends that if they subscribe, they may win $1,000.
Hi, my name is Isabella, and I live in Paris. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my mom, who was an amazing seamstress and worked at a fashion house. She would often take me to work with her, and I loved wrapping different fabrics around myself and posing like a supermodel. So, you want to be a model or a designer? Because you're killing it with that catwalk. Can I be both? Of course you can, sweetheart. You can be anything you want. Mom and I weren't your regular mother-daughter duo. We were best friends. I think that cute guy is looking at you, Mom. Don't look in his direction, please. Is he? Oh, do I look okay? How's my hair? Mom, you gave him that weird smile. Now he's gone. No problem. I've got you, baby. Yep, that's how we were. Totally each other's pals. Life was good until one day the fashion house where Mom worked laid off all their workers. And things took a turn for the worse when our landlord gave us an eviction notice soon after. In these awful times, Mom had no choice but to turn for help to her half-sister Amy. Mom had always told me they'd never gotten along, so I'd never met her before. But when we got to her house, I saw that my aunt lived in a huge mansion. and the welcome she gave us was totally unexpected. Oh my God, a single mom, jobless, homeless. I feel so sorry for you, honey. You must stay with me, I insist, as long as you like, and we have so much catching up to do. Wow, Amy, thanks a lot. Please let me know the rent. I'll arrange it. Rent? Oh, nonsense. I wouldn't dream of taking money from my sister. Mom looked as surprised as I felt, but I guess some people can change. She also had a daughter my age, Tanya, and the two of them led us excitedly to the guest room and had the cook make a really special dinner. But the very next day, my aunt called in a servant to move our things to the attic. Oh, it's a guest room. And since you're not a guest, I want to give you a more permanent arrangement. The attic is perfect. There's no noise and you'll sleep peacefully. Well, if only she'd let us live peacefully. Tanya and Aunt Amy would keep calling Mom and me for the smallest of tasks. Soon we were doing the dishes, cleaning the mansion, and doing their freaking laundry. And then she even asked Mom to stitch for her. She would bring loads of fabric and I would do some of the designing with Mom while she stitched her dresses. For free, of course. Mom, I hate doing all this. Let's just leave. Sweetheart, I got you into a great school with all my savings and I can't afford rent. Let's try this for this school year. Honestly, I don't mind the chores. Plus, Amy and Tanya are family. No harm doing things for them. Well, I don't like your family. Hey, that's not very nice to say. But yeah, me neither. And then Mom hit me with a pillow, and we both got into a pillow fight. We laughed and laughed until Aunt Amy yelled at us to keep it down. She's always such a buzzkill. Come on, let's sleep in this penthouse of ours. I knew Mom was just trying to be optimistic about the situation. For her sake, I also put on a smile and did everything Tanya, the brat, asked me to do. Isabella, come here. What do you think about this dress? Tell me I look cool, 'cause I totally do. Why on earth would you wear that thing? I stepped into her closet, picked out some clothes, and laid them on her bed. Try this skirt with this blouse. You'll look awesome. Yeah, I would look awesome in a garbage bag, but that's not the point. You clearly don't know anything about fashion, girl. No wonder your mom was laid off. Now get out. What a huge jerk. I left her room, and right then I realized I needed new clothes for school too. We went shopping at a thrift store, and what we saw there was amazing. Mom, this is a Prada dress. Oh my God, it's vintage. The moment I got home, I started working on it and made it something entirely new, and it sure made heads turn on my first day at school. I love what you did with your skirt. Is that Prada? Yes, it is. I just cut the edges to give it that flair. Everyone was giving me compliments, but just then I heard Tanya's voice. Don't be fooled by her looks. She's not who you think she is. Yeah, you got me. I'm a secret agent. My name is Bond, Isabella Bond. The girls around started to giggle, and Tanya looked annoyed. What are you talking about? And why don't you just tell them where you got the dress from, huh? She got it from the thrift store. Yeah, you heard me, a thrift store. Suddenly, all the girls who were praising me just moments ago looked at me with disgust. So what? I still look better than all of you combined. Girls, don't hate me 'cause you ain't me. I just flipped my hair and walked to my class. Sure, Tanya's mom was letting us stay in the attic for free, but Mom was paying for me to be at this school, and I wasn't putting up with anyone's nonsense. Tanya and her friends kept being a pain in my butt at school, and one day I was feeling particularly bad-tempered when I got home, only to find Aunt Amy in a great mood. She seemed really excited. The moment she saw me, she handed me the keys to the guest room and started giving Mom and me instructions on cleaning. Someone very special is coming to stay for a few days, and I want my mansion to be spotless. And while our guest is here, both of you will call me and Tanya ma'am. Is that clear? Off you go now. When my aunt was out of earshot, I asked Mom who the guest was. How would I know? You think ma'am tells me anything? I'm sure it's someone just as awful as ma'am. I'd been meaning to go to the guest room for days because the last time I was there, I'd left my sketchbook. But I looked for it everywhere and didn't find it. I was searching for it under the bed when I saw a boy on all fours looking straight at me. Hey, what you doing down there? I was so startled, I hit my head. Holy ugly piece of ouch! Oh, you scared me, man. Who are you? As I came up rubbing my head, I noticed that the boy was my age and really cute. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm Josh, and I'm staying here for. Just then, Tanya came prancing into the room wearing shorts and a tank top in the middle of freaking December. There you are, Josh. I was looking everywhere. Hey, you haven't cleaned yet? Hurry up. What do we pay you for? Maids these days, so lazy and useless. Maid? How dare she? I'm done here. I was just leaving. Shall I fetch your coat since you forgot to wear clothes, ma'am? No, thank you. Josh, what do you think of my clothes? Yeah, great. You look great, Tanya. I agree. And you're welcome to look. Gosh, she was such a shameless flirt, and soon enough it was obvious what Aunt and Tanya were up to. Josh was the son of Aunt's rich friend, and clearly both of them had one goal: set Tanya up with Josh. Tanya was desperately trying to impress him and making a fool out of herself in the process. One evening, she brought out a jigsaw puzzle she'd been working on for months. You see this? I did it in just 4 months. Can you believe it? Am I missing something? Duh, look, it says 2 to 4 years. I finished it in record-breaking time. I almost burst out laughing. And just then I caught Josh's eye. He was trying really hard not to laugh too. Later that night, it was snowing outside, and I picked up my skating shoes to go to the frozen lake nearby. Just as I was sneaking out, I heard a loud noise from the kitchen, and I found Josh there. Hey, did I wake you up? I just wanted some hot chocolate, and I can't find anything. Oh, well, good luck. Wait, can you make it for me? I could, but I'm not gonna. I'm going out. Okay, fine. Can you at least switch the stove on? You don't know how to switch the stove on? Yeah, well, I've never done it. Wow. Why are you rich people like that? Like what? Just so spoiled. You'll go to the best schools and travel the world, blah, 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 but you don't know something so basic? Is it beneath you to learn that? No, I just never needed to. Well, now you do, and you look like an idiot. Goodbye. I ran off to the lake, and as I started skating, I felt I'd maybe been too harsh with Josh. Just then I heard someone yell my name, and I looked around to see him behind me. What are you doing here? I came to tell you that I think you're really judgmental. You don't even know me, and you've just decided that I'm some spoiled brat. And I'm... Suddenly, Josh lost control and crashed right into me. We landed in a heap. I got up on my feet immediately, but Josh winced in pain. Ouch! I think I hurt my ankle. Help me up now. Okay, but say please. Say please help me, oh Isabella. Geez, okay. Please help me, oh Isabella. I helped him up and he leaned on my shoulder, but at this rate, we'd get home by dawn. So I carried him back home. Brought you back safe and sound, Your Highness. Just put this on your foot, it'll get better. Shall the servant take her leave now? Thank you for everything, but tell me, you're not really a maid, are you? I ended up telling Josh everything, and he was rather shocked. He seemed like a really nice guy, and our friendship grew over the next few days. Josh told me how his mom and Aunt Amy had a business together. His mom was a designer, and he was in town to apply to top fashion universities. I showed him some of my designs one night, and he was really impressed. The next time we met, Josh brought some admission forms for me and made me fill them in. You can be a top designer. I know it, Bella. Bella? Did you just give me a nickname? Yeah. Tell me, do you like it? He was so close to me, and just when I thought he'd kiss me, I heard Aunt Amy's voice. Oh, you're here! What are you guys talking about? Josh was asking me where fashionable ghosts shop, and I told him the truth. They go to the boutique. Josh started to laugh, and my aunt just glared at me and left. The next day, I took a day off from school and went out with Josh. When I spotted some kids sledding in a park, I had an idea. I borrowed a sled from a kid and made Josh sit with me. And then off we went. Oh God, please slow down. Just hold on tight, I won't let anything happen to you. Well, we ended up flying off the sled and rolling in the snow. I couldn't stop laughing. And just then, Josh leaned over and looked deep into my eyes. And then he kissed me. And it was the most perfect kiss. Josh left a few days later, and soon after, I received my interview letter from the university. I prepped day and night for it. But on the day, right when I was about to leave, I couldn't find my sketchbook. I had to show my designs at the interview. When I went downstairs, I screamed when I saw Tanya burning my sketchbooks on the stove. No, what are you doing? Oh, you think you can steal my boyfriend and be some big shot designer, huh? Not on my clock. I just lost it. I leapt forward and gave Tanya a much-deserved slap. How dare you? Just then, Mom stepped in, looking like an angry lioness. Zip it, Amy. I've had enough. I've put up with everything, but I will not put up with you or your dumb brat hurting my daughter. And you can do whatever, but one thing is certain. My daughter will be something big one day, and you'll just be jealous morons. That day, Mom and I left that crazy house. I had to go straight to the interview without my portfolio, and I was feeling so nervous. But just minutes before I started, I spotted Josh running to me, and behind him was his mom. "Oh, Josh, you're back. What are you doing here? We went to your aunt's house, and you weren't there. I knew you had an interview today, and I needed to show you something." He then showed me an Instagram page, and what shook me was that all the models were wearing dresses I had designed and Mom had stitched. What? These are my designs. Yes, and your aunt was selling them and claiming them as hers. The moment you showed me your designs, I figured she was up to no good. My missing design book and all the dresses she made Mom stitch. It made sense. That witch was making us work without a penny or any credit. Josh's mom went inside where the interview panel was waiting, and she told them how her brand was using my work. The panel was pretty impressed seeing my work on her Instagram page, and I got in. Josh's mom cut all business ties with Aunt Amy and even hired my mom. I heard Aunt was in a great deal of debt and had to sell almost everything, including her house. Well, she deserved it. I got into fashion designing school with Josh and graduated with flying colors. He asked me to marry him soon after, and of course I said yes. By the time I was 25, I became one of the top fashion designers in my country. And when my work was showcased at Paris Fashion Week, I was my own showstopper. I could never be what I am today without my first inspiration and my best friend. I don't know if you know this, but ever since I was a kid, the person I've wanted to be the most is you, Mom. Thank you for everything. I love you.
Hi guys, my name is Maya and I'm from Jordan. I have two sisters who are a couple of years older than me. They both have blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin, while my eyes are black like my curly hair. My sisters thought they were prettier than me, and they made sure I never forgot that. Once when I was in kindergarten, I came home to show everyone the family tree I'd made. My oldest sister, Layla, the meanest girl on earth, snatched the card from me and said, "Aw, you drew this? I can't deny it's beautiful, but I think you missed something." And with that, she colored my face with a black crayon. "See? Now it looks better." She threw the card at me and left laughing with my other sister, Selma. I cried, but Mom hugged me tight. "Oh, Maya, ignore your sisters. They're jealous of your beauty." Mom always cheered me up, but I realized she was lying when I was 8 and some guests came to visit. One of the women said to my mom, "Your daughters are pretty, but this youngest one is quite unlucky. I doubt she'll ever get married. Oh well, she can take care of you and your husband in your old age." I think Maya is special in her own way. And then Selma spoke up.
"Mom, she is ugly. Just face it. Stop being stupid and shut up already. Don't talk to Mom like that, you witch."
I pounced on her and bit her arm so hard it swelled up. She had to put on a bandage for a week. As if my sisters weren't awful enough, Dad was a jerk too. He didn't love Mom at all. He was only with her because she was rich. He thought I was ugly too and always blamed Mom for giving me her genes. Since I was Mom's favorite, she did her best to make up for the rest of my terrible family. When I was only in the 7th grade, I had a big closet full of the fanciest clothes and makeup brands. I liked that, but what I really wanted the most was to join an international school in the capital city. Mom said we'd move, but my sisters threw a huge tantrum when they found out.
Why would we leave our amazing lives and friends and go live somewhere else? It's not our fault that Mia is ugly and no one likes her here. Mom, Mia is worthless. She would be more useful if we used her as our broom. Her ugly curly hair is perfect for that.
The two witches started laughing like maniacs. Just then, Dad walked in and shouted,
Listen, woman, if you decide to move out, you can consider yourself divorced.
Mom, that's amazing. Mom smiled at me and decided to leave. And Dad did divorce Mom. My sisters had no choice but to come with us. And now they hated me even more. My birthday usually fell on the first day of school, and Mom would always throw a huge party. But this time, I told her that I didn't want to celebrate my birthday anymore. Why would someone celebrate losing a year of their life? To celebrate getting older? That's just weird. Baby, why are you saying this? I see celebrating a birthday as being grateful for living another year. Listen, why don't we just celebrate it at school? I'll give all the kids fancy presents, and they'll like you from the first day. No, Mom, I don't want to buy anyone's love. I just want people to love me for who I am. Well, the new school wasn't a lot better than home. On my first day, I met a girl named Noor. She was a redhead, and her beauty was unique. When I entered the classroom, she stared at me from head to toe, then said, "Ooh, attention everyone. We have a new baby here. But we all know our classroom only has pretty girls with fair faces and light hair. What are we going to do with this ugly duckling?" The room fell silent and everyone was staring at me. Suddenly, I just snapped and started screaming, "Shut up! Shut up! You and everyone here, just shut up! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! You shallow people!" Everyone looked shocked and they started whispering. Just then, my sister showed up from behind me. "Oh, excuse her. She's our sister, but she has some issues. We are so sorry for her bad manners." With that, they pushed me aside and introduced themselves to Noor and started taking selfies with her. Ugh, these horrible creatures. It was obvious that this Noor ruled the school, and I knew after my outburst, she wouldn't leave me alone. But to my surprise, she did leave me alone. I was the invisible girl. No one dared to talk to me or sit next to me because they knew Noor would be mad. Things went on like that for weeks, until one day a couple of boys sat next to me at lunch.
Hey, listen, I'm speaking on behalf of all the boys in the school. We all think you're very pretty.
What? Are you making fun of me?
Why would we? Those big black eyes, this long curly hair, and that tanned, flawless skin? God, I really wish Noor wasn't around. You're so pretty, Maya.
Oh, so you're man enough to confess your feelings, but only when Noor isn't around. You're like scared mice in front of her. Just go away and leave me alone.
Told you. She's not only pretty, she's brave too, and always speaks her mind. Man, I think I'm falling in love.
Just then, Noor passed by and the boys ran off like little baby rabbits. Later that day, when I walked past the bathroom, I heard some girls scream, whispering, and cursing. I opened the door and found Noor and Layla pushing another small girl who was screaming in fright. I immediately pushed Noor aside. "What are you doing? Stop this." "Oh, look who's here. And what are you gonna do about it? Touch her again and I will hurt you." "Oh, really, Robin Hood? Watch this." And then she pushed the small girl again. I was about to attack her when Layla jumped in and the two pinned me against the wall. "Just leave before you regret coming to this school." They let me go and I ran away, straight to the principal's office. If they thought I'd let them get away with being bullies, they were so wrong. And I was so happy when Noor and Layla got suspended for 2 weeks. Layla and I didn't talk at home, and I didn't tell Mom about anything. One day during lunch, the cute boy from the other day came to me and announced in front of everyone,
"I think you're right. I can't be scared forever. I like you, Maya. Can we be friends?"
Just then, Noor came running to us screaming, "Heck no!" Suddenly, she attacked me, and then she ripped my t-shirt so that everyone could see the burn scars on my stomach. I got these scars when I was 3, and I'd never told a soul about them. Everyone, just look at her. She's a freak. Why would you want to be with someone like her when you could have a perfect girl like me? The boys were staring at my stomach, speechless, and so was everyone else. I was shocked. Of course, only my sisters could have told Noor about my scars. Angry tears started rolling down my cheeks. Oh, look at this crybaby. Not only do you have an ugly face, it's just that everything is so ugly about you. Just stay home and say goodbye to high school. And you, say goodbye to your shiny, smooth, red hair. And with that, I jumped on her and started tearing her hair out.
She started screaming and crying until some of the students and teachers pulled me away. The principal demanded that I come to her office, but I pushed her away and ran out of the school. Mom was furious when she heard the whole thing. She said she wanted to come to the school. I said no and tried to convince her to stay home. But the next day, Mom turned up at school. The moment she saw Noor, she started walking towards her angrily to shout at her. But just then, Layla pushed Mom away and she fell on the ground. Don't you dare touch my friend. Instead of coming to school to embarrass yourself, stay home and discipline your little Maya. She's a monster, not a sister. I couldn't take it anymore. I jumped on Layla to attack her. Suddenly, Selma came running too, and I knew I was about to get my butt kicked. But to my shock, she slapped Layla and pushed her away from me. Then she helped Mom get up, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Did Selma just defend me and Mom? That's enough, Layla. I would never choose a stranger over my family, especially a jerk like Noor. She promised to keep Maya's scars a secret, and look what she did yesterday. And that's why I'm ending my stupid friendship with her and you, Layla. Layla looked furious. She took Noor's hand and they both stormed off. Later that evening, I barged into Layla and Selma's room to get something off my chest. I just came here to say, you two have mocked me and bullied me all my life, but to tell my biggest secret to someone like Noor and let her humiliate me in front of everyone? That's really low, even for you. And I'm done with you guys for good. But Maya, I'm on your side. I'm not dumb, Selma. I only know you defended me and Mom because you probably got into some dumb fight with Layla and wanted to tease her. Just then, Selma started to cry and got down on her knees. I swear I've changed. Maya, I've been a mean, jealous jerk. I've always envied you for your beauty and even more for your amazing personality. You're confident, brave, smart, funny, and kind. You're amazing, my little sister. You're amazing. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Selma was jealous of my beauty? I helped her get up and hugged her tight. And for the first time, she said, I love you, Maya. I truly do. I'm sorry about all the pain I caused you. Please forgive me. It's all right now. I forgive you. And I love you too. Ew, I think I'm gonna barf. I still think you're ugly, Maya, and I don't regret telling Noor anything. I'd choose my gorgeous BFF over you two losers any day. I can't even share a room with you anymore, Selma. You disgust me. And with that, she picked up her things and moved to the attic. Some weeks later, Layla had to make a presentation on Earth Day in front of the whole school, including some important guests like the Minister of Education. When it was her turn, she went onto the stage confidently and turned on the slideshow. But to my horror, I saw pictures of me on the screen with terrible things written about how dark and ugly I was.
Layla, what is this nonsense?
She looked as shocked as I felt. I swear, sir, I have no idea. This is not the slideshow I made. Suddenly, I spotted Noor in a corner laughing her head off. Of course it was her. Sir, I'm her sister, and I know she didn't do that. She wouldn't. It's that girl, Noor. Shut up, Maya. Who asked you to defend me? No, babe, she's right. I just hate her, and you're just so dumb, and made it so easy for me to ruin your sister. I'm the queen of this school, and no one can replace me. And imagine if it was a dark, ugly girl like her.
That's enough. I will not tolerate this awful behavior anymore. Noor, Layla, you're both expelled.
Just then, the minister rose from his seat.
Not only expelled, I'll make sure that you only get enrolled in a strict Catholic school so you can learn some manners and discipline. You're such a disgrace to this school. Bullying people for how they look? Everyone is beautiful in their own way.
The whole auditorium started to applaud as the two stormed off. By the time we got home, Mom told us that Layla had packed her bags and moved back with Dad. I think Layla and Noor got what they deserved. I won't let anyone manipulate me like they did anymore. I'm beautiful and strong just as I am.